I'm obese, shoot me in the belly.
Look at all the space I'm creating, everybody!
Bad monkey, bad monkey.
Oh, you got you baited so hard! I don't think I can handle any more of this bot gameplay.
Spylo.
So I'm a mess. I just came, holy cow, my hair. I just came straight from flag football, like legit ran home, so I am gonna be a complete frazzle. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. My name is Spylo. We're gonna be doing a very, very special interview with the Packington. I'll let him introduce himself once we get him on a call briefly. But once that interview is done, I'm not sure how long it will take. We're gonna take our time, and then we're gonna go right into it. We're gonna get right onto the some reviews afterwards. So good to see everybody. Hope everyone's doing well. You know you're a mess? Yeah, shut up. Nobody asked your opinion. But yeah, I am a little frazzled, so I don't have a whole lot more to say. If you guys have any questions, just be aware that like subs hosts rates, all that stuff. If it's anything like crazy, I might respond, but for the most part, I'm going to try and not respond, try and focus on just the interview portion of things. I'm sure you guys all understand. So yeah, not going to be reading and reacting to chat as much, trying to avoiding that during that. What heroes of the reviews going to be? I don't know yet. I'll let you know as soon as I can. I'll update title, but I'm not sure yet. Okay, if somebody donates $1,000, then maybe we'll stop. Right, maybe. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't have a whole lot more to say. I guess we get Rick rolling in just 1 minute and make sure that everything's situated. And give me 1 second. Okay, we're gonna get rolling in. Hello. How's it going? I can't hear you. Oh, there you go. I hear something.
Hey.
Perfect. There you go.
How's it going?
You're going pretty good. Thank you so much for doing this. I really appreciate it.
Of course.
Chat, really quick. How's his volume? If you guys can let me know if his volume's okay.
One,
yeah.
2, 3, 4.
Yeah, that sounds okay on my end. I assume it should be okay on their end as well. Okay. Yeah, I think
My guys say everything's good on
okay.
my side. So.
Sick. Okay. Give me 1 second to update a command for the guest. Okay, I think we're all set. All right, well, do you want to kind of introduce yourself to my chat, kind of like who you are, what you've done, just very briefly before we get into it?
Yeah, I'm Packing 10. I've been coaching Overwatch since 2016, I think is when it was, like maybe 2007, beginning 2017. I don't remember exactly when it was. Kind of ran through the circuit, coached coached like no-name teams back when it was Gosu Gamers, and then went through contenders, qualified for contenders season 0, the LAN final with Envision. Then the next year, I kind of retired after that, and then I went to coach Angry Titans in Europe, and we went to the LAN finals in Paris for that, and then got an offer from LA Valiant that same year. In 3 months, I got promoted to interim head coach because they fired Moon, and then I was head coaching there for whatever it was, like the last 2.5 years, and then when they kind of decided to go with the Chinese roster or whatever, like get rid of the team, now I'm just coaching Valorant. So
okay. I mean, obviously that's that's the elephant in the room for sure. Obviously, like you were somebody who was really well respected across the Overwatch coaching the scene, and then all of a sudden that whole situation happened. And obviously, we don't have to talk as much about that because I'm sure that's something that people have been harassing you about over and over and over again. You can if you want to, but obviously there's a lot more to your career, even just in the last couple of years, that I'm sure other people would love to know about. And I guess we can kind of start there. So like,
sure,
you've like, do you mind asking like how old you are?
Yeah, I'll be 29 here in about 2 months on the dot.
Right. So you're an old man in esports age.
Very old. Yeah.
I'm 26, so I know how it feels like to be old. But you're like ancient.
I'm ancient.
Right. But I guess in a way that has, would you say that has like any impact on what you're able to do as a coach? Not just the age itself, but the life experiences that you had. Like what led you to coaching?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. And for myself, like I actually take a lot of like my personal like core values from life into coaching, and a lot of it was shaped from traditional sports, which I played all the way growing up. I was a big baseball player. I wrestled, I played football, I golfed. I actually golfed in college after I got out of the Marine Corps.
Nice.
I did a bunch of things, and like my time in the Marine Corps really shaped a lot of leadership experience and a lot of like those personal values that I took over, and then learning a lot from both traditional coaching and then reading a lot of books on different coaching philosophies from all these different kinds of leaders and military leaders. One of the big things in the Marine Corps was we had the Marine Corps Commandant's reading list, and we had to read a couple books every year about famous leaders in the Marine Corps and how they led and why they did what they did and things like that. And I guess going into an environment where everybody I coach is probably almost 10 years younger than me now, it's something that I think people end up finding out really quickly, that it's very beneficial to have someone who has those qualities and that leadership experience and can just make sure everybody's staying on track. And
sure.
myself and working with Gumba now for a couple of years, we kind of give people a lot of tough love, but I think people really appreciate it, throughout the history of their career, and they may not appreciate it at first, but the longer they work with us, they're like, oh shit, like these guys are only doing it because it's really beneficial for us long term. They're just trying to make sure we're disciplined and make sure we're doing the right thing. So I do think the life experience and everything is really important. Not saying that I don't think someone could be 16, 17, 18 and be a coach, but obviously having that kind of background to fall on and to learn from, if you use it the right way, yeah, it's going to be effective. So.
Makes sense. And you talked a lot about your military experience, and that's something that even when I've been researching leadership and coaching, and consistently it's either military leaders or people with military experience that continues to come up. Why do you think that is? Like, is there anything specific that you can pull up? Because we talk a lot about like leadership experience, but like, is there any examples or just concepts that you pulled straight from the military that you learned from the military?
I mean, it's more so a way of life. It's the being in the Marine Corps, you have to be the most disciplined human on earth. When you go into a combat environment, 2011, 2012, I was in Afghanistan, and it's not, you're not playing games. You need to listen to your superiors and direct your subordinates in the way that you want them, the way that they need to stay alive, right? So being able to understand what that next level of discipline is and how beneficial that is, like that's probably like the biggest thing. But it's kind of hard to, I guess, like quantify all the experience and all of the people that impacted me and things I took from certain leaders and didn't take from other ones throughout my time there, because I was always filling billets in the Marine Corps that were, higher than what I was supposed to do, because people saw those leadership qualities in me and wanted to see and wanted to learn if I was going to be, a 20-year career Marine that was going to be able to be, a top leader, high-ranking Marine, throughout his whole career. So people saw that in me early on, and I didn't really think anything of it, I guess. And then, when it was getting towards the latter part of my term of enlistment, and I decided I wasn't going to stay in, I kind of really started to see that and say, oh wow, these people really thought like this highly of me. And now that I'm actually getting out, like people were genuinely upset that I was getting out of the Marine Corps to pursue college and other things.
And that's a sincere
just because
compliment.
they saw that skill. Yeah, it was. I mean, and I didn't realize it when I was a kid. I joined when I was 17. I was in from 18 to 22. So I didn't really see it at the time, but towards that later portion when I decided I was getting out, like, I kind of realized I had some of those skills, and I was really good at enabling people to be better and pushing people to be better. So, yeah.
And that's kind of like one of the things where you're like, you don't really know you have a skill until you're like, oh, I guess I have this skill now. I guess I'm good at this now. Maybe it's not something that you consciously were practicing when you're in the military, but you walk away.
Dude, when I was in the Marine Corps, I was like, hey, we get done with work, I'm gonna go freaking pound some tequila shots and party with my buddies, play some beer pong, and call it a day. Go down to Myrtle Beach.
That's leadership training. I've got a bunch of people in my chat. They're like, okay, well, sweet. So that's exactly how to be a great leader.
Like that's what it was though. But the fact, like, I guess the thing was, as it progressed and as I ended up, getting higher, a little bit higher in rank, and responsibilities progressed, like the leadership became like it just naturally became something like we ended up having, like, one of my jobs was like picking up like the new Marines for our unit from the airport and like getting them checked in and making sure they're taken care of, and just like you're their first impression of what it's like to be at that unit and what's expected. And you're driving them back and you're like, hey, listen, like, you should be doing this, you shouldn't be doing this. And I was really realistic with the people. I'm like, dude, I get it, you're like 18, you just got out of boot camp, like you're gonna want to go party and stuff and do all these things. Like I was the same way, but you have, like, if you're gonna do it, like don't be an idiot. Like you kind of, it's one of those situations, like you kind of have to lead from the front, and like you know what people are gonna do regardless of if you want them to do it or not. So sometimes it's about, like I said, just lead from the front, be objective about it, talk to them about the problems, in all honesty, and fix the problems before they even start. So, that was kind of one of the things that with all the stuff I did in the Marine Corps, I did some cool shit, I did some crazy shit, but it's funny that, like, being the person who picked people up from the airport and like got them like checked in and schooled up on like what it was like to work for that unit, like that's one of the things I was most proud of, because that meant that people actually thought I was, that good of a person
Yeah.
and that good of an example.
Yeah.
And I probably wasn't, to be honest, but
Better than you think, though. Like that
yeah.
first impression, man. That's so. It's some. Like that's it. Like that's where their journey begins, right then and there. And obviously, they're gonna be somebody who's gonna be responsible that first impression. And maybe it's not like you're gonna sit down and have a heart-to-heart talk with them. But I think that's kind of a good metaphor for like the coaching career in general. Like a lot of times, you as a coach and as a leader, sometimes you're just doing the everyday things, but you just do them really well. Or you set a good example of even just the little things.
Yeah.
That's crazy. So like, I guess you pull all of that stuff away from it, all the little things, maybe that you don't even realize that you're improving yourself as a leader. And then first off, like what got you into Overwatch? And then at what point did you realize that, hey, I should coach this, or hey, I'm pretty good at coaching this? Like, what was that transition like for you?
Yeah, so I didn't play video games. I didn't even know what esports was until maybe like 2014, 2015. And I was like just about to get out of the Marine Corps, and my buddy got me onto League of Legends, and I was like, oh, this is pretty cool, a fun game to play. And when I got out of the Marine Corps in March of 2014, I ended up like not realizing like how far in the bucket I was with like I was drinking and partying every day when I was in the Marines. I thought that was normal, and then I realized when I got out that like there was actually about a bunch of like underlying stuff that was going on, and I was like, okay, you know what, I'm gonna cut out drinking. Like I don't want to do that, and I stopped drinking, and then I realized I was getting like really bad night terrors, and it was a really tough life. I was never able to sleep. And I didn't really want to talk to anybody because I thought I was like too tough and all this stuff, and ended up like I was suffering from like really bad PTSD, and that's the only reason, in all reality, that's the only reason why I ever found Overwatch, because at that time I guess it was like I said, 2014. I started going to Penn State. I was like really struggling with doing anything. I was like failing classes, this, that, everything else. And I ended up getting into the alpha for Overwatch, and I was like, man, this game's fucking sick. Like, this is a lot of fun. And I was playing on my laptop from when I went to the main campus. I think it was like probably early 2016 or whenever. I don't remember when the game came out or anything like that, the exact timeline. But when it was in alpha, I was at the Penn State main campus, and I was like playing from like a laptop with that like literally burnt a hole in my dresser because I was just like on the laptop 24/7 playing. I started like at that time like skipping classes, and like I couldn't sleep at night, and it was just a miserable time. But the only thing I had was Overwatch. So I was playing it, and I was like, oh well, maybe I could like be really good at the game, and then see like alpha, beta, I was really good. Played for a lot of teams, and then season 1 came out, and I was like, I don't remember, like high 60s, low 70s in rank. I'm like, oh, I'm not bad. And then I just like started playing as people, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna be a pro. And I was like, well, what can I do? Because this to me is the only thing I find enjoyable in life right now. So I decided to start reaching out to teams to see if I could coach any teams. And I ended up finding this team that was called Winston Ult IRL. And it was like a bunch of players that played for Envision later. And then Arrow was one of my players. Tickety was one of my players.
That's funny.
Coffee from Envision was one of my players. And I ended up just spending all my time just trying to learn and understand the game. And I mean, I said it in a bunch of other interviews and stuff like that, but it's kind of crazy that with the way that my life was and what was going on, I mean, I was like really fucked up in the head. And I mean, Overwatch was, I mean, it was great. Like, I mean, it literally saved me. So, I have a lot of love for the game, regardless of if I'm working in it or if I'm not or anything like that. It's just one of those things. Again, it's I mean, not like a quantifiable thing. It's kind of crazy. So
right. Well, I mean, regardless, like giving you that structure, something to work at. And then I guess you talked briefly about your path as a coach through different teams. Are there any like highlights or interesting things that you learned along the way on your path to the LA Valiant? Because a lot of teams knew you from Angry Titans. Anyone that followed the EU scene, that was back when, or I guess in their heyday, when they were considered a top contender. But then kind of like, what did you learn, I guess, along that path before the Valiant?
Yeah, I mean, it was I would say that, I mean, there's tons and tons of things. I mean,
Right.
no, number one was like connections go further than actual skill. To be honest, I've met so many people, coaches, players, anything like that, that they won't get opportunities they should, even if they're really good, just because they don't have the right connections. And that was something that was kind of sad to learn, because I was one of the people that was like, I'm a grassroots guy. I'm going to grind it up. I'm not going to try to make these connections and like weasel my way in to get an Overwatch League job or this or that. I want it to be on merit. And it took a long time. In my mind, it took me a long time to get that opportunity.
Yeah.
But then once I was able to get that opportunity, I was able to thrive in it.
Mhm.
I guess the other things were, just I was really fortunate to be able to work with so many different, being able to work in NA and EU, I guess, and like different culturally different players, because it gives you a different perspective as to like what qualities you should really be looking for in players and what qualities have like a continued line of success amongst all the players you've coached, or what you're looking for when you're recruiting players. Different attitudes, different perceptions, different skills from the different regions. There were so many things that were kind of taken for granted at the time, that I didn't really think when I was coaching with Angry Titans. I was kind of doing it just to make a couple extra bucks, because I was just like, yeah, why not? Like it'd be kind of nice to coach again, and I can make a little bit of money. And then I started to see all these kind of like the work ethic, and like, when we were structuring practice, it was a lot more effective over there. And like, why was that? And where were my deficits before? And how do I do that? How do I improve on that? And how do I reach these players who are different? I mean, the list goes on and on. It just, it's tough to single out one or two things, but if I had to, I guess it would be those kind of things. So
Sure. So like, I think that's one thing that I feel like I learned a lot with going from region to region is you don't tunnel vision. You have to deal with so many different teams, so many different dynamics, so many different experiences that you learn a lot from, and then ultimately you're making the connections along the way, which helps a lot. You joined LA Valiant. I wouldn't say certainly not out of nowhere, but a lot of people were not familiar with you late 2019 after, Moon's struggles early on in the season. And for like relatively, I think people were like, hey, this guy did some good work. And then obviously you continued to work on that work in 2020. And ultimately, people were very impressed. And like, I think you build a lot of fans, not only of you, but also the organization, and then the players within that organization, which is obviously why this whole fallout over the transfer of power, I guess, is why it was so harsh, is because people had kind of come to really respect and appreciate you. So I guess walk me through, and again, this is a massive question, but what do you think that, like, starting off with Valiant, you walk in, Moon's gone, you're walking into a train wreck, that takes some serious balls. What was your entry day? Like, what were you mentally, like, what were you looking to change, I guess?
Well, I mean, the thing was, I was already working there for a couple months as an assistant. So they brought me in the end of 2018, like November, I think it was, or something like that. They brought me in, and I was supposed to be,
in November?
I was supposed to be, November of 2018, I think it was.
So
I was like, it was like a trial contract initially, and then
this.
Yeah, so I was actually, they brought me in, and they were like, hey, like you understand goats really well, like could you like help the team, this and everything else? But yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So we did that, and I kind of saw the writing on the wall, about a month in, that it was it was really, I don't know, like you could just see like a lot of the patterns, a lot of the other things that were just going on, that like there were just gonna be struggles, and we tried to fix them, and I tried to be an active part of that. And it didn't really work out that well. And then once these kind of decisions with like the Kuki thing and everything started, Kuki Custa thing started coming in, it was like, yeah, it's gonna be tough. And Day one, so I was actually on a flight. I was because at the time I was getting my pilot's licenses and stuff. I was flying to North Atlanta on a night flight, and Mike called me and said, "Hey, listen, just letting you know, we're gonna be firing Moon. Are you interested in picking up the job as the interim head coach? You'd have to come out to LA for a little bit, but then we'd send you back there, and we're basically just gonna look for a new guy." And I said, "Hey, let me think about it for a couple minutes." And then I talked to him, and I just said, "Listen, I want to do it, but you give me like 2 weeks, okay? Like, let me go out there. Let me talk to the guys. Let me do everything. Let me get a structure in place. Give me 2 weeks before you start looking for someone, because I could prove to you that I could do a better job being a remote head coach than anybody you can hire can being in person." And he said, "Okay, like we could do that." So I went out to LA, and actually I think I might have been the first time once this was all announced and stuff. I don't think I was in LA. I think I was still in Georgia at the time. I was getting ready to fly out, and they called me and they said, "Hey, listen, there was like the owner was like talking to the team and HR and all these people, and then I was like my turn to talk to the team and then like address the team, and I just said, listen, guys, like we fucking suck, and like if you trust me and you believe in like what I'm going to tell you and you take it to heart, then we'll find a way to turn this around, but it's going to require a lot of things, and that's everybody showing up every day and giving 100%, and if you're not, it's not tolerated and you're going to be gone. If you're disciplined, if you respect what we're saying, if you're giving that effort, if you're all actively trying to be a part of that environment, and some days are going to be tougher than others, we got a long way to go, but if you do that stuff, then we'll be fine and we'll have a shot at making playoffs." And sure enough, it was a big veteran team, and there was still when you fire the Korean head coach who all the Korean players loved, and then you bring in a Western coach who's pretty unknown, and it becomes a very different environment. And Moon's environment is very holistic. It's very like players are all going to have the answers, and just very, very holistic system. And my system was very, very structured. It was, listen, every day we're going to come in. Myself and the coaching staff we're there early, and we're going to be there, and there's going to be the objectives for the day on the board, what everybody's expected to work on. Everybody's expected to take notes as the practice is going on, and have stuff for review. We had like, it seemed like bad stage anxiety at the time, so we had like really like localized type of practices that were made to simulate match environments and things like that, to try to get the players there with actual stakes on them, like extra reviews or homework for the night or things like that. And then if we won, they'd get like a free, like the MVP would get like a free dinner or this or that or whatever. And we tried to make it an environment that there was so many different stylistic differences that we could always kind of try to ramp up the process of growth and development. And it was kind of like with traditional weightlifting, right? If you're always doing one set of bicep curls, it's great, you may get stronger, but you may not see the size growth you want, because you're not shocking those muscles and being able to to really change that workout routine. We were just kind of on a super high paced, high intensity always bringing different things at you type of structure. And every day we were trying to make it something different. We were trying to have different goals. Throughout the day we would have 2 or 3 scrims a day, and it would be like, hey guys, here's the initial goal of the day. This is what we want to do. This is what we want to improve on. Let's watch a VOD of how we were doing it yesterday and why we're so dog shit at it. And we'd watch it and we'd go, okay, here's what everybody needs to do. And then we'd go into the first scrim. We do that, and we'd focus on those 1, 2, 3 different things, and then we'd go into the the break for lunch, and everybody grab their lunch, come right back in. We do review on that same thing and be like, okay, cool, player-led review. Who's doing it? Let's talk about what we were doing right, what we were doing wrong, how we can make this better. And then we'd scrim again and be like, okay, cool, we improved it a little bit, but now let's make these other changes. And then if we were happy with where that objective was for the day, then we could go on to something else, or maybe we wouldn't do a review at the end of the day, or whatever the case may be. But it was just a lot of work, a lot of effort from everybody, and it worked. I would like to say that, it worked out to an extent. Obviously we were in the hole pretty bad, and we missed the playoffs by like half a game.
Yeah.
So we had like a hell of a year. I think it was like 11-4, 11-5 going, through the latter portion of the year. But it was or something like that. I don't even remember, to be honest, so long ago. But but it was a really good ending to the year. We had a really good run. We ended up throwing the game against Glads, and if we won that, we would have made playoffs. So
That's tough.
it ended up being, but at that point, it's like you got that far to be able to compete. You basically were in play, like we were basically in our minds in playoffs for 2 stages that we needed to win almost every single game.
Right.
And I was so proud of those players, and probably one of the most proud moments I've ever had with a roster, just because of the level of like trust that they had, and the level of growth all those players had. I mean, even when we brought in Fact, and like he provided such like an instrumental role, and then we brought in Shax, and we're like, hey, listen, we want this guy to develop and everything, and then he came in the next year and did even better.
Mhm.
I mean, it was it was a really good year for the Valiant, and unfortunately, long term, it didn't really work out,
Right.
but
Right.
that's what
Unfortunate.
it is.
So how do you, like, you talked a lot about like how the team had a lot of trust, and I think that's a consistent key to success for really any team looking to find success, whether contenders, tier 3, Overwatch League, or whatever.
Yeah.
Is building that trust, having that player leadership. I noticed that you said that you had player-led reviews at some points. How do you kind of cultivate that?
Every day.
Well, Tom, do you want to talk more about the player-led reviews? Because I'm that's something that I'm a big fan of, but I'm curious to hear what are your takes on that specifically.
So obviously with that team, we had 3 really like outspoken people in I guess I wouldn't be like super outspoken, but like Custa was like a very outspoken person that would never have a problem like talking about reviews. Fact, same thing, like he was always willing to give his opinion. He'd always give his opinion and feedback. And then Indy was just a leader on the team, because he was he was so good, and he wasn't the most outspoken person in the world. But once we started really getting into that environment of we kind of had 3 leaders on the team, with those 3 players, and we were just cycling every day. Whenever it was a different turn for a player review, one day Custa would lead it, and they would be expected just to do my job or Stoop's job at the time, and go, okay, cool, let's talk about this. This is kind of what I'm seeing. Like, Brady, what do you think? Or this guy, Kriv, what do you think? Or whatever. And when you do that, it's funny because a lot of the time it seems a little bit counterintuitive, or like it seems like awkward at first, but it's one of those things that if you get over that initial hump of like 1 or 2 days, maybe a week of like people feeling awkward about it, you end up getting those people who they were shy at first. I mean, Shax was a great one. That he was very, very reserved. He wouldn't really give a lot of opinion or review. And then we did that over a long period of time throughout the whole time he was there, and every day it's like getting challenged to say one more thing at review or this or that or whatever. And last year with Valiant, we didn't have a team that was like super talkative during reviews, and Shax would, a lot of the time, like he'd be one of the people giving the most critical feedback of what's going on in the review. And the change from 1 year prior to that last year, night and day. So just making those players get out of their comfort zone and do it. And like obviously nobody's going to want to do it, and players don't like public speaking, especially in a person, because it's like you have 10 players in there or whatever, and then 3 coaches or 4 coaches, and maybe the GM's in there or this or that, or maybe like somebody like the owner or whoever, CEO, comes in, and it's like you feel really awkward. And public speaking is it's a skill. I mean, it takes a lot of time to be comfortable speaking in front of crowds, regardless of if it's 2 people or 10 or 100. But being able to get them out of their comfort zone with that, they don't realize the effect that it has, not only on themselves as a player and being able to present new ideas and pull new ideas out of each other, but it also has a positive impact on how they perform on stage, because it's competing in front of people is the same thing as public speaking in front of people. You're in a different kind of pressure, but it's the same kind of environment where to see growth, to see success in those events, you can't be a good public speaker and be nervous in front of everyone. Everybody's going to know, they're going to see you fidgeting, they're going to hear the way you talk and your dialect and your how you pause and the amount of time you say and like in sentences, things like that.
Yes.
It's the same way as playing the game.
And if nothing else, they get the opportunity to like practice something that they don't really want to do or perform under pressure. So even if the performance is slightly different, they're still, hey, I know what this feels like performing under pressure. I've already beaten, public speaking. I can beat this too.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, one of our goals, one of my goals personally as a coach from day one, I always said it's about the person becoming a better person first and then becoming a better player after that. And being able to have these skills that quantify over a real life and they could take with them. Because like I said, at the end of the day, a lot of these players coming in, especially in Overwatch League, 18-year-old kid just gets signed. And you have a whole team of, 18 to 22, 23-year-old kids that have been playing video games their entire life, and that's all they know. And then they get out and maybe they can't make a career as a streamer. They can't make a career as a professional gamer. And they need to have those qualities. They need to have those life skills to be able to succeed. And public speaking is a skill that'll take you a long, long way. So things like that, nobody really sees that in a moment, but obviously people probably hated me at the time for making them talk in front of each other. But the overarching thing is, we always tell the players, no matter what we do, there's a purpose to it, and it doesn't matter if you like it or not, or this or that or whatever, but just trust us, there's a purpose to it. You may not see it now, you may think about it 10 years down the road, but everything we're doing, everything that I do as a person with my teams is to make them better in life, to make them a better person.
So like long-term focused as well. Like as you're improving your execution and your confidence in your players, they're also building skills for the future.
Of course, yeah.
Do you think trust was also built through those player-led reviews and kind of players taking responsibility?
Oh yeah, 100%. Because the more information these players get, and the more they could get out of someone, it's a night and day difference in the quality of what happens. One player, if Agilities was always a really quiet player on our team, and if Brady ended up coming up with something, or Shax, or any of the guys who were really quiet in season 2 ended up coming up with something that was really good, or we could try out, or this or that, or whatever the case may be, and then it worked, it was just like, man, like, this is like, Brady, you need to talk more, man. And then like it builds his confidence up, and it builds the team's confidence up, and it just it keeps it's an exponential growth curve when stuff like that happens. And it's always good to see that. Not saying there weren't problems, and every time we coach any team it's sunshine and rainbows, but stuff like that is always it's always nice to see. So
makes sense. Well, that's great. And I like the trust, the leadership. So one, I'm like, this is a really selfish question, because this is something, an opinion that I have, or a theory I've been working on, is that I think one of the most, if not the most important thing in successful teams, I guess if we could boil it down, is player leadership. Not just outside of scrims, but also inside of scrims and officials, like players stepping up, calling, taking leadership, either through like emotional or encouragement, similarly to like a mini coach, but also just like coming down to like, hey guys, what are we doing? Like, what's the game plan? Like, what is the strategy here? And I noticed even sometimes teams that have smart coaches don't play very well, because the players might know a lot, but they're not really used to like stepping up and actually applying and executing that. And sometimes you'll see teams that aren't particularly, they don't even have a coach, but they just troll, and they just like all in, and they just like step up, and they just like goof around, but they're all on the same page, right? What are your kind of experiences with, I guess, leadership in game, out of game with players? Is that something that you look to foster, or was that like, I guess, just like how does that result, and what are your thoughts on that whole concept?
Yeah, I think for us, a big thing we always talk about is just that the talent of the players is going to come before any other quality. At least now, whether teams are too good, players are too good. Leadership is something you could. I don't want to say you can teach. You can find people. Odds are, if you find a team of 5-6 people, you'll find someone who has the innate ability to be a leader, even if they don't want to, and you're able to pull those things out. Prime example is with our Valorant team. We ended up, signing all our players. We're like, listen, we are just looking for the most talented roster we could get, because that's what we want. Baseline is talent, and then we'll try to build those other skills along the way.
Right.
You can look at the different growth curves of the different players. JC Stanny has been with the team for almost a year now. You know, he was benched at one point. You know, he, you know, this, that, everything else. It was some tough months, some good months. Everything, you know, was really oscillating between high and low, high and low. And over that time period of the last year, especially in this last couple months, we saw a lot of growth in terms of those leadership qualities. And we were always pushing him. We were always really tough on him because we saw those skills. We know that he could be that. And we initially brought him in, never had any shot calling experience, and we're just like, hey, you're gonna be the shot caller. That's it, dude. You don't. That's it. Cool. You're a shot caller. Like you that's your job. Like whatever. And even though it wasn't something he wanted to do, it was something that he had embraced and you get comfortable with. And you know, as time went on, he got better at it, and then we ended up getting someone else to do it. But it made him grow really well, and then he didn't have to do it, and then he was able to, you know, grow and develop in different ways. And now, like I said, I mean, he's instrumental in how our team works, and just, I mean, an outstanding force for good on our team. And then another example is a player like Nature, who we just signed. We signed him in January, and a couple days after he got here, the initial conversation, we were going to have him play one role and Shada play a different role. And he came in and said, hey, listen, I should play the other role because he's a better player than me. And I don't want to be selfish. Like, if we want to win, this is what we need to do. And you see that kind of quality, you have the kind of conversation that was led by him. And that was something that was like a decision that we were already going to make, and we didn't tell anybody. And he came to us and was like, hey, listen, like, this is what we need to do. And we're like, oh, cool, you have these qualities too. Like, let's start fostering that and building that, and turn you into a leader. And now, I mean, he's a great leader for our team. 2 months in, he does a great job at shot calling. He puts in so much effort. He's always messaging, you know, myself or Gumba or whoever to, you know, do more. He wants to do more. He wants to learn more. He wants to be better. He wants the team to be better. And so, in one sense, finding talent is like the most important thing, and then you can foster those aspirations, or turn someone into a leader if you want to, or if they have those abilities.
Right.
But I guess to bring it back to, you know, the Overwatch team season 2, we already had players, like I said, like, you know, Fact was a really good leader. Costa was a really good leader. We used to have, every time I went out to LA, because I try to go out like once a month or something like that for a week or two.
Yep.
We would have, the first night I was out there, we'd have like our quote unquote like leadership dinner, and it would be like, you know, myself and then Stoop and then the two, you know, Fact and Custa, and we just sit down and we talk about what all the problems were, what we expected from them, and they always knew what we needed to do. And there were times during matches that things weren't going right or whatever the case may be, and then we have to like talk to like Custa on the side or somebody and be like, hey, listen, really need you to watch for this because X player is, you know, nervous or this or that or whatever, and like just try to build them up. Right. And then, you know, and then they could carry that out, and that's something that is not too bad, not too hard to do. But that in that same respect requires a lot of trust from those players who are kind of like in that like leadership council type of the team. And if you have really good leaders like they were, it makes it really easy because things kind of police themselves a little bit, and it just continues that very structured style of leadership all the way down, you know, throughout the team, because now it's not like, hey, there's, you know, 2 coaches that are on like the same level, and then like all 6 players, none of them's really a leader, and then like nobody's holding each other accountable as the players. Being able to have players that hold each other accountable, and especially when you have that kind of leadership-esque or leadership figure in the player side of the team, it really helps. And then I'll tell you a nice little fun fact to add on to that is, when you have leaders in the team like that always, you know, they're always working with the coaches and this, that, everything else, and then you need to kind of, you know, make a statement for the team, or find a way to really get them to drive themselves to be better. You know, you have one of those tough conversations in front of the team, you know, that you're a little bit angry about, or maybe it's artificial anger or whatever the case may be. You know, and you kind of yell at that leader of the team a little bit, and then people are like, oh shit, like this guy, like, wow, like, you know, he's getting yelled at for this. Like, all right, well, you know, we got to try harder. And then you find creative ways. Yeah, exactly. You find creative ways to utilize every aspect of growth you can. And I've learned that over the past couple years, and I'm still learning things that I could do or whatever the case is. I tell my players, yeah, it's funny. At the end of the year, we sit down and we talk. Sometimes it's halfway through the year, and I could get angry, and I could get really angry, and people don't like when I'm really angry. But a lot of the time, I'm not angry at all. It's just something that you have to turn on, and you have to be angry, and you walk out of the room, and I'll talk to one of the coaches, and it's kind of a little chuckle, and be like, "Man, I was like really angry, right? That was really convincing." And they're like, "Yeah, like that was good, man. Like that was good." But it's one of those things. Like I said, you have to have to be a complete coach. You need to be able to have every skill set, from being able to be compassionate and be understanding with the players and
Mhm.
talk to them on an individual level, to being able to be able to yell and scream and really push different players in different ways, because every player is not created equally. They're all different. They've all come from different backgrounds and different atmospheres and environments. And if you find ways to push everybody differently, you find ways to reach people differently, then you'll find ways to be successful.
Something I've heard is that you hold everybody to the same standard, but you treat them differently, or you get them there differently.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I guess there are a few cases where you actually can't hold everybody to the same standard because of personal reasons or mental
Right.
health or this or that or whatever. Especially
Mhm.
with us, because we're very intense in what we do.
Mhm.
But in those circumstances, it's really good, really important to have people. For myself, it was really good to have a person like Unter around last year, because with how difficult everything was in terms of everybody's mental and the environment and things like that, just with COVID, being able to have someone who's very lighthearted and like made the days fun to be there, it really taught me a lot last year, and I learned a lot last year from uh being able to be like, hey, listen, maybe less is more. Like, let's practice less. Let's try to make things bearable. Like, nobody wants to be here because we're stuck inside for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We come in and we get yelled at and this and that. Let's try to make it fun. Let's try to do fun things. Let's play different comps. Let's do this. Let's do that. And a lot of the times, like, there'd still be stress and people would still be mad, and we'd kind of get into it or this or that or whatever, but it was definitely a lot more bearable. And being
Yeah.
able to kind of see that and understand, I was still growing and learning last year, and it's really important to be
Right.
self-critical about those things, and be thankful when you end up finding people that make you better, like Hunter did with me
Sure,
last year.
sure. And that interests me, kind of what you're talking about there as well. Like sometimes less is more, being efficient. Because you were very famous for saying that with hero bands while they were there, you felt your team focused on the right stuff, so you guys were never as affected. You guys were more efficient with your work.
Yeah.
A lot of coaches were like bemoaning, oh, it takes weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks, and we can never figure it out. And you were like, come on, guys, like, we don't have, it takes us like nothing. We don't even care if we get the perfect comp. We're just better at all the fundamentals and stuff. So like,
Yeah.
what was how did you guys handle that? Like, was it very
Yeah.
much a strong fundamental understanding of Overwatch, a good like planning stage?
That was the goal. The goal was we broke. I mean, I don't think I ever talked about this before, but we broke everything down into like archetypes. So, we had, we figured if we could teach the game in a level of, it's just archetypes at the beginning of the year, and it's like, if we're playing a spam comp, all spam comps function 80% the same way.
Mhm.
All dive comps function. The fundamentals of the dive comp will all be the same. The fundamentals of a hybrid comp, Widow Tracer, Ash Tracer, something like that, they will always be the same. Fundamentals of a brawl comp always will be the same. So if we
Right.
could break things down in the game and just remove the names of the heroes and say, all right, cool, we're running X comp, and this plays like a spam comp.
Mhm.
Everybody should know what their role is in that comp. Everybody should understand how that should function, and everybody should just be able to provide their role. And then you requires a lot less feedback, and just more direct feedback in terms of how individual people are doing things or what they need to change or whatever the case may be.
Mhm.
But that was something we focused on like a lot early in the year when we were in the off season. They announced the hero bands and what it was going to be. I think it might have been Reprise or Stoop. One of them was the ones who, like, we were like kind of all floating ideas as to like what we should do to optimize practice. And
Yeah.
my coaching staffs they're always people that we could just sit there for 8, 10, 12 hours a day. If it's an off day, we're usually just sitting on the computer for 12 to 14 hours, just talking about what we can do better, what we need to do, what we need to change, things like that. So how we could optimize things like that. So, one of them like brought it up, and I was like, oh, let me see, let's try to work with this idea. And then we really collaborated, and we figured out a way to make it successful. And for us, it was like, all right, cool. Like, if you want to put hero bans in the game, like you ban X heroes, that pushes the comp into one of two styles. We see what the teams play, and then we go for it. And if we think we could play a comp that is the best for us, like we ended up doing a lot with like the Ash Tracer, because we realized nobody could compete with our DPS players. Then, hey, listen, if you guys want to be stressing out and practicing for 6-8 hours a day in scrims and trying to figure out the most optimal comp and playing the comp the perfect way, well, we're just gonna focus on having good fundamentals, understand the game at a high level, and then if we need to make swaps, understand that at a high level, and then that should be good. And I think it worked out well for us. So
you're saying at the pro level, you just focused on fundamentals, basics, and you didn't sweat the tiny details at the correct?
Yeah. I mean, realistically, I mean, there were some cases that we really needed to focus on little things, and players had one-on-ones and player development and things like that, but we didn't even do a lot of review last year, to be honest. We were very much, we would scrim. We usually would do like a little bit of review in the morning. We'd scrim. We may do like a review in between the blocks. We may give people a break, depending on how people were like, emotionally feeling towards the end of the year. And then maybe we'd do one at the end of the day. And then if we had matches coming up, we'd do like a longer review or anything like that. But we weren't doing anything near what we were doing in season 2 or at the beginning of season 3. Like beginning of season 3, we're like 6 hours of practice, like 3+ hours of review. When they announced the hero bans and we went to that style, we said, listen, if all these teams are, because I guess the way, if you think about it, is if all of these teams are ended up like they're competing to try to find what the most optimal comp is and how that's played, and you find a comp that works in that meta and you have success against good teams with early, and all year you've been preaching to have great fundamentals, then you end up coming into a situation of they're going to be struggling to, if they're trying to add the strategy portion on top of their already shaky fundamentals from trying to figure out a comp for 4 days in a 5-day week before a match, then they're trying to add the strategy on top of that. It's that less is more. Everything was more focused. It was just about being good team players, communicating well, playing with each other's abilities well, and just the important things. I mean, every week it'd probably be 2 to 3 different key points with comps that they may be played differently or may need to do things differently. But I mean, majority of the time it's just holding people accountable and making sure that we were always practicing perfect fundamentals.
Makes sense.
If we did that, then we'd find success. And I mean, we had a pretty good year last year for being a team that everybody ranked like 19th or 20th.
True. And I think like what you said is really important about the fundamentals and all that stuff. And you've got teams that are, hey, we figured out the comp that's quote unquote optimal 2 days before our official. Like we're going to be dog at it in 48 hours. There's no way we're going to execute on this properly. And meanwhile, once we get there, we're still going to be thinking about like a ton of tiny little micro details that we obsessed over and like with the proper way to rotate with this composition, instead of just, hey, like you said, we're playing an archetype of spam, brawl, dive. These are the fundamentals. We'll sort out the details in a one-on-one review, and we'll figure it out as we go. And we don't really care. Like, it might not be the optimal comp for this week, but nobody's going to be playing the optimal comp optimally anyway. So it doesn't really matter. It's more important to focus on the big picture stuff.
Yeah, and I mean, especially when we got like later in the year, we got like really fortunate that it was like Tracer just never got banned, because we're like, dude, we're always like, if a hit scan gets banned, like, yeah, it kind of sucks, but like, all right, well, KSP can play Widow, he can play Ash, he can play McCree, he can play whatever. I mean, he's gonna shoot people in the head and they're gonna die. Right. But we didn't really have like an insane Genji player last year. We really didn't have an Echo player. I mean, I think we played KSP on Echo last year against Boston because we were like, well, shit, like we need somebody to play it. Like, but we were very fortunate. I think we got a lot of wins because the hero bands lined up with us really well, and we were able to enable those DPS players. Like when everybody makes the jokes that it was like no KSP, no win. There were a couple weeks there that we were like legitimately like no KSP, no win. Like he was on such a fucking different level last year that like we're sitting in a match and it's like, Kai may kill 6 or we may lose the game. Like, all right, let's see what happens.
Yep.
Because like there were some days that, like, some weeks even, especially with COVID, that I mean, we just had like such shitty practice, and it felt like everybody like just hated each other and didn't want to be there. And then KSP would come up and you just step up in the match and kill everybody, and everybody be happy again. It was like, all right, man, like
That's a way to win. Holy
it's
smokes.
it's one of those things. I guess the winning changes all, but KSP is he was a big portion of that last year.
Well,
So
that's good. That's good. Do you have like, because we talked like the hammering the fundamentals and hero bands, but then going back to 2019, you've got goals for different scrims and different things there. Like, what is your strategy for keeping track of all that? Because you've got your one-on-ones, you've got individual team scrim goals. Is that something that you even try to track, or is it just more of a flowing, this is what we're doing today, we're going to do this next week, we're going to do this tomorrow, we're just going to see how things go?
There's a lot of it is really based off of what we see in that day, with what we think we need to improve upon or whatever the case may be. It was easier when there wasn't hero bands, because we're able to just say, okay, cool. Like, for a long time, it's just going to be goats, and, we could focus on doing X, Y, and Z, and, all these kind of things. And like, I already had a system designed to teach goats from when I taught Angry Titans how I thought it should be played, and it worked really well. So we kind of were able to just do that in season 2 and implement that from there, and just expand upon it. In season 3, it was a lot different, just because initially it was like you could play anything, and then they started with the hero bands and all this kind of stuff. With me, I'm very much an enabler for, as a head coach. That's something I think I'm very good at, and I take a lot of pride in, is putting people in their best roles in the staff and making sure that the people who are in the staff I trust enough to do their work and to be committed to what we want to do in the overall vision. So a lot of the times, we would have like our one-on-one tracker, and we'd have the coaches would have to just talk with what the player they were talking to, or what group of players. That's a big thing we did, was like position reviews instead of one-on-ones, because again, if you're watching Shax's POV and you have 4 DPS players in there, all of which play Tracer, maybe they're going to see something, maybe they're going to ask a different question, all these kind of things. So we ended up kind of shifting over towards that, more of the position player stuff, or position groups rather than individual reviews. But it would be like, hey, listen, what players did you talk to? Like, what did you focus on? Things like that. We had a spreadsheet for that. We had documents that the coaches would have to fill out in season 2 and then early in season 3, and that kind of went away when COVID started coming up, and ended up just being like 2 coaches anyway, so it didn't really matter. But I'm a very big. I really think in Overwatch, I'm an Overwatch League, and I hope Overwatch League gets to a point that it's successful enough again to, not pay players dog and then actually have a full coaching staff, because I think this game functions so much like a traditional sport that you need, if you want to see and you want to be the best team, you need that like depth in your coaching staff, and you need a lot of good coaches. And in season 2, it was, when Moon got fired, it was myself, Dongsu, and Stoop. And then Dongsu kind of checked out because, he was really good friends with Moon, and Moon brought him in, and he was a really big role model to him. And, Dongsu didn't really respect me because I was a nobody and he didn't know who I was. And Dongsu and I are still great friends, but it just didn't end up working in a professional environment. But he ended up leaving, and it was just myself and Stoop for a little bit. And then we ended up bringing in, like, all the time, it was just both of us, like, busting our ass every day after practice, 6-8 hours after practice, figuring out what we were doing. And then eventually we got to the place where we had Promise, Reprise, and Stoop. And that was a lot easier for me because I was able to just, actually put my vision in place and say, hey, listen, guys, like, I trust you guys. Here's what I want you to do. Here's what I want you to do. Here's what I want you to do. This is what I need from you guys to make sure that I know what you're doing, and we're like, I'm going to be bouncing around between your different one-on-ones or whatever. But I need you guys to track it in this way. And then, we had documents for if players were not performing well, or if they were needed to be disciplined, or this or that or whatever. There was a lot of different stuff that we did to keep things tracked. Because at the end of the day, structure is only as good as the people who are behind it and the people who are running it. So you could put an awesome structure in place, but then you could fail miserably very quickly because you don't give yourself the right checks and balances, and you don't give yourself the right assets and tools to make sure that you know what you're doing and you can keep up with it, and you can keep track of not only individual player growth, but as for my job as a head coach, I need to make sure my coaches are also growing and developing, and they're always being challenged, and they're always having those conversations, and they're being able to have the one-on-one conversations with me about what they're doing right, what they're doing wrong, how they can develop things like that. And I think that's something that really stood apart from, our organization to other organizations, because a lot of the times it's either, you know, I hear like the head coach of their team really doesn't do anything, or like one out of like the 4 or 5 coaches on the team is doing everything. Everybody else is just kind of slacking off. That's never what we do. We always made sure that everybody was being accountable. Everybody was being held accountable. We had systems in place and checks like for everything. So
a consistent theme I'm hearing from you is that like you establish a base structure, and then you let the details figured out by the people actually or operating in that role. There's accountability for actually doing it, but you don't, you let your strat coach do his strat coach. You let your one-on-one coach do the one-on-one stuff. But obviously you have to find people there that you can trust to actually really apply themselves there and not just coast.
I find myself, like I said, I think I like to think of myself as a good head coach. And I like to think that, I'm able to establish a vision and see how I want that vision to be put in place and get the right people in there. I've never been, I guess in GOATs, I was, strategically very strong.
You're from Europe, of course.
Yeah. And then, but like the thing is, I need to be very self-aware, right? And I would be doing my team a disservice if I wasn't being realistic with what my strengths and weaknesses are. And a person like Gunba or a person like Stoop, when we talk about the game, like we may all have different ideas, we all may have good ideas, but people like Gunba, people like Unter, they have these ideas that they're just better.
Gunba's a wizard.
He is. I mean, he actually just shaved his head and his beard, so he's not really a wizard anymore. But he is the most intelligent person I've ever met in my entire life. So why would I be selfish and say, no. What you're saying, I hear you, but we're going to do things my way on this, when I could just trust this man to do his job, the thing that he's paid to do, and say, hey, listen, I think we could alter it a little bit this way. Could we change things a little bit like this? Like, I don't really understand what's going on here. Let me challenge this idea and see if we can make it even better. Things like that. Like that's my like I said, my job is, your job as a head coach is to enable everyone that you have in professional sports, baseball, football, basketball, especially football. The head coach, they do not, 99 out of 100 times, that head coach will not design the offensive or defensive or special teams game plan for the game they're playing, because they're too busy dealing with other bullshit and making sure that the overarching vision of that team is coming together, and making sure that the roster is where it needs to be, things like that. It's the same way in games like Overwatch that have 8-10 players on a team, multiple coaches. You need to get your scouting in, your strategy, and your one-on-ones and player development in. You need to make sure that all of those, they're all ticking the right box and making sure that they're in the right place and people are doing their job. It requires a lot of time and a lot of effort, and being able to have people that you trust in those roles, just makes it that much easier.
Yeah. Do you think that kind of mentality to structure also kind of bleeds over into in-game communication? Because I know some coaches that will literally write a thesis on exactly how between fight and mid-fight comms should go, target focus, ult tracking, planning, and this and that. And then I see some teams that legitimately they just they whatever, if it happens. Like, what are your how does this structure apply to that?
Yeah, I think there was an old saying in the Marine Corps. It was simple as smooth, smooth as sexy, and
that's straight from Bruce Lee.
The first time I ever heard that was in the Marine Corps, so I guess that's where I figured it came from. But it's funny because it was actually in Marine Corps martial arts program that they were talking about that, so it makes sense now. But we want things to be as simple and least amount of thinking as possible in the game, because if you're focusing on your mechanics, you're not focusing on thinking. It makes things easier. We have our general list of call outs that it'll be freaking break down the map, be like, all right, cool, like it used to be, I think McGravy used to post it the other day that it used to be like everything, like window, this, every little aspect of the map. And now it's just like top clock, lower clock, top this, bottom this, like whatever. Like, we wanted everything to be as simple and as smooth as possible. So we end up like just using keywords for things. Like we have a list of like 10 keywords and everybody needs to know. And when that word is said, they need to have an immediate response. And for example, if something as stupid as turn, if you're in our system and someone says turn, you better be fucking turning, because that means that like someone is on the back line on the supports and they need fucking help. And it takes a little bit of time for everything to get really into the place where it needed to be. But there was a lot of stuff like that you could just make these keywords that, and it was something that we've been doing since I've been doing since 2016, 2017. That it just, you make one word mean fucking 10 things, and everybody understands it, especially in these mixed communication rosters of, we really didn't have like a true translator until we got Lucianal. And then Lucianal was like a full-time student and trying to translate, and he like wasn't there for scrims, but he'd be there for reviews. So like being able to have these like these keywords and being able for everybody to understand what they meant made, number one, a quicker response in the brain, which means quicker action in the game. And then number two, it makes things a lot easier when you're just trying to have better team play together. And I think that's one of the things we were very strong with for a majority of the year, was just solid fundamentals and solid team play. And that all stems from a good communication structure. But that structure, I've learned throughout the years, the more intense, the more in-depth that structure and communication is, a lot of times the more difficult it is to execute. And if your players are thinking about if they're doing the right thing and saying the right thing, or they didn't use the proper call out and then someone's pissed because they didn't call it the freaking heaven window instead of top clock or whatever, or like mega or whatever. It just there's so many things that go into it with why things go wrong, and not having a strong communication structure is definitely one of them. And in this game, the game's so fast paced that having that good communication structure and something that's simple but impactful is really important. So
good structure, hammer fundamentals, like still keep everything simple, as like streamlined as you can. You have a lot of like very, very strong belief systems, I guess, when it comes to like how Overwatch should be done and run. And I think a lot of it, and really all of it, does make sense. But my question is that is there any point in time where you had this idea or a concept, or you made this decision and it just turned out terribly? It was just a complete mistake. And that you took away. What did you have any of those, or was it just smooth sailing all the way through?
I think I've never really had anything that I think was just like a fucking disaster. But there's definitely stuff that you learn through the, like you learn along the way. I'm trying to think of anything off the top of my head that like really stands out. But I know there have been countless cases that it's just like you do it once and you're like, well, I'm fucking never doing that again. Like, all right, well, because especially like I said in the system in that 2019, season 2 Valiant, that we, like I said, we're trying to make it like really like high intensity, different shit every single day, it was like we were trying to come up with every night with new ideas, new different practice techniques, different things. And I'm sure I'm sure if you talk to some of the players from that year, they'd be like, dude, we did this thing and it was dumb as fuck. And it was like, I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but I'm sure there's definitely stuff. I remember the one time, which it was something that we continuously did, because it actually was very impactful, was we did like the simulated matches, right? And the first day we were doing them, I was talking to my boss. I'm like, listen, Blizzard Arena is cold as shit. Like, we need to get every fucking air conditioner in the player practice area. We need to make it freezing cold, this, that, everything else. The players coming in their jerseys, they're sitting down, like we have like a warm-up scrim, and then we're getting in there. And then we're like, all right, like let's start blasting the AC. We blast the AC, fucking power goes out in the whole campus. Literally, we put like 5 or 6 air conditioners in there, and it was fucking cold, but there was no fucking power. And then it heats really quickly up in there again, because like, we're in like tin cans in the middle of Southern California. I mean, then we're like, all right, cool. Like, we'll just, maybe just one air conditioner in there is good. Like,
Yeah.
we'll just turn it on high for the
Yeah.
day. It's
Right.
like,
Right.
but I mean, small stuff like that. But
Yeah.
I'm sure there have definitely been things throughout my career that it's just been, massive failures that just like never did again. They probably wiped them out of my mind because I'm
Right.
like, if you
Choose
ever
to-
have that idea, there's probably a fucking big red X over it saying don't do it somewhere in your folder. So
Yeah, you forget that you even did it because it was so bad.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I guess like there's a lot of coaches like right now that kind of I'm sure have had those ideas. Like that was something that I tried as well. We used to call them mock officials. Like go into a match, try and treat it like an official match. There's something on the
Yeah.
line, and I think there's a lot of coaches that have a lot of ideas. But I think the real interesting thing for me when it comes to coaching, at least in Western right now, is that right now the path to pro for Western coaches doesn't look super great. Like we've seen. I mean, I'm not that I'm a big name, but I've retired. Zenith has retired. Natter, Ilka, Fragon, Wrath, Temporal. A lot of big names in the Western coaching scene have all basically just said, we've given it our shot, didn't work out, moving on. And a lot of these trials, EU and NA teams, a lot of them don't even have coaches. Don't have coaches at all. What do you think about this is a little bit of a subject shift, I guess, but what do you think about the path to pro for Western coaches right now? Do you think the path is even viable anymore? Because it seems like it's like you're either like being a lot of these mixed rosters, a lot of teams are wanting Korean coaches, and then a lot of guys are just like, well, I can't financially continue to do this. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, it sucks. Like, I mean, that's the only way to really say it. But fact of the matter is, you look at the statistics of the game, and the game is very successful in the Asian market, and it's dog shit in the American market. I mean, you look at the hours viewed, you look at the streams that are getting watched here versus Korean streams or Chinese streams, things like that. It's tough to compete with that, and unless Overwatch League finds a way to get the fans back involved and back to care about it again in the Western scene, then I mean, it's not going to be bright for a lot of coaches. I mean, it's not something that you could sit like when I was in 2017 and go, oh man, I really want to be an Overwatch coach, and I'm going to put my effort into this, and if I do it, I can make a 6-figure contract. It's not like that anymore.
Yeah.
Like I know head coaches that are like getting paid what I got paid as an assistant. Because that's just where the game's at. And I know John Spector, and I know he's doing his best to try to make the league successful.
Yep.
But I mean, that's what it comes down to. Like, does it suck? Last year was really supposed to be like the telling year for Overwatch League, right?
Yep.
I mean, we looked at we had a travel schedule that went from Dallas to LA to China to here to there to everywhere in the world, and we were supposed to play all around the world and supposed to play all these live events, and that's what Overwatch League was banking on. And now they just come out with that announcement that it's like, hey, listen, it's like all going to be online now. So I don't know if that's kind of them waving the flag of defeat and the game is just going to continue and then fizzle out and then die, or maybe there's a rebirth when Overwatch 2 comes out.
Maybe, yeah.
But I would say to people who are aspiring coaches that, especially in esports, good coaching translates over any game, and it may not seem that way, or there may be different boundaries to go into different games or whatever the case may be. But regardless of what game I coached, if it was Overwatch, if it's Valorant, if it was League of Legends, I know that I have a skill set to be a top coach at whatever game I coach, and I think it's hard to realize that as someone who is aspiring to do it, because like you said, it's like you spend your time doing it and like you kind of never get to that level and you never get paid and all these things, and it's like, I don't know if I could financially support it or do this or whatever the case is. There's so many different boundaries for different people, but if you think you have those abilities and you really think you have that skill, and you want to be involved in esports, Overwatch isn't the only game, and it's by far not the most successful game right now. So, I would say use those good coaching fundamentals, learn learn other games, learn other skills, and then bring those skills to the table for organizations. I mean,
Sure.
you look at what T1 is doing with their Valorant roster. They signed like a sports psychologist as their head coach, and then they just signed they signed Spider, and they signed Ans, like another Korean player, to their team. Our team just imported over 2 Overwatch coaches and said, hey, listen, like, we know they're good coaches, like, they'll be fine. Some teams don't have coaches in Valorant. Some teams have Counter-Strike coaches. The same can be said for different games. It's
Sure.
If you want to be successful and you love a game, then put that effort in. But personally, right now, if it were my decision, as someone who was going up through the coaching ranks, Overwatch League would not be my goal, because there's not enough money in it. The hours are very long. There's not enough money in it. The season sucks. Like, it's tough, and what's going to happen in the next even short term, next 1 to 5 years.
Right.
Game may still be here. Overwatch 2 may revitalize it, or it may be dead. Who knows?
Yeah.
It'll definitely be here in the Asian market, that's for sure. But in the North American market, it is not good. And as a Western coach, your opportunity is just going to keep diminishing and diminishing. Right. And you find people, even like Arrow, who got done with the Dallas Fuel, he got fired from there, and then, like, I feel like a year ago, he would have instantly found another job. Not only just because of his brand, but he would have had those opportunities to talk to people and say, hey, listen, this is where I went wrong here. This is what I'm going to do better. And, like, this is I'm going to be a good coach here. I feel like he would have that opportunity. And, like, now it's like, I mean, sometimes if you have a bigger brand, or if you were a good coach, you don't even get those opportunities because people don't want to pay you. Right.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
So it's just tough. It's tough environment all around right now. The market's really shit, and I hope it gets better, because like I said, I love the game, but I don't really want to wake up at 3-4 o'clock in the morning every day to watch the APAC Overwatch League. I would like to be able to watch some Overwatch League with the North American or Overwatch League with some Western talent, some Korean talent, some people from all over the place. I want it to be like a melting pot of talent in NA, but it doesn't seem like that's the way it's going. And the more and more it continues to be successful in the Asian markets and not successful in North America, the more North American orgs, or Western orgs, I should say, are going to continue to back out and try to sell their product to the Asian market, which sucks if you're a Western coach. So
for sure, you've got a couple buddies still in coaching. You've got Hunters still coaching, Factfiction still coaching. So forget Overwatch League. There's a lot of other coaches along with those guys. What should coaches in that position, in tier 2, whatever, what should they be looking to work on? Now, this is a really broad question. Everybody has strengths and weaknesses, but is there, like, if we're looking to improve my capability as a coach in that scene, what do you think that like, what skills are going to carry over, whether it's Overwatch League or not?
Yeah, I think obviously your communication with the players, and how you can motivate them to be successful is it's a major task, no matter where you're at. Being able to, I think, regardless of it's if you're strategically strong at Counter-Strike or Overwatch or Valorant or whatever the game is, always be studying the strategic aspect of whatever game you're on, or it's important. Even if you're studying the strategic aspect of Overwatch and you're eventually you're playing a transition to Valorant, it uses a different process in your brain and forces you to think a different way. And being able to continuously challenge yourself is really important. So I think kind of focusing on on those two aspects, and then really focusing on the per your role on your team, like those leadership aspects. Like, how would you structure, if you're an assistant coach, how would you structure this team differently if you were a head coach? Do you think there should be do you think there should be more practice? Do you think you should have more review? Do you think you should be using different styles or different concepts, or be using different players different ways? Going through and doing these thought process, or thought analysis processes, like once a day, maybe every other day if you don't really have a ton of time, but always doing that kind of like a kind of analysis and self-analysis as to what you would do better if you had the opportunity to do it.
So you talk about time.
Mhm.
Like we talked about a lot of work. Like we both know, like we both follow sports a lot of sports coaching, and like the amount of time that's put in by some of the coaches. Not every coach, not even at the top level. Some coaches have more reasonable hours, but we've all heard of the 14-hour days, 7 days a week kind of a coach. And
Mhm.
there's a lot of Overwatch League coaches and even contenders coaches who put in similar hours. Do you think that's sustainable? Like, and here's the reason I ask that, because obviously people do it and have done it for years in other sports. But my one question is because I've noticed that the difference between esports and physical sports is obviously the level of activity, and obviously the health ramifications of being lethargic in that regard for that long of time. Like, how did that impact you, and what is your opinion on that whole effect, I guess?
Yeah. I think in terms of just in general the physical impact of coaching a traditional sport versus coaching an esport. Majority of the time, if you're a manager for a baseball team, if you're a head coach for a football team, you get about the same level of activity that you do if you are an esports coach. What a lot of these guys do, what I do, I mean, what Gumba does, anybody who works a lot of time. I mean, you could have an exercise bike with you. You could have a treadmill. Watch, I mean, I have in my office, I have a TV right here, so I could just put VODs up on there, and just even stand there and watch the VOD if I want, if I don't want to be sitting down. Gumba has his exercise bike right, facing his TV, so he could watch, the VODs if he wants to, or whatever the case may be. I think being creative about it and being like, hey, listen, like if I'm gonna put this effort in to be the best coach that I could be smart about it. And like I said, even now as the going over to like the Valorant scene and things like that, our team practices probably 60% more than any other team in North America, and we do more reviews, and we have longer days, and we do one-on-ones with players, and we do everything. And then when those days are done, Gumba and I will sit down for 3, 4, 5, 6 extra hours. We'll talk about things, try to optimize. Days off are like optimization days that we figure out what we're doing wrong and how we can improve. They look at the statistics of what was going on throughout the week and player deficiencies, things like that. I mean, I have always been a person that's like hard work is the most important thing in the world. When I took over the head coaching job for Valiant, I was the head coach for Valiant. I was going to flight school and flying 5 days a week at 7 o'clock in the morning. I was a brand new father. I was taking 18 credits at university. And I was living in a town that it was, just me, my wife, and my kid. So we had no support structure. And I'd fly out to LA and I would, do all this stuff, and turned around Valiant, graduated with my degree, got my pilot's licenses, all this kind of stuff. And I still had that kind of cerebral work ethic when it came to coaching.
Did you write a symphony?
No, I wish I did. I wish I was good at music.
I was going to be impressed, but almost. I'm not
yeah.
quite. Okay.
I wish I was good with music. I mean, I wish I was a good singer, but you don't want to hear that. So, but yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that I think people in esports, and I mean, I saw a lot of people in the Overwatch League and stuff. They were like, "Oh man, we work so hard and this, and we're like, we can't win, and like it just we have to work 18 hours a day to be relevant." And I sit there and I go, "Okay, well, number one, I know you're not working 18 hours a day because like some of the people who say that stuff, they're very like I don't know what the right word is, but
attention seeking.
I don't even think it's attention seeking. It's just that like they think they do more than they do.
Yeah, sure.
And a lot of the times, like we'll work really hard, but you'll have an hour that you're talking about some bullshit rather than talking about coaching stuff.
Yeah.
That's not work.
Yeah.
Like if you really want to, compact what you're doing, then you'll compact what you're doing and you'll make it like more efficient.
Yeah.
Needless to say, it's really hard to do that, but you look at these professional sports coaches, and those coaches are legitimately coaching 14 to 16 hours a day.
Right.
Between their practice, their meetings, their meetings with the GM, planning their flight itinerary and the bus itinerary for their flights, all these different things. They have so much more to do than the common person. And that's why when I ended up last year taking over GM and head coach responsibilities of both Valiant and Valorant, people were like, oh my God, how does he have the time to do it? Well, both Valiant finished really high in NA, and then our Valorant team never had lower than an 8th place finish in any tournament. So, being a hard worker and understanding how to manage that time and compress that time, that's what's the really important thing. Like, if you're working 12 hours a day and you're getting everything out of that 12 hours a day, that's better than saying you're working 16 hours a day and then, playing WoW for 4 hours, like shooting the shit about the game. But that's what a lot of people do, and a lot of people think that that is work. And I think that's where a lot of that misconception comes. And that's why, like I said, I mean, almost every single interview I've ever done, people are like, how in the world were you able to do XYZ and still be successful? And I'm like, I managed my time. Literally, I would have my time scheduled out to the 5 minutes increments when I was in flight school. I'd literally be like, all right, cool, I'm fucking flying from South Georgia to Panama City and back. I'll be back at this time. There's a time zone change. When I'm there, I'll do this. I'll give this person a call. I'm going to come back. I'll hit this one class, go pick up my kid, do our review. Then I'm going to go back and do this, like go do another class. I mean, if you want to make it work, you'll make it work. If you want to be good at what you do, you'll be good at what you do. But it just requires that kind of cerebral, work ethic and tenacity when you're trying to be good, because some people say they want to be a good coach, but they don't really mean it. And you may say it and you may believe you mean it.
Yep.
But you deep down, that's really not what you want to do. Like me, I'll tell you right now, what I want to do in my life is I want to coach a professional sports team. I don't want to be in esports. I want to coach, a professional baseball team or a basketball team or a football team. Those are the 3 things I've wanted to do that since I was a kid. And I still want to do it. And every day when I show up to work in esports, I make sure that I'm treating it as if I'm pursuing that job. And, one day, maybe down the road, I'll be able to take that risk and, try to do that. But, it's something that I'm very passionate about. And I feel like every single day, if I don't give every single bit of effort I have, it's a missed opportunity. And a lot of people, like I said, they think they mean it and they think they want to do something, but at the end of the day, they won't sacrifice everything for that. And that's the difference.
I think some of it is just like understanding what you want entails, knowing how much work it takes in. So we talked about like a lot of coaches kind of stepping down and moving on. So that we've seen a rise in player-led teams, because a lot of players have moved on as well, but there's always going to be players to fill that gap. Like, it just seems like that's always been the case and always will be. So we've seen a lot of player-led teams, a lot in North America and Europe. So I've got kind of 2 questions in one here. First off, what are your thoughts on player-led teams? And then second off, if you're a player in a player-led team, do you have any advice for like not having that leadership there?
Yeah. I mean, player-led teams can be successful. I mean, it's one of those the conversations of going back to the talent comes before all kind of conversation. Yeah. I mean, I remember in season 2, anytime, dude, we got our ass beat by Atlanta Academy more than any fucking team in Overwatch League. Like, we would do better against Shock than we were doing against Atlanta Academy.
Very much a player-led team too.
Yeah, very, very much player-led team. I mean, like if they were doing with our teams, if we're trolling or doing this or doing that, I mean, there's repercussions. I might get mad or this or that, or what, we might do a review or something. And that team, they're like, yo, let's troll and fucking camp these guys. I remember a game against Atlanta Academy in scrims that they fucking camped us at Dorado doors, and we pushed the cart like 0.03 meters. And it was just like, what feedback do you give people? It's like, well, dude, we just fucking suck, man. Like, I don't know what to tell you. These 14-year-old cracked out gamers just dominated a professional team that was on like a 10-game win streak. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
So the fact of like being a player-led team, I think a lot of the times player-led teams are successful because those players aren't afraid of being confrontational with each other and being like, hey, if things are going great, they're like troll and have fun and, all that stuff. And they like being around each other. But if someone's being dumb, or not doing what they're supposed to be doing, or if they're trying to take things seriously or whatever, or they think someone's playing like dog shit, they're okay to call them out and be like, dude, you're dog shit. Like, why are you such a dog shit player?
Yeah.
I've heard that plenty of times with these teams that are more player led teams, and when teams end up doing that and they come into that, I don't want to say kind of like combative stage, but they have a very very open feedback with each other,
Yeah.
regardless of if it's really negative or really positive or whatever. You can see a lot of growth and you find out unique things. And a lot of those teams that are player led, they end up having the potential to be more creative than teams that are more structured, because they're not afraid to take risks. And if you're ever afraid to take risks, then you're not going to try to do something unique or try something because you're afraid to get yelled at or whatever. And then so on and so forth, go down the chain, and then you don't take that risk. But in those player led teams, they don't care. They're like, dude, all right, hey, listen, I'm gonna go into their backline as Doomfist. See you later. Oh, well, I killed 3. Dude, I did this crazy freaking wall boost over here, and this, that, everything else, and I'm gonna try that again next scrim. Like stuff like that happens, and it is really conducive to growth. But there's also a lot of negatives that come with that as well. But yeah, I mean, I think if you're a player in a player led team, making sure that you guys are always giving feedback, you're doing reviews with each other, like just in general, and just talking about the problems. Those are the big things that you can do. I mean, you're not gonna have someone sitting there and be like, all right guys, we're gonna do a review from this time to this time, we're gonna be everything's gonna be structured out for you, and this, that, everything else. But you can do a little bit of that yourself and be like, yo guys, like after scrims, like let's just review this. Like this went really shitty, like we lost this scrim, why did we lose? Let's go find out.
Sure.
Take 15 minutes and figure it out, and you'll go from there. But yeah, I mean, it was interesting because I think American Tornado, is that the team that won
Yes.
last year? I think that's it was a very player run team, right? And I mean, they just have fucking crazy cracked out gamers, and I mean, they were nuts. Like they were really good. So
so you talked about how like you're a big fan of like talent, scout talent, get talent. Is there anything else that separates an aspiring pro player from, I guess, the rest of the pack besides just simply wanting it more? Is there anything personality wise or attitude wise or anything else that like really separates things for you? Because if you're a tier 2, tier 3 player out there, like what besides just getting good, right, and being cracked out of your mind, is there anything else that you like stands out or stood out to you in the past?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a case by case thing. I think what you think the team needs, but I was a couple years ago, I was always like, we need to find the perfect fits for everything. We need to find the players that's going to be compatible with these guys to be a good leader and do this and do that. But like I said, when we kind of shifted away from that and we had to do the tryouts for season 3 Overwatch League, and we were like, listen, let's just objectively pick the players that we just think have the best talent, and then we just pick those players, and we're like, these are the players that we could get with our budget and this talent, and let's just see what happens. When we did that, and then we're like, okay, cool. Like every team's gonna have problems, regardless of if there's everybody's super nice or super mean or whatever. And when we shifted that focus to like just getting talent, that's kind of when things really I opened my eyes to that it's like you can coach people to be better people to each other, better teammates, but you can't coach people to be better at shooting the other guy in the head. And that's really what we look for. If you have the mechanical ability, I mean, like I said, same thing happened in Valorant. We did open tryouts and we're like, find the best people. We don't even know what the best people look like. We're just like, all right, we have our stats, we have our eyeballs, let's see what the best possible people are. And we just picked players we thought like were just the mechanically best players. Turns out that 2 out of those 5, well, we picked 3 players up then. 2 out of those 3 players are still on our roster right now. Another one we picked up, it was 6 months. He's still here because they had that talent, and they may have had other bumps and bruises along the way, and things they need to work on. They may still have stuff that they need to work on, but realistically, if you can compete and you can perform in matches and you have that mechanical ability, we'll help you with the other stuff, and we'll get you there.
So you got to be pretty confident in your ability to create a structure around that, and like to get players to step up. Of course. So like you're drafting surely on one aspect of the talent, the clicking heads, the mechanics, because you're like, hey, listen, the communication, the leadership, the synergy, I will handle that. We will make that happen. That's very interesting to me. Okay, I don't have a whole lot else, but I did want to finish off with like, how's Valorant treating you? How is that transition going from Overwatch to Valorant? Like, what are the similarities? Like, or just like, fill us in, because like, I think since you step out of the scene, there's just been like this void. Like nobody knows what everybody's favorite NA coach is doing, and so now it's like everyone's just sad and depressed. And so like, what's the deal? Like, how is it treating you?
Yeah, first off, I genuinely do miss Overwatch. And someone asked me the other day, like, if I had the opportunity, would I, go back to Overwatch or whatever the case may be? And I was like, well, maybe if like, the financials in Overwatch got better, because I love Overwatch, but at the end of the day, like I'm also supporting family. So, that's a little bit tough. But if those opportunities ever came, I would actually be, open to the idea of going back to Overwatch. I just don't know if that's long-term in the cards. So, speaking on Valorant, it's kind of been, like a little bit of a dream. It's been being able to do what we did well initially, and make a team that like we're like, hey, listen, we're gonna run open tryouts, and people like made fun of us when we were doing it. And they're like, oh my god, Immortals is doing open tryouts. Like no way that's gonna work. Like they're not importing CS talent, and we like signed a bunch of players who like weren't CS players or like weren't successful CS players. And we're like, listen, this is the vision we have for the game, and like we want to try to go with it. And kudos to Immortals for trusting us, and saying, hey, listen, like we're gonna let you guys do this. But the fact that we learned a lot about ourselves over the past year, going into an environment we were very uncomfortable in initially, that we didn't really have the scope and the assets that we needed to be successful, or at least what many people would say that we needed to be successful. But what we had was, the teamwork that myself and Gumba have with each other, and the ability of being very self-critical and objective about talent scouting, and that we're extremely hardworking, and we thought that we could make it work. And
sure. Can I interrupt real quick? Aren't open trials how you found Lastro and Dreamer as well, or is that?
Yeah, so Lastro, I actually had Lastro on a short list in 2019 as someone like because I wanted to keep Kariv, and if I kept Kariv, I wanted to bring Lastro on as a backup, and like kind of have him mentor him a little bit. But yeah, Dreamer, pretty much that entire team played through open trial. Dreamer, Rain, everybody pretty much played through that trial. So and we had I think we had 1,500 people that we tried out for that one. Yeah. So the Valorant one was a little bit less. It was a couple hundred, but yeah, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, especially this one was like only 2 people doing it, so it was a little bit tougher. But yeah, working in Valorant, it's different because the game's a lot slower, so it's actually a lot more enjoyable to coach, because it's like, all right, you got 2 minutes of gameplay, and then you have like 30 seconds, or you could pause the game and then talk about something, and then there you got 2 minutes of gameplay, and then you could talk about something again. And it makes it a lot more enjoyable, and a lot more slow paced compared to Overwatch, where it's like, you have a map that may last 12 minutes on one side because they go to overtime on every single point, and then you're trying to like write your notes as it's going on and watch the game and do this, and then like you have like 30 seconds to talk, and you're like, all right guys, we're like, we need to improve at X, Y, and Z, and like actually we need to be playing this comp, and McGravy, go back to spawn and pick Sigma because you need to play like this, and all right, Dreamer, you have to play over here, and we're gonna use Winston jump like this, like and then it's like the next thing you know, the round starts. In Valorant, it's not like that. It's a lot more, it's a lot more chill, because the time constraints are just different. If you're like, hey, listen, I got something big I want to talk about, round ends, you're like, yo guys, pause. All right, let's talk about this. You can pull up your map, you could do this, you could pull up a Discord stream, talk for 2-3 minutes. All right, guys, cool. Freaking boom, back to the scrim. Yeah, it's a great game. I'm very pleased to kind of see where the game is going. It looks like it's going to more of an ability based game in general with the heroes they've been releasing. So I think that kind of pushes out a little bit of like the CS old guard that was kind of like gatekeeping a lot of the people in like tier 2 and things like that. But we just wanted to be on the forefront of being the team that said it doesn't matter where you're from, or if you came from Counter-Strike or Overwatch or Fortnite, or JC Stanley came from Krunker. He's our best Krunker player in the world or some shit like that. We don't care where you're from. If you can play the game, we want to make you a Valorant player. And like, it's like now at the point that we've had some of these guys for like 6 months to a year, that it's like, yeah, like these guys are legitimate Valorant players. They're not, Counter-Strike players. Their ideas, you bring in some of these guys who are like MDL CS players or around there, and they, when they started playing the game, they're like, well, why are we not doing this? And like, we don't have like the set execute for the site, and blah 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 blah. And like, this is the way we need to go on the server and figure this out. And we're like, dude, just trust us. Like, it'll make sense over time. And now they're like, dude, look at these guys. These dumbasses are going into the server and doing this and wasting their time because, when we could just do X and counter it. Like, we counter it with one ability. And it's like, being able to see kind of like that progression and growth has been very rewarding and very self-fulfilling. But obviously, we kind of had an early exit here at Masters recently. We came in first in one of the tournaments, second and third, and then we just we kind of shit the bed and came in eighth in this Masters event that we were really much looking forward to. But it was a good learning experience because we do have a lot of two like inexperienced players, and they need some time to grow and develop as well. So it'll be interesting to see where it goes. But I mean, it's been great, and I would recommend, like, if you're a good coach and you want to make a name for yourself in a game that's still relatively new, that the metrics have been really good for and salaries are good for and all these things, like, I mean, Valorant's the way to go. Like, it is definitely something that seems like it is going to be successful for a pretty long time. So
awesome. Well, thank you, first off, so much for your time. I really appreciate that. And I'm sure thank you from all the people who you've inspired and educated, not just the players, but obviously you've been a lot more open than really any coach in the Overwatch League with your ideas and your concepts. And that's helped and inspired a lot of people. So appreciate that. And ultimately, good luck in Valorant, and ultimately good luck in your pursuit of pro sports outside of esports.
Thanks.
Hopefully, like,
maybe one
football?
day, dude.
Football? Is that what?
I mean, if I got to choose, it would be baseball. If I got to
really,
choose.
Why
yeah,
baseball?
I mean, growing up, I always when I was a little kid, I wanted to be a Major League Baseball player. That's what I wanted to be. Turns out, when you have a stroke at 15 and you stop growing at like 5'9", your chances of getting a Division I offer go right out the drain. I when I was going into high school, I had a couple places that were looking at me like high Division II schools, and then once I had the stroke, people are like, all right, cool, we'll see you later, dude. And ultimately, that's why I joined the Marine Corps, because I was like, nobody really wanted to take a chance on me. So I was like, if I go through the Marine Corps and I can make it through boot camp and I don't die of a brain aneurysm, then like I'm a normal person, right? And I just went to the Marine Corps, and sure enough, I hope I didn't die. Maybe this is all like a fever dream or something.
Yeah,
but,
I was gonna say.
I mean, it's one of those things that I just had a passion for it as a kid. I still have a passion for it.
Sure.
Not that I don't about football or basketball or any of those other sports.
You got to work on your slack jaw though to argue with the umps. If you're gonna do that.
Yeah, that's very true, very true. But hey, I'll tell you, I could argue with the best of them. So
you got good luck getting thrown out. Like I could.
Yeah,
see
exactly, dude. Yeah, that'd be great, man. You need one early night, you just freaking start yapping in their ear, call it a day.
You're down 6 runs, just go, just like
yeah.
Like,
hey, I'm gonna go. Yeah, meet me at the steakhouse, boys. I'll watch the game from there. So.
Well, thank you again, brother. I really appreciate your time. And I guess any last shout outs or call outs or anything that you want to do before we wrap this up?
No, I mean, I guess I will have one. I mean, obviously, like you mentioned it before, a couple of the guys that I've worked with in the past, players, coaches, things like that, are still coaching in Overwatch League, or not in Overwatch League, but in like contenders and trying to get their way back in Overwatch League. So, if there are any Overwatch League teams or people from Overwatch League teams who watch these VODs, sign Unter, because he's gonna make your team better. And I know McGravy and Fact Fiction are coaching as well right now, and fucking looking at those guys. And he's coaching with Unter. It's like, we need to look out for good people in this in esports, and if that's looking out for KSP and Shaxx and like trying to find them homes to play on this year was something I was able to do with the shitty stuff that happened with the Valiant. But him, Sungwoo, Hunter Sungwoo, McGravy, like all these guys, they all deserve great opportunities, and especially Hunter. He turned down, I don't know if people know this, but he actually turned down a head coaching offer to stay and coach under me again this year. And then, unfortunately, like the Valiant stuff happened, and then, he was out of a job, and now he is just coaching in Contenders. But the dude is insane, and people should, someone should pick him up. So I can
confirm. I hung out with Max a little bit over in Sydney, and he's such a nice guy. Like, how's this guy from Australia?
Yeah, he's something, man. I'll tell you, he's something. But he's genuinely one of the smartest people I know.
Yeah.
And that says a lot, because if I think someone's dog shit, I'll just say you're dog shit. So I really do hope that someone gives him an opportunity, and we could end up seeing him back in the Overwatch League. So
for sure. Well, thank you again, brother. Again, I appreciate your time, and
of course,
good luck.
Thanks for having me.
Have a good one.
Yeah, you too, man.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, that was Packing 10, ex Los Angeles Valiant, Angry Titans, etc., and he's over working in Valorant right now. So if you haven't checked out his stream already, he does stream occasionally over at twitch.tv/packing10, and I'm going to throw his Twitter in here as well. You can follow him on Twitter. So he is the head coach for Immortals, their Valorant coach, and it was super nice of him to join me on stream. A lot of guys that you will message, and obviously it's understandable because they're busy, but a lot of guys are just, we don't have the time to do the interview. We don't have time. Or I get ghosted sometimes, and I'm kind of used to it at this point. It doesn't hurt my feelings, but Mike, or Packington, was very, very responsive, very communicative, very kind, and considerate to take his hour and a half on probably what is either a day off or a less busy day to take it to explain and just give his thoughts and things. So obviously we really appreciate his we appreciate his time.
You know what this is?
Hey, look who it is. Thank you for the host, Packington. Appreciate it. 10 out of 10 would Ghost Spilo too. Nuki, it's funny you should say that, because I always had a lot of respect for you, because you were always very responsive and communicative. There were some people I ran into in the Contenders scene, even managers, that just didn't respond. Like, not even necessarily ghosting, they just didn't respond. So I always appreciated your responses. So yeah, thank you for the host. So those in chat, to kind of give a TLDR of what we're planning to do on next, we are going to be doing some VOD reviews. I'm going to try, we have a GM Scrim VOD review, Flex Support VOD review, so this is like 4.4K coming up soon. And then let me see actually what this here is as well, before we start hammering away. Imagine ghosting Spilo. I've been ghosted by a lot of people, not as much anymore. I've actually been ghosted by people, and then those people turn around and message me like a year later. And it's a little frustrating. It's like, now we're talking. 4.4K, yeah. Yeah, ghosting is incredibly common in esports. The irony is that as communication has gotten easier and faster, it's more common to be ghosted. So I'm not always super responsive with DMs. Sometimes I'll take a good 24 hours because I try not to stay in Discord all day long, because that gets like really distracting. But if I have ever ghosted you, chat, send me a long DM and berate me, because I go out of my way not to ghost people. So if I ghosted you, it was a complete accident. I promise you. But yeah, I try and not ghost people. I don't care who you are. And ultimately, like, you miss out on good opportunities. I got the DM you guys saw from the Soldier Custom game that we did yesterday. Some guy just, I don't know who he was, messaged me to try it out in stream. And I was like, hey, I don't know who this person is. Go out and try it. Hey, it was actually pretty decent. I had a lot of fun. So, like, I don't know. Just be a decent human being. If you don't have time, you don't have time. But most people don't have that excuse. I know some people get anxiety about responding to DMs as well, but it is what it is. All right. Yeah, ghosting is rough. Show some class. Like, it's a problem because you don't really get punished for ghosting. It's not like, like, oh, this person is so bad. But I think a lot less of people who ghost. I think that's just very unprofessional. I know that not everybody cares that much, but I'm a sensitive guy. I'll sit and cry about it. All right. Yeah, I mean, 99% of people get dono walled. I mean, it depends. Like, obviously, I'm not going to DM XQC and be like, XQC didn't write me back. Like, what's going on? But yeah. Yeah, I'm a super sensitive guy. I cry all the time. All right, so let's update our title. GM, what even is the hero that we're going over? So we're coaching Aiden. You guys remember Aiden? I've coached Aiden for a little while, and he's now like 4.4K now. We coached him back when he was Masters, and he's 4.4K now, so we're kicking it. Yeah. My goal is to never ghost people. That is my goal. It looks like BAP, maybe? Ooh. I would love some high-level BAP. We saw a little high-level BAP, but not this high level, and we didn't see a lot of it. It was just a tiny bit. Coaching. Caps is funny. There you go. 4.2K? No, 4.4. 4.4. And Aiden's one of my old buddies. And this is a scrimmage as well, so there's like expectations are pretty high here. So again, I apologize for the scuffed hair, and I haven't eaten anything, and I'm a complete mess. I was in leggings and shorts when I was like outside, so now I'm in shorts, and I'm still sweaty, so it's a disaster. Because it was like, I had the Packing 10 thing, the interview, but I had football before, so I ran from that and ran to here, and yeah, it was kind of a mess. Kind of a mess. Let's see here. This is Baptiste. Whoops. Where's my VOD here? What's going on here? Why is this not showing up? My Baptiste thing is not showing up. Strange. Odd. Give me a second, chat. It's not showing up at all. The text. I swear, chat, I can't go a single day without something scuffing up. Just one day. Like, what is this? Why is it down there? I'm sorry, what? What is this? I have never done this. Is it just gonna keep going? It's just gonna keep going. What? What on earth? Nuki, thank you for the follow. So chat, if you have any advice for what to do when your OBS just completely goes bonkers. What? Not following Spilo, Monk S? Yeah, right. If you don't follow me, then I'm not gonna accept replay codes from you guys anymore. Dude, look at this chat. It's just going and going and going and going. It's this big. I'm sorry, what? I never did this. What is... You don't want to see your replays anyway. Are you like me? Are you hyper washed? You know, chat, I actually hit 3.3K the other day on Zenyatta. I've been playing a little bit of ranked, like 1 game a day or something like that, and I actually hit 3.3K, which is not good. I'm sorry. Can you guys even see on my screen right now? I'm literally trying to adjust it, and for some reason, it's super scuffed, and I literally have to do this by hand. You don't see it? Crud. Okay, I don't even know how to like show this. I don't think there's a way to show this. Holy cow. Okay, so... Oh my, okay, this is the problem. The size of the font got shifted to 256. This is just baffling. Okay, so we're gonna have to redo this. What? Okay, chat, we got this, we got this, we got this, we got this. VOD. Somehow, even though I haven't adjusted the text since I did this last, it's now 256. OBS is scuffed, man. It just changes stuff. It just changes stuff. We're almost done. Marsec Light 20. It even has a default text size is 256, which is bizarre. It's still missing. Okay, chat. We're just gonna have to do this later. We're just gonna have to do this later. I can't be bothered. OBS is refusing to work with me. What is Cyrus's coaching session? So yeah, this is 4.4K. Okay, let's do this. Yeah, OBS is simultaneously a great but an awful program at the same time, along with Sony Vegas. Both great but awful programs. Okay. Alright, let's roll. So 4.4K BAP. So really quick. So what do we expect from a GM Baptiste? We expect proper cooldown usage, obviously. We expect positional around corners, cover, all that kind of crap, like the basics of like Overwatch, right? But the one thing that we look at with our Baptiste at a GM level that's worth mentioning is the damage to healing ratio, right? Damage to healing, constantly getting out, min-maxing every single little bit of spam that we can possibly get out. When we see a Baptiste review and I see you heal botting, there's no excuse for that. Like there's absolutely no excuse for that. Whether it's shooting Rhine Shield, whether it's pressuring a D.Va on an off angle, whether it's putting a little bit of pressure on a Lucio that's wall riding, I don't give a rip. But there has to be constant pressure put out at all points of time. Now, the key thing with BAP is knowing who to shoot and when to shoot, because when you have a safe opportunity, that's when your opportunity to shoot is, right? When you don't have a safe opportunity, or you have to walk into sniper LOS, maybe there's a Hanzo pressuring you, whatever, then that's where the pressure is not quite as necessary. So we want to see you positioning yourself where you have good LOS on your team and good LOS on the enemy team. Now there's obviously exceptions to that rule, like maybe if they've got a Widow or something like that, but for the most of the time, you want to be min-maxing every, like just 70 damage here, 100 damage on the Rhine Shield there, a couple of chip damage on the D.Va on the flank. Like you need to be min-maxing Baptiste, because remember, it's not just the lamp. Hey, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that so much. It's not just the lamp. You play Baptiste for the damage. You play Baptiste for the damage. If you're not getting damage with Baptiste, then you shouldn't be playing Baptiste. That's the idea. Now, obviously, I'm over-exaggerating that. You play Baptiste for the lamp, you play Baptiste for the better sustain, but like you're missing out on a huge part of his utility if you're not getting that done. So, okay. So we don't have comms, unfortunately, but I'm going to be setting high standards for your windows as well, because this is GM. So let's see what we got here. Like right now, this is a perfect example of when you would not peek. This is when you do not put damage pressure out, because your team isn't taking space and there's a risk of you getting one shot here or taking unnecessary damage. However, as you round the corner, that's when our shoot, heal, that's where the rhythm starts to kick in. So you guys are going to be doing a funny split. Interesting. The attaboy. I have no idea what that Mayol is supposed to accomplish, but okay, that works. Maybe she just scuffed it up. Ooh. So, couple things here. First off, I don't want you just jumping for no particular reason. So jumping is great when you're avoiding like getting up and over for spam, right? Which is what you're trying to do here, but just be very cautious about that, because remember, if you don't know where their McCree is and this is an opportunity for him to take a flank, your jumping puts you in a predictable pattern here. Now, jumping is, you can still 80-80 strafe while you're jumping, okay, but I'm not a huge fan of this. What I'd rather have you do here is understand that this flank is going to be abused, and so you need to, as quickly as you possibly can, swing wide, okay? And you need to swing wide to the point to where you're either playing this corner here, or even like something like here, or something like here. You need to be like, like this is an advanced kind of a concept, advanced map concept. This flank, it needs to be respected at all times. If you're playing Zen on anything here, you can't, especially if they have anything that can utilize this flank, you need to be very, very scared. Very, very scared of this flank right here, which means you need to be rotating where that flank doesn't matter and simultaneously opening up your own sight lines onto the Reinhardt. So instead of doing this here and jumping for high ground here, so you can get a little extra spam on the Rein, instead swing wide to cover to where you can do your shoot heal rhythm without being vulnerable to this McCree flank. So look for the sight line here. Look for the sight line and swing wide. Look for the sight line and cover. The other thing to note here is that if we look at HPs here, you get antsy because you realize, oh, McCree flank, and then watch what we do here. Shift. No, not yet. Not yet. I'm all for shifting mid-fight, like even if your team is not critical. Totally fine. It can be a preventative shift, but you need to look at the battlefield right now. Look at how much space the enemy team is giving. Your team is under no pressure whatsoever. There's no point using a shift here. So waste of a shift, and also, okay, well this is okay. I honestly would prefer you to be a little bit further back still. I'd like you to be a little further back. Just because it's easier for you to be able to do, because for example, okay, we gotta turn off the objective sounds chat. I'm going deaf. Because the other thing too is, like, do you notice your crosshair flick? You don't want to be on top of the enemy Rein, and you don't want to be a million miles away, but if you can get to here, The crosshair flick from healing your Rein and damaging their Rein is only this. But as you move up, the crosshair flick becomes a lot greater. You see that? So play in a sightline where you can maintain the enemy team and your team in a sightline as tight as possible. As tight as possible. So wasted shift, and we're not being optimal with the positioning here. Another thing too is obviously if this flank is abused, you are out in the open. So always find cover. Doing a pretty good job balancing out. You probably should look to contest this high ground here with your D.Va. Again, be very careful. This is mid fight. That shift is very good. Lamp, would have preferred you to lamp your Lucio earlier. There's really no reason for you to lose your Lucio like that. Like when you're like, this is a common thing with BAPs, especially when there's no ults in the field. If you have a kill or two, don't greed your lamp. Use it, because the only way the enemy team turns it is if they get a pick, right? And you can completely deny that pick from happening by being a little bit more preemptive with your lamp, right? So cooldown usage wasn't great. Lamp and shift were a little bit mismanaged there, at least once. But the major thing for you is your sightline management wasn't very good. Like you need to absolutely disrespect main. Play your corner. Don't completely disrespect it, but I don't want you. First off, I want you constantly looking to spam the run, constantly, right? The real threat here is number one, CC ultimates like Shatter, Mail, whatever on main, which you should be playing at a distance where those don't reach you, and D.Va increase splits. And those are things that you should be avoiding with your positioning. No, we went over 2 yesterday. I updated Q earlier today. Okay, let's do this here. So now we got to talk about window. What's the best way to use window? Let's not overthink this. What is a really good, let's not say best way. What is a good consistent way to utilize window and get consistent value out of it? As I try and adjust my text thing. I don't know if I'm gonna even ever be able to get it on a giver again. To zone an area? Okay, let's be more specific. So I like where you're going with it in terms of zoning or an area, but I don't think zoning an area is a good enough definition for me. Look at it, look at how we're using our window right now. What is this window accomplishing right now? Now, I think the important thing is that obviously there's still somebody on cart, so that's maybe not optimal, but what are we accomplishing here? Fire strike, sure. To take space, exactly. So you're in a situation now where you are going to be needing to leverage high ground. You cannot ignore high ground on this point. I mean, you can, but it's very expensive too. Most comps need to control or at least pressure off the enemies off of high ground here. So in this instance here, window isn't even necessarily to get picks. Window is to clear them off of high ground, so either A, you can take it, or B, they just can't use it. And like that's good enough. Like even if you guys can't leverage high ground here, at least make it uncomfortable for them doing it or taking it, right? Now my one concern here is that with your Lucio and cart, you might clear high ground, but you're not really pushing cart, and they're going to be able to recontest high ground before the fight actually starts again. So hopefully we see a pick here, because a pick means that, hey, you guys might have high ground again, but it doesn't matter that much because we're just going to be able to recontest it. Like if we get a pick, that's good enough. Like we're going to be able to delay the fight long enough, and we'll have pushed the guard far enough. So shift there, I guess, was honestly probably fine. But you can kind of see here like what this lamp actually did. Now, I'm a little disappointed at your team's positioning. There was a lot of clumping here. You do have obviously a Lucio and cart, so that removes a little bit of the damage and a little bit of the utility from the window as well. Hopefully that you guys can leverage this continually and continue to leverage them off the high ground here. I'm a little concerned though, because this is still a 5v6, right? And you do have the superior positioning now, but this is a 5v6. Nice lamp. Let's get a shift in here, please. Weirdly slow in the shift. Oh, bless. Brilliant. Honestly, drop here. Alright. So, I'm not going to overcorrect you here. That was a very awkward fight for you and your team. mostly because you guys did decide to take a 5v6, and honestly, this location is just super scuffed. So you're thinking, okay, like I either can play here in a corner or I have to get a better LOS here. There was really no good position for you to hold there, at least without going overly nitty-gritty there. So I don't have a problem so much. The good news is that while all this has happened, is you guys did trade a lot of ultimates, but the card is still pushing. The card is still moving, right? So it might not be a one fight, but you got some benefits of a one fight here. And I really like this, as long as they don't have a really early shift. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. That sucks. This is good. This is really, really good. Do you notice this, chat? This is how you guys need to be as flex supports, and really any hero, with your rotations. There's no waiting around. There's no screwing around. You're very disciplined. You have an idea of where you're going from point A to point B, and you do not sit around in transition. Watch this. We're going to heal here instantaneously as we take space, and then we tuck in. You see that? We go from here, here. Nothing, there's no time wasted here. This is just an opportunity for them to get a pick, and you immediately reestablish yourself. And notice the sight line as well. We have a sight line on our team. We also have sight line on enemies, and we have cover corner. And you're going to look at this is because we hustled with our rotation. Now, obviously 2020 hindsight vision, right? Perfect vision, right? But look at this. If we're not disciplined in our rotation, we die. We die. Right? Very good. I don't know if you guys are going to win this fight, but we had a very, very poor first fight, but so far things have been looking much better.
Let them up.
Come on, brother. Come on, brother. She was in ice block as you're lamping. Maybe she called for it. Maybe that was just a miscommunication. That sucks, though. I'm not gonna harp on you too much, but you have to understand like how badly that sucks. Yeah. So chat, again, just taking a moment to step away from the Baptiste coaching. How did Red lose this fight? How did they lose this fight? I want you to look at this. How did they lose this fight? What portion of the map was not controlled? Nobody cleared Kree? I mean, right. The macro thing is that like you just lost to a flank. Like you lost to the high ground, which was leveraged as a flank, and he literally kills what, 3? Basically by himself. Flank control, chat. It's over and over and over again. You guys were stacked, and you guys just lost to flank control. Like you guys didn't even leverage. Like if you're not going to leverage high ground, that's fine. You clump really disciplined, and you need to be on hair trigger, ready to peel off this kind of crap, because this Kree's dead. Like the thing with the flanks is they're important, but if you leverage them too aggressively, you should be punished. This McCree feeds here. Like if you guys turn around and run this guy down, this team can't help him. And if they do help them, they have to drop from high ground, which removes their positional advantage. So you have to be better disciplined in this. Again, questionable shift. Like your team is taking damage, but I don't like this. Like like you have to understand like what is the actual healing and Baptiste shift right now? It was 150. Is it still 150? Please pull up the right thing. I always clicked the wrong one. Yeah, it's 150 overall, 75 self. Like that's too much to be investing for chip damage on a D.Va. It's just too much. It's too much damage. Like it's too much healing. Right. Like right now, we would love to push through with shift if we had to. I don't know what your team's plan is, but like yeah. Okay, so let's see what we got here. Too close. Too close. So, proximity, right? Why are we pressing W? Why are we pressing W? Why are we pressing W? Maintain your distance, maintain your corner. Like, what are they going to do? If the D.Va ends on you, you should be able to jump up here, press your shift, and ask for peel, and you should be fine. Get off, like, so we have simultaneously, done a really bang up job on first, opening a sight line on main and just like keeping pressure here. But now we're like on main. Yeah, we got a good sightline, but you're jamming your fat ugly face up in here. No, you don't get a thumbs up from me for here. You have completely avoided mail if you properly position here. And maybe you got a massive shatter here. Look at this D.Va. Look at this BAP, right? Look at this, I don't know, Rein? I don't know. You've got a lot of opportunities here to put out some serious damage and to sustain. Instead, you have to lamp yourself. And these guys just get away scot-free. No. Maintain your distance here. The only time that you clump tightly is when you're rotating. But when you're taking a fight, I do not want you clumped. You can maintain your main angle, prioritize shooting flanks, obviously, prioritize healing flanks as necessary, obviously, but you can maintain pressure on main if it's just easier, but just get off, like, stop riding your Rein's butt cheeks. That's not it. That's not what we're gonna give here. You want a good smoke? Yeah, you better know it. I love it when 16-year-old kids pat me on the back. Their bone-thin arms, like, smacking me. It's like, all right. It's like a 3-year-old giving you a thumbs up. You're like, hey, all right. I'm cool with the younger generation. Okay. You can see again here, like, stack because you're rotating through a choke. As long as, like, you need distance when the fight breaks up. But until then, I'm not gonna be violated. Oh, jeez. But you see, like, I understand. I'm not gonna flame you for this. I understand why you're pressing W here, right? Concern. But do you see how bad this is, like, why this is so bad? The danger that you were just in is unbelievable. So we're doing a really depressing job. We're doing a depressing job of alternating. Hey, we threw first point. Okay, nothing we could have done in this when we played pretty well in the high ground push. Okay, we threw, this push here where we ran into the blizzard. Okay, this fight is nothing really you could have done. You had a good position, good cooldown usage. Like, if you and your team could just get on the same path where, like, you are performing at a base competency. Like, I'm not even asking for a lot. Just base competency, doing the fundamentals, and your team also having a good fundamental plan, then we're gonna start winning fights. But we've lost like 3 fights in a row to either you or your team throwing, and you can't synchronize it. We gotta do that. Boomer. Mama's a boomer. Yeah, so this is like a great example of like priorities here. Like, obviously heal your D.Va. Obviously heal your D.Va right now. I'm glad that we're not using your shift. Are you mocking me? You're mocking me. My lips are saying, I'm glad we're not using our shift here. We're just like AFK stabilizing. And you pop the sucker. Like, I could have understood a shift earlier because it looked like your team was like ready to roll, but you guys are clearly AFKing, and then you pop the shift. This is scripted. Yeah, it's honestly just scripted. Like, this isn't a real. There's no way that I could time it that well, right? But like, yeah, like, where's my shift? I would love a shift like right now, you know? Shift right now? No, okay. Understood. Have a nice day. And again, why the heck are you here? Why? Why are you not here? Why are you not here? Maybe not here until you know where that Kree is, right? So you don't want to like open up your sightline too much. But why are you not, whoops, wrong button. Here. You know? Discipline. Discipline. This is how you avoid shatters. This is how you if you're just a little further away, you can focus on your team's survival and not your own survival. And you compromise nothing. You lose none of your damage output. You're not worried about fall off here because you're going to be shooting Rein Shield or D.Va anyway. So what's the issue? What's going on? Like, there we go. We back off a little bit here, but it's just those slight moments that really disturb me. Shoot, where's my shift, man? Where's my shift? And I'm talking to you, not your Mei. I mean, your Mei is just a moron, but like, I don't know what the heck your Mei's on, but still. Hey. I was just about to say, hey, we avoided it, but nah. nah. We just pressed W just enough to catch it. Now, obviously, this blizzard's just insane. Like, what is this? But still, like, you pressed W just a little bit and you got smoked. Absolutely smoked. Alrighty. What are we gonna do with our, whoops. What are we gonna do with our Okay, that's a thing. You guys don't even clear high ground? Okay, maybe you don't have time. Yeah, screw the Bab. Screw that kid. What? What? You can dodge the window. You can walk here and no longer peek the window, or you can peek it when your diva is on. And the Bab, I don't think can one-shot you. Like, I mean, yeah, he can. I think he gets a triple headshot, but that's like ridiculously hard to do. So like, this is insane. Like, this is insanity to me. Like, come. Like, this isn't a real play, right? Like, you didn't just lamp that, did you? Like, holy moly. Ah! Like, no, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Good. Again, don't greed your lamp here, please. Don't greed your lamp. I probably just would have lamped that. You don't care, man. Like, they're not going to turn it. You're going to have lamp in 10 seconds anyway. Ah. Alrighty. Brilliant shatter. Okay, I love this kind of crap, dude. Don't play fair. Okay, Reinhardt's, don't play fair with your shatters, please. Thank you so much. Like, this kind of crap, like, especially like pre-fight. Like, look at this. Free lamp. These guys are 1 HP. Brilliant. You take that all day. Oh, wait, the BAP dies right there. I mean, just you take that all day long. You take that all day long. That's such high value from Shatter, man. Don't play the Alpha Ryan Chad game. Alpha Ryan Chad game are for like boors, like complete idiots. So really quick, chat. One question here. Now, this kind of we've touched on this concept, but we haven't really hammered on it really. If once this diva is kind of dealt with here, who is our priority as BAP in terms of shooting? Because if you look at the enemy composition, they're all kind of split. So there's nobody that we can like easily heal shoot. So who do you think needs to be? Yeah, May, exactly. Clear this sucker out. Clear Satan out, and then you can worry about the run. But yeah, don't get baited into shooting what's easy. You only shoot what's easy when you have to focus on healing and shooting at the same time. But like if you have your choice, you'd always try and shoot the angles out. All right, so great, totally fine. Totally fine. Unfortunate that he doesn't walk into the lamp. I also like this. Like in a messy fight and things might be won, clutch it. Good stuff. The lamp is really unfortunate. I respect it though. Don't sit there for the perfect opportunity. If you see a great way to get value instantly and like we can win this fight if I lamp this, then do it. Again, okay, I'm slacking. All right, chat, I'm gonna be honest. I have no idea where the heck to position here. I just don't know. I have no idea. Maybe, okay, wait. Ideas, chat, ideas. I don't really want to position here. I mean, maybe, but I'm scared of like getting flanked here. Like this McCree just like rolls through and flans. Like, I don't even know what to do. Yeah, stairs, maybe. I feel so far though. I mean, no, this is honestly fine. Yeah, this is good. Nice catch. I like this one. This one looks good. You got some decent cover here. You're not too far away. Obviously, Maywall's a little bit of a concern though. So like, I like this if your Ryan is like super disciplined. But I'm gonna be honest, I'm not gonna hard flame you for this because this is really awkward. I love the shift. McCree ult, I'm gonna shift that. You know, I'm only like, I mean, okay, to be fair, you're 140 HP. Okay, I thought you were full. What is your Mei doing? Like, your Mei is like, this is... What is this? Really? Oh, you guys definitely lose this. Alrighty. Still with the W King there a little bit. I get there's a little urgency because like, oh no, last fight. But, okay. So, taking away from this so far... Like, I think the big thing that we're seeing here is that you are a little too far up your line. You need to maintain a little bit of distance and hug the corner. Your first fight in particular was like really, really scuffed. Some shift usage that needs to be worked. It needs to be mid-fight or when you or your teammates need healing. Like, that's the priority. And if it's between fights or right before a fight starts and your team can stabilize, try and not use shift. It is not a throwaway cooldown. I don't care how other BAPs use it. It's not a throwaway cooldown. That's mostly it. Like, we've nitpicked some lamp usage as well, but mostly those are the priorities from what we're seeing right now. We'll keep our eyes open and see what else we got here. How do you have the workshop code? I honestly don't remember what it is. It's just like SATA lobby. But yeah, like, okay, so here's the other thing. Here's the other thing, chat. Maybe this is me continuing to be nitpicky here. But like, I don't know. Would I prefer him here? I think so. Yeah, honestly, I would prefer you here. Because again, like, I'm still scared of this flank. I'm still scared of this flank. Like, I want you here. Right? Then you can jump and play here. Right? Sit on high. Yeah, high would be fine as well. I mean, my only problem with high ground now is it's not necessary. You need early pressure on this Rein. Like, you can get early damage on this Rein, so your sightline is garbage. So you open this up here, but you open it up from the wall, and ultimately the position where you're, whoa, ultimately about to go up to high ground. You see that here? You don't like here? Because when we get pushed, my team rotates to their left. Yeah, but you don't stay here. You're constantly charging your exo boots. Charge your exo boots. Charge your exo boots. Charge your exo boots. They push through. You rotate. You instantly rotate like this. Can you not like permacharge your exo boots and like make this rotation fast? Because like if you just sit here, you're gonna get flanked. Like it's gonna happen. Like aren't you gonna be going to high ground anyway? Isn't that like the goal? What do you think? Not really? All right. Well, I'll take your word for it, but I would be curious to try it. I mean, what happens to your Kree? Where the flip is your Kree? Oh, your McCree just feeds. Yeah. But like, I don't know, dude. I don't know. I feel like high ground's the play here. Like, as soon as you can, you should go high ground. I feel like that's the play. I think your LOS here is, like, really, really good. You can peek this way if you want to be more conservative. I don't know. I feel like high ground's the play here. Like, this just feels so bad to me. Like, it's scary as all get out. Especially when ults come online, dude. I just can't. Nice. Again, I want to go high ground here. I just want to go high ground. Like I want better LOS. I want safety. I want that D.Va to have to commit shift. Don't greed your lamp. Nice. Okay. Get some early damage. Okay, this stresses me out so much. Like, this stresses me out so much. This is ironically, like, not ironically, but this is in a way almost better because at least you have some cover here, but this is still like shoved up your Reinhardt spot. Okay, honestly, chat, I don't know. What is greed your lamp? So what I'm saying, don't greed your lamp. I'm saying this fight's won. Don't save your lamp. If you see somebody critical, throw your lamp because you're gonna. The fight's gonna be another 40 seconds before another fight actually starts. So you might as well don't. Oh, be like, oh no, my McCree died. Oh, unlucky. No, like, do not let him die. When the fight's won, don't sit on your lamp. In first fight when our Kree died, I would have died instead. Well, no, because your Kree died here. I don't want you here. I never want you here. I want you here. And then jumping here. Or if you really want to play here, rotate this way and then get on the boat. I don't, especially now, I just don't like where you are. I just don't like it. I don't like where you are. You died a Blizzard here, you died a Bomb, you died a High Noon, you died a Mail, you can get beat on and run on. I just don't like it. I just don't like it. I do not like it at all. If you don't want to make this rotation to here, that's fine. But then get here earlier. And lose some early spam. I don't know. I just don't like it. Like, what have you done? I don't know. You guys just kind of get W keyed on. And like looking like obviously this is not a team review, but like looking at how your whole team plays this, like what are you guys expecting to do here? They have they have Bomb, Mailed, High Noon. Like they have so many ultimates, and you guys are just content to like this chief isn't gonna work. Like, this isn't gonna work. You guys have to do something. You guys have to high noon or flank high noon. You guys control none of the map right now. I don't know. I think your team's macro is bad, and I'm questioning your positioning. I mean, your Ryan kind of inted, but the point being is that your Ryan was actually the only one trying to do anything. You can't stand here. You're going to die. They're gonna peek this here with a window. Your lamp is going to get forced, and then they're just gonna mail, or they're just going to shatter, or they're going to beat on top of you. You cannot win this fight. Like, maybe you guys are playing slow for beat, but like, I don't know, man. Like, your team's positioning was sketch. All right. I mean, do what you want. Do what you want. I'm just saying, I do not like you up your Ryan's butt when at all. But it's not just you. It's like your whole team was very much stacked, all as 6. That's just not good Overwatch. Goodbye. Window, 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 window. Okay, what are we gonna do this window? Top left window. Do it. Do it, you coward. Do it. Do it. Yeah. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. Do it now. Do it now. Do it now. Do it now. Or you can wait. It's fine. Do it now. Do it now. Yeah. And again, we kind of see what I'm talking about. Like, you guys, the reason why I was rushing it is because I see the cart pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing. Like, you cannot give up. Keep like waiting and waiting and waiting. Because yeah, oh, we got the high ground, guys. Oh, they kept the point, right? Remember we talked about it, Chad. There's an internal balance of objective versus map control, objective versus map control, and you have to find the balance here. For you, you wait a little bit because, you know, high noon, but cart's moving. Now you window. Now this is good because you're gonna clear high ground, but I'm a little concerned because now your Ryan has to, well, he could have waited a little bit, but your Ryan's gonna contest here, and I don't know if this is gonna matter. Okay. Hey, kitty. So decent window. You've definitely seemed to have the right idea with your windows. We've not seen a bad window yet. I don't know. I still feel like I would want you here over where you are. This is great spray, by the way. Like, maybe here, you know what I'm saying? Right? Again, please don't say wide people happy. Like, that just automatically takes you down like 7 notches in my respect. And you were already like bottoming out, and now you're like in the gutter. Like below the gutter. Okay, if the gutter had a gutter, you would be in it now. So like here, this rotation is a lot more happy for me. You have a better sight line. You're not up your right-hand spot, and you can again drop and maintain your angle on heels. So a lot of still not being super hyper disciplined with our positioning here. Don't laugh. It's not a laughing matter. Ow. Don't breach your lamp. Don't breach your lamp. You guys get 2 picks, but this is the power of map control, chat. You guys get 2 picks, but they control the map, and so you guys lose. So, not a lot to take away from that, outside of that, again, you're still here. You could have lamped it. I mean, I don't know. Do something. Let's look. Could you have lamped it? I don't know. Throw out a lamp, see what happens. I honestly just don't know. Like, you could have lamped this here. Yeah, you actually could have lamped it, yeah. Lamp this right here. Both these guys survive. I mean, it would have been a tricky lamp, and you had to make like a split-second decision. So don't sweat it too much. But I'm still like, what on earth is this boy doing? Where does arm go? His arm is entering his. Okay, so apparently he's giving himself a colonoscopy. Like, I don't know what the heck is, or he's like replacing his kidney. Okay, but yeah, it's mostly this positional stuff here. And I know I'm being nitpicky here, but it's because we've lost fights, or because of this, or we've almost lost fights, or we have diminished our pressure output because instead of going, oh, they're peeking out here, I'm fine, you kind of panic and then bad stuff happens. If you're here and they window, you're like, okay. And then you're fine. D.Va's had some fat bombs. Yeah, for sure. It's not usually a super strong ultimate this mirror either. Apparently, nobody told Yan that you're supposed to be bad at D.Va here. Because Yan's just absolutely disrespecting. But you just kind of see what I'm talking about here. Like, just in general. Why are you here? Is it like Ryan's cologne that you're like trying to get a whiff of? Like, this is what I'm talking about. Now, oh man, I'm getting cold, chat. Like the sweat's drying off. It's nasty. Ugh. Like I know you want a sightline here, but why here? Why not here? Like even your Lucio seems to have more sense than you. Because look what happens. You have no vision of the flanks. You are now completely standing by yourself. There's no cover like within 5 meters of you. And you swing this way, but you're still behind Ryan Shield. You're still standing direct, like you don't even see the Doomfist on you. Like it's literally like you're walking your Reinhardt, taking your Reinhardt for a walk. And let me be very clear, this lamp was forced because of your bad positioning. If you are here, nothing happens. You're gonna sit back here, you're gonna go, oh, look at this, like look at this moron. You're gonna shoot him in the face. You're not gonna need to lamp anybody. And then you're gonna be able to lamp, I mean, I don't know what. Like honestly, why does your Mei die here? Again, I've been picking on your Mei a little bit. Let's keep that up. Anytime I can get a chance to pick on Mei players. Come on, man. How does your Kree die? What the heck? What's going on here? I mean, your Kree dies for the same reason. It's the same kind of like bull crap of jamming your face on main. Questionable window, but I respect it. Go for the kill. You never know. Might be winnable. You never know. Oh, shift it, please, sweet mercy. Please, but shift it. Please shift it. What? Why? Okay, maybe you just thought the fight was lost. I don't know. That fight felt winnable, Senor. He was just within your shift range. Maybe you just forgot. Okay, maybe it just happens. Okay, my flippin' legs. Look at this. I've got goosebumps on my legs. I'm freezing cold. Hate this. All right. So yeah, again, it's a positional issue. It cost you this fight. It cost you this fight. I thought you were out of range. All right, whatever. Don't worry about it. I'm not gonna be nitpicky. Because that's not generally, most of your shift mistakes have happened because you used it when you didn't need to. Away, 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 away. Way, 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 way. Hey, 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 hey. Get off your Ryan's butt. Get off your Ryan's butt. Nice. Good stuff. I mean, I don't know. Like, sure, that was the thing. You love Goosebumps or read all the books as a kid? Ha! This kid had no friends. Wait. Okay, are we gonna be... Yeah, so this is a little better here, but still, like, I'm questioning here. So, Aiden, honestly, where's the best position for you here? Senor? Where's the best position for you? Like, when you know the fight's gonna happen here, right? Like, where could you be? I'm thinking here, or maybe, like, you know, here, if you can get this rotation. Right side? Probably, yeah, probably right side. I don't like this. Like, if they bomb here, you know, sayonara, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. Just like, you keep the really good sightline here. You've got a good sightline on your Ryan. You can still jump up and heal. You know, you're not going to die instantaneously to a flank from this side, so because you can see it. There's some distance between you. You die because of this? Good. I'm glad. That's honestly the best thing that could happen. I want you... Right, exactly. So do you see the problem with this window too is because it's on this like garbage position, you're instead of like here, like where's your LOS here? Where's your LOS? What is your LOS? What is your LOS? Why is your LOS? Oh, you're dead. You're smoked turkey, my friend. And you're still here. Yeah, so nothing really happens here. Step right up. Remind me never to do that again. I feel like I've aged 6 years from the inward cringe. Okay, right, so this is where we anticipate, you know, the stuff to hit the wall. Okay, so... Yeah, it's just like, you're leaning left. So first off, this is just an ult tracking failure. Like, this is last fight, you guys needed to track beat, and that obviously affects your positioning. If you know that they have beat or mail or something like that, you then, something that they can rush through your window with, you want to window a little bit further back, right? Make them close the distance on you. And right now, like, just like reactively window back here or something like that. But obviously, not only are you're too close, but you're too close in a bad position that we've already clarified earlier on. Yeah, fast win. I mean, congrats, you healed people. Like, there's nothing to congratulate on that. And, you know, Torbolt, hey, another reason why we shouldn't be here. Because, like, even if you lamp this, because here's the thing, we can look at this and be like, oh, yeah, I should have lamped that, man. What a thrower, you know, reaction speed. Got to go train my reaction speed in the reaction speed trainer. No. You have no functioning brain cells when it comes to positioning yourself properly here. That's the problem. Your window is completely worthless because of your bad positioning. Your life is completely worthless because of your bad positioning. And what really should have been a, hey, winnable fight. You know, we're close to beat here. We got a shadow coming up online soon. We can actually get more value out of our window. Is completely thrown into the dustbin by you completely throwing. Like, you even get two, like, you get a lamp and you get the torp. Like, come on, man. And you get beat. Son of a gun, dude. Yeah. So, is that it? Like, what's going on? Yeah, that's it. Okay. So,
Ready for battle.
Guzzle? Cringe, dude. Main takeaways for me is watch very carefully at your pre-fight shifts. Pay a lot of attention to your pre-fight shifts, right? So, like, right before the fight starts, like, how that shift is going. Not cringe based. Please stop. Just stop talking. Like, you're gonna look back. I would say most people, when they look back and they cringe, it's like 3 or 4 years, 10 years. You know, they look back and, oh, those before and after pictures, or like when I was a teenager, man. No, you're gonna look back in like 3 or 4 minutes, and if you don't cringe, then you're not even worth my time. Anyway, so my point is that your pre-fight shifts need to be looked at here, but also the proximity to your Rein, and then your corner discipline. Your corner discipline. Like, we have to continue that. Like, every support hero, like, I know you get tired of me saying it. It feels like every single time Spylo coaches flex support, it's the corner positioning. But it's true. Like, we've actually seen the impact it's had on multiple fights. There's been a couple fights where we didn't get punished for it. It didn't really matter. A couple. But I'd say probably 40 to 50% of fights, we would have had a significant impact. Even in this third point defense, we've had 2 fights. 2 fights where that positioning, actually 3 fights, where that positioning would have significantly either won us the fight, turned us the fight, made the fight more winnable, or made it a lot less difficult to win, right? And that's specifically like the distance between you and your Rein, and then finding the corner. So the optimal distance is like, I don't know, like 15, 20 meters, just outside of main blizzard range, just outside of shatter range, right? And where you can still maintain LOS on your Rein and the enemy Rein, not being too far to lamp. And then you can also have the corner to LOS, stuff like this. We're not brutal. Like, why is this brutal? Why is me calling you're a moron? And that's just how it is. So there you go. But yeah, Aiden, do you have any questions? This is a good, like, your BAP, honestly. Okay, you know what? Here's the thing, Aiden. I've spent a lot of time in my previous reviews talking about the damage to healing ratio. Pressure, healing, pressure, healing, pressure, healing. You're pretty good at that. You did a pretty solid job overall of maintaining good pressure to healing. So again, it's about outputting as many shots as you possibly can and healing at the same time, because you can do both with BAP without losing very, very little support. You lose only a teeny bit of healing by prioritizing your damage, just in case you like screw it up. But you only lose a teeny little bit, and you're doing a really good job of that. The only thing is that I would say is if you were positioned a little better, you would have been able to have a higher uptime of that damage output. Obviously, we have your tier 2 Q&A whenever, but do you have any questions right now? Yeah, sure, Aiden. Let me give you a call. Just try and like talk in a high squeaky voice, so I'm not like self-conscious about my, the discrepancy in our masculinity. Okay, that would be great. Hey, what you got for me? You got a muted mic to start. I mean, that's honestly the best thing you could have done here, because I have no questions about masculinity now. This is brilliant.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
yes. Oh, okay, there we go.
Okay, now.
You're all set.
So I have a question about bad positioning. So the reason I've been like suck up my Ryan for a lot of the times is
Yep.
when we're trying to rush, if I'm not close to my Ryan, I'm just gonna be left out.
Mhm.
So,
Mhm.
like, what's the distance that I can be in Lucio era, or like, and within a Lucio speed range, or when my team rushes, I can go with them and not be left behind.
Okay, I want you to look at I want you to look at my stream right now. I'm not going to screen share, so just look at my stream. If you're positioned here, and your Ryan is positioned on the corner where he was positioned, yeah?
Yeah.
If he presses W, can you press W effectively from here?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What about when we were previously here and you were unsure if your Ryan was going to push past this corner? Can you effectively press W from here or here?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. What about when we were on second high ground and your team is hard holding high ground? And could you effectively press W from here?
Yeah.
Yeah, if where your Ryan was holding, he was like holding here. Yeah. So you're right. If you're playing, especially with an aggressive Ryan or somebody that like wants to push advantages hard, maybe like a little too hard, but like to aggressively push, then you're right. You absolutely need to consider that as a factor because this isn't a static composition. This is a composition with speed and a brawl tank. And you guys might say, hey, they wasted Maywall. They've got no lamp. We want to push even through a choke to go to capitalize off of that. So you can't get your feet settled in the ground, right? But it's about finding, okay, what's an effective distance that I can play between myself and the enemy Ryan and a corner that also allows me to press W if necessary. So that is absolutely another factor, and that's something that you're going to have to toy with. But what we need to do is we need to do that, but also find a little distance between yourself and your Reinhardt. Like you have to find the balance there because you don't want to be like, okay, my Reinhardt's here, he might push past his choke. Well, you don't want to be back here, right? Right? Because if he pushes past that choke, if he moves an inch, you can't see him anymore. So if your Ryan is like here, maybe you're like, I don't know, like you're like here, right? Like here. It's not perfect. It's just a terrible position for you, but it's better than here, right? Slightly better than here. And it's about always making whatever position that your team wants to position in, what's the best position I can be in this context. And you already know corners, you know a good distance between yourself and your Ryan, like 10 to 15 meters. You already know all that stuff. So it's not knowledge for you. You already have the knowledge. You just need to be actually thinking about it. It needs to be a skill. You kind of see what I'm saying?
All right. Yeah, I get it.
So find the better balance there. When it comes to first point defense, like I honestly, again, I don't really care if you want to play high ground or not. You don't have to try it. But if you're not going to play high ground, then I want to see you playing, not here, but you'd want to play closer to here whenever possible. As soon as they turn that corner, like find this wooden post and hug it like it's your mama. You know what I'm saying? Be disciplined with that.
So I don't get flanked.
Right.
Yeah, I get that.
Right, exactly. It makes it, because they can still flank you there, but it's a lot harder for them. It takes a lot more time and much more of an investment, right? You can't prevent yourself from getting flanked, but you just make it harder to get flanked. Okay, do you have any other questions right now?
No, that's about it.
Okay, so let me know when you want to do your Q&A. Just message me whenever, and we can do it over voice, text, whatever. But yeah, like I said, good stuff with your damage and healing balance. It was really, really tight. You were putting out a lot of, like, you might not be showing up in the stats, but there was a lot of extra, like, a little bit of shield pressure here, and that was good to see. Okay, cheers, mate.
Thanks. Bye.
Yep. Okay, so that was Aiden, and we're gonna keep going then. So pretty solid bat play, like exactly what we'd expect from 4.3, 4.4. Overall macro, fine. Nothing particularly like majorly wrong with how he's using cooldowns or how he's positioning, but there's like got to be fine tuning here or there, and that's what we have to aim for. And obviously, like when you're at this level, you have to be a lot tougher on yourself because it's not it's not like we have to fix all the tiny little things that might not matter that much. No, it's like the tiny little things start to matter a lot more. The higher, like we've lost multiple fights to tiny little things that just can't happen, and those tiny little things are no longer tiny. Hug it like your mama. Yes, you got a problem with that? Do you have? Depends where Lucio plays as well, though, doesn't it? I mean, to an extent, yeah. Like, BAP is not reliant on Lucio peel as much as other supports are. Now, he's a little more self-sufficient, and your Lucio is probably going to be playing often more aggressive. Now, you have to be responsive to diva pressure. So if their diva, like, hard ins on you or whatever, and you're down your shift, then obviously that's something that you need to be aware of. But that's where, like, instead of having your Lucio position around you, instead you need to have a good call, right, of like inting or turn or help me or whatever to like for people to turn on you, because if somebody's inting on you as BAP, they're dead. If you survive, they're dead, like because they can't get in and get out. Like that just doesn't work. It's not like a wrecking ball, not in this meta. Okay, we keep going. Gerb, Descent. The replay code is 34. Roast away. Well, that will be easy. I don't need any more encouragement for that. Let me see here. Wait. Shoot. What hero is this? I don't know which one this is. Chat, I don't know which review it is.
Welcome to Hollywood. Ready for battle.
Huh. Which review is it? Which review? Necropolis? No. Chat, I lost the replay. Which one is it? Oasis? Wait, what is the key? What is it? It's WXVW2R. Holy cow, this is embarrassing. Mom, I hope you're not watching. Ah, found it. Ah ha ha ha. La di da di da. Route 66.
Ready for battle.
Hey, all right. All right, we get to do some Mercy and Moira. I'm kind of actually excited because I was left hanging. Chat, you know, if we're gonna get some good quality cringe Moira gameplay, don't give me 2 minutes, please. Spoon feed it to me. I want a full 3-course Moira meal. You know what I'm saying? Heal orb, damage orb, positioning, fade, all that baloney. Like, I want it right in the gullet. You know what I'm saying? And we did a little bit of Moira not long ago, but the stupid thing was it was like no time at all. We basically it was like, oh well, I guess that's it. We're doing 2 minutes. That sucks. So that kind of sucked. This is so weird, man. I honestly no idea what's going on. Anyway, I can't figure out my text thing, so we're just gonna have to discard it here. So let's change the rank. There you go. And could change the VOD. The Moira was a desperation switch. Well, we're gonna make it go from a desperation swap to I'm gonna slap you guys like a bongo? I don't know. I couldn't think of something fast enough. I almost said something like slap you like a bad child, but that's not exactly it's not exactly a good thing to say. Good try, GG's. Yeah, whatever. Okay, we're gonna go over some Mercy and Moira, and we're gonna make it fun and funky. Okay. Slap it like my belly. How about that? Chat, what do we look for when we're looking at Mercy? This is a gold Mercy player. What the flip should this Mercy be focusing on? What are the basic fundamentals of Mercy that we hammer over and over and over again? Within 2 minutes? I mean, why not 60 seconds? Let's go 60 seconds. What is the thing with Mercy? Beam priority, staying alive. Right. So, right click good, heal bot bad. I mean, kind of. That's not going to conquer. Okay, actually, okay. I had a not brilliant, but I had a really cool moment yesterday because on my Elo Hell post on Reddit, which got locked, I guess, just because it's still up, but you can't comment on it because I guess just Elo Hell, controversial. Anyway, I got a really interesting comment, and it was where the flip is it? Because I was saying you don't really play that different on each rank. I think that's a load of horse manure. But then I had somebody said, this is a really good read, but I disagree with one thing. Listen to this. Pet Nicolaos. Pet Nicolaos. Thank you so much for the sub. But I disagree with one thing. It is very true. You have to play vastly different in different ranks. Okay? Let's hear what you got to say. I'm a Mercy main stuck in bronze, and it bums me out. In higher rank, she's an off healer who enables her DPS, keeps extra track of calls to limit aim mechanics, helps initiate, keep tempo with Valkyries, etc., etc. But in bronze, she is none of this. She's just the most reliable. She is just the most reliable heal bot. I never really get to DP damage boost people, whatever. And it made me think for a second. Because it's true, in lower ranks, there's people, there's going to be less opportunity to damage boost off angles and aggressive DPS because they're less likely to be positioned where you can pocket them. They're less likely to be, everyone's mostly and there's not going to be off angles and duels and the Moira's up, the Echo's up here, and the Junkrat's on the flank, or the far on the air. No, there's going to be right? And so that made me think about it. Because I really feel fundamentally Overwatch shouldn't be played that differently, and I realized that part of the problem with that paragraph was how this person described Mercy. They said in higher ranks, listen, she's an off healer who enables her DPS. Now, is that wrong? No. But is that really, if you get rid of all the bullcrap, the fundamental thing that Mercy does, is that really what Mercy does? Somebody who pockets DPS. That's not really the whole story, is it? That's not really, it's not wrong, but it's not the whole story. Now, that's how she's played at the higher ranks, but at all ranks, Mercy is somebody who pockets aggression. You see what I'm saying? Usually it's DPS in the higher ranks because they know how to aggress properly and they get more value out of the heal and damage boost, but it doesn't necessarily mean damage, DPS. It could be tanks, support, but you enable aggression. Now, if you have a really aggressive Reinhardt in bronze and you don't have a lot of healing or your team's struggling to heal him, it would be more valuable for you, correct, to heal bot your Reinhardt than it would be to damage boost your Echo that's standing in your own backline because she doesn't know how to play Echo. So I think that the problem is that not that people play differently in different ranks. It's that people start to specialize how a hero is supposed to be played and they forget the overall macro concept. An example I used later in the thread or on a similar comment was how you might be a diamond Reinhardt and then you go to gold and you're like, I'm not getting any healing. I'm not getting support. I go in aggressively and I just die. I can't play the same. Spylo's an idiot. Whoa. Right, but stop. How does a Reinhardt play? A Reinhardt plays aggressively when you can, but you need to play around your HP. The more important than playing aggressively as Reinhardt is playing aggressively around your HP. And if your stupid gold Moira is struggling to keep you up, it's her fault for not keeping you up, yes, but it's also your fault for not playing around your HP. Every Reinhardt at every rank needs to learn how to play around their HP. So there's micro adjustments, but the overall concept of how you play the hero is still the same. You kind of see what I'm saying? Mistake is either trying to sum up the hero in a few words or not really getting the big picture. Because Mercy isn't just a pocket DPS hero. She's a pocket aggression hero. That's what she does at every rank. That's her overall reason you play Mercy. So I think that was a key kind of thing for me. So it's like you don't play differently in different ranks. You just there's micro adjustments, but the fundamental concepts are still the same. They're still the same. Right, concept over rule book. Exactly. Because like I said, for example, like Zen, I don't get peeling a lot, but also you're playing against a rank where you're going to need peeling a lot less. If you're disciplined with your positioning in silver and gold, it's going to be hard for you to die to random crap. You're like, I can play more aggressive at higher ranks. Yeah, but in higher ranks, you're still playing around corners. You're still playing in proper positions. You can't just feed in higher ranks because you're going to get better peel. The DPS are better too. It's the same thing. Which Mercy's a pacifist. I mean, she's right. It is ironic. She is a very, very enable aggression hero. It's her mobility, damage boost, and ability to kind of be, really it's a mobility and damage boost. That's why she's pocketing aggression. It's like why Harmony Orb is used to pocket aggression too. It's because you can put it on anybody at any time on anywhere in the map. So you can be very unbiased. You can just, hey, you can heal whatever. So that's what we look for in Mercy. We want you to pocket aggression. You're running an Echo. Echo, if she's playing aggressive, she gets the pocket. If your Echo is not aggressive and your Rein is aggressive, pocket your Rein. Now, obviously the higher the HP pool, the less likely that you're going to be able to get value out of the healing and the damage boost. Because Reinhardt's swing is good, but he's very limited with who can hit with it. And obviously 60 or 55 HPS is not as much on a 550 healing hero. But don't get lost in the details right here. That's kind of what we're looking at here. Right now, totally fine. I'm not sure why we're prioritizing Genji right now. Again, I think Echo just does more damage at this range. And our Echo is still aggressive, as you can see, so. Ooh, careful. You gotta see it there. If your Echo doesn't pocket, if you don't pocket your Echo there, very high chance that she dies. So you damage boost the hero that also probably needs healing. Right here, totally fine. Critical tank. And again here, it's this is why Mercy and Brawl is kind of doo-doo, because it's scary to be up in here, but you really kind of need to be doing something. I want you on your Echo again. Uh-oh, you lost her. You forgot about her too long. Your Rein is now no longer critical. I would already be looking for your Echo. You see what I'm saying? You're a little slow in this. Already looking for your Echo. Your Echo's here. You could have pocketed this, but she's out now, so. A lot of healing and full HP targets as well. It's like heal, switch. Make the switch. Heal, damage boost. Heal, damage boost. Heal, damage boost. Over G-ing as well. So I'm not going to harp on this like we did the other day in the Anubis Mercy review. But the issue here is that you should be able to cancel this Guardian Angel now. In fact, you might not even need to Guardian Angel to this at all. The problem is that you do not cancel it. So where you initially Guardian Angel to, the Echo is right here. So you as a Mercy, watch Mercy slowly appear into our sightline here. You see that? Let me go back again. Watch Mercy slowly appear. This is where Echo was when you started Guardian Angel, right there. And you just kind of launch yourself right into it. Now, you might have canceled it here, but it would have been a very much of a last minute cancel. And this is how you get picked. Or this is how you take too much pressure. So I need you to cancel this sooner. You don't need to be doing this. So learn to cancel. And as always, chat, turn toggle Guardian Angel off. There are some Mercy settings that are debatable. Toggle Guardian Angel is not debatable. It is trash. It is dumpster. Turn it off. Unless you have like a pinky that literally is broken. You should never, and even then, like you're having to press the button twice. Turn it off. Build that muscle in your pinky. Just hold it down and then let go instantaneously. You ever want a damage boost to farm ult charge instead of pocketing when doing the most damage? If you're trying to farm ult charge, like let's say you're 90% to Valk, I would probably just be like healing my tanks. Like, it's kind of like Harmony Orb on tanks. It's not the most effective use of resources most of the time, but if you're trying to farm ult charge, it's really efficient. You'll be stealing ult charge away from your Ana, but obviously, like, it's understandable if you're trying to get that last little bit to your ult. Okay, yep, heal your Ryan. He's critical. Mercy Beam on critical tanks is always good. Okay, now right now, probably once he's no longer critical, swap back. Uh-oh. Now this is where your job becomes a lot trickier, because you still want to damage boost whenever possible, but now you're the only healer alive. Similar dilemma when you're running Brig Mercy, Zen Mercy, or Lucio Mercy. You're gonna have to heal tanks, at least a little bit here, which sucks. Gonna res, very risky. Would have preferred you to Guardian. So you look at where you resed here. So we're going over, like, this is what I like to do with Mercy VODs. I like to go over a little bit of everything. I don't want to overwhelm the individual, but I want us to kind of touch on all these concepts. And then we can kind of pick and choose what we want to go over, like, once we start to see more. Right now, there's no reason for you to be here when you could be here. This is not significantly safer. I mean, okay, never mind, I take that back. This is definitely significantly safer. Okay, screw that. I was being too nice. This is just bad. This is bad. You need to like, the res itself is a high risk, high reward play, but honestly, at this point, like, you guys kind of need to make play here. But this is not it. Not it, for sure. Get out of here if you can. You guys probably just lose this. Maybe you get out. Maybe. I wouldn't Valk this. Or try and just keep your team alive and play safe yourself. Woo! Nice Guardian Angel cancel. I don't know if that was on purpose or not, or maybe it just that's how it ended, but it looked like you canceled it. Proximity. Back off a little here. Find cover. Nice. Not nice. I think you're damage boosting the wrong person. Yeah, you were damage boosting your Ana, but I appreciate it. You know, one thing, chat, I will say this. I flame Mercies all the time. Mercy is my favorite hero to flame because there's so many Mercies that have so much potential and they just get patted on the back. So I flame Mercies all the time. But I will say this. I've reviewed a lot of gold and plat Mercies, probably 5 or 6 in the last couple of weeks. And what are you guys seeing, chat, in Mercies? What are, like, okay, I remember back when what gold plat Mercy play looked like a couple years ago. I remember what it looked like a couple years, 2 or 3 years ago. And I'm going to tell you this. I never saw this much damage boost, ever, for Mercies at this rank. We just didn't see it. It's like it just didn't exist. Like, it was like maybe someone pre-fight, but like almost never did we see damage boost. And, you know, as a community, I guess as a whole has gotten better, you know, I start to see a lot more damage boost. I'm saying at least, I mean, it's a very small sample size, the 5 or 6 VODs I've seen, but like every single one of them has at least tried to damage boost more. So, hey, you know, I flame y'all, but some respect. You guys are trying. And yeah, and the community as a whole seems to kind of understand more. This is a great Valak, by the way. You got enough teammates alive mid-fight. Don't wait for anything. Don't wait for anything, Senor. Heal, 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 heal. Do it, coward. Do it, 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 do it. I really want you to res in Valak if you can. You can move a lot more unpredictably. And there's always going to be an inherent risk. I mean, I don't know. Either you res earlier or you don't res at all. Now, resing not at all against a Hanzo is probably the play. It's gold, so you're going to get away with it, but probably just not the play to res at all, and then just focus on pocketing and following up off of this shatter. But if you're going to res when you're in Valk, not afterwards. Whenever possible, obviously. Okay, pocket aggression, please. Pocket aggression, pocket aggression, pocket aggression. That's how I practice my screaming. I shriek at the wind and just, you wouldn't believe the notes I hit. Just good that you take about turning toggle GA off. The time spent not holding the button can be spent looking and scouting around. What's getting. This time spent not holding the button? Midget, like, you're holding a button. That's like saying when you're driving a car, you're holding the wheel so I can't look left and right. It's literally something that I don't have any hours in Mercy on, but I do it automatically. Like, you don't even think about it. It's not a mechanical distraction. It's just playing the game. In fact, having to think about pressing it again can be more of a distraction. So I see your point, but I disagree. I don't think it's at all a mechanical distraction. Be very careful. Be very, very careful. Like, this is a situation where, you know, it might just be that Genji's dead. It might just be that Genji's dead. And certainly you would want to cancel your Guardian Angel here, not here, right? So maybe you can get this guy, but you want to cancel it a little sooner. Maybe in console it's different. That is true. That's definitely true. It could be different in console for sure. If it's different in console, then yeah, thanks for fact checking me, Chief. Yeah, so this is just a positional thing. So you're going in to pocket people, but you need to get off the floor, right? Remember, like, you want to be off the main. So like the way I always think about Mercy positioning is if we draw a circle of like where the team fight is happening here, you always want to be in the perimeter, right? You want to be here, you want to be here, you want to be here, you want to be here. Like, you can even sometimes, like, you don't want to be in the enemy backline, but sometimes it's better for you to be in the enemy backline than in the enemy front line, right? You know, pocketing your Genji going in, because it's just like, for these guys to hurt you, they have to turn around and deal with you. For these guys to hurt you, everybody, you're just in the middle everywhere. The Ana's looking at you, the Bap's looking at you, the Ryan's looking at you, anybody over here is probably looking at you, etc., etc. So avoid this positioning right here. This is what you hate, right? And then obviously you cancel here because you're like, oh, I can't follow my Echo in there, and then you end up in dead. So that's a little unfortunate. I thought you said Mercy so hot. Like, sketch, bro. Super jump is easier with toggle GA? Well, then there you go. Probably is. You lose this. Yeah, you lose this. So, some positional issues. We're a little too slow to prioritize our pocket on our Echo. We're a little slow finding her. And then, obviously, canceling our Guardian Angels hasn't been a stellar point for me. Mercy. No command. Does Mercy sound like a hero that I would have a command? That was rude. But you guys know I'm a Mercy supporter, chat. I'm a Mercy main supporter. You guys saw it with the SVB rate the roll thing, man. I had Mercy main specs, y'all. Alright, what about this Valk? What do we got about this Valk? What do we think about this Valk? Yeah, for sure. Oh, man. I mean, the timing of this Valk is super unfortunate because, like, right as you Valk, like, 3 people on the enemy team die. Like, actually, this is insane. I want to see the timing of this. 1 person dead. Bing. Just 1, 2, 3. That's kind of sucks. So maybe not necessary, but I like what you do with your Valks. Is it me or is it on me never to lose my pocket more than it's on them to allow me to get to them? Well, here's the thing, Gerb. You're black and whiting it. Don't black and white things. In Overwatch, there's always complicated answers, and they're not. Okay, let's put it this way. There's complex answers, but they're not hard to execute. Put it this way, Gerb. We have seen 2 or 3 times where you lost your pocket that was on you. We've also seen a couple times where your pocket went to where you couldn't go. That's on them. So all you have to do is say, okay, any time where I can prevent it by being more aware and getting off the tank when he's close to full HP, then I'm going to do that. Anytime I can't because my tank was critical, I had to heal my tank, and then they went too far in, or they're just too far in, period, I can't go over there, then that's on them, and you don't worry about it. So the times you can control, you worry about those. The things that you can't control, you don't worry about it. And from what we've seen, it's been kind of 50-50, right? There's been some of them that you could have, some of them that you couldn't. I don't care about the ones that you couldn't. I'm not going to say to you, do a better job, pocket your DPS more. No. When you can, do it. That's all. That's all. And there's been a couple times where it was like right there. Could we have helped this? Let's objectively look at this. So like right now, I think we could have. I think we could have safely pocketed this very carefully, but we probably could have. That's a little on him for being a little too aggressive, but you could have helped that. You could have helped that. Okay. I'm gonna say some choice words. Was that just a fat finger, or like did you mean the guardian angel to echo, or like what? That there's ulcer, and then there's just complete stomach failure, and we're experiencing that right now. That was just terrible. That was just terrible. That, like I'm begging. I hope that was just a mechanical misplay where you accidentally guardian angel here, but you meant to go for the echo. If you can clarify that to me, that would be great, because that would mean I will not be forced to jog across the entire continental United States to wherever you live and rap sharply on your door. Man, I'm gonna ring your doorbell so hard and run, you have no idea. Again, kind of a weird position here where like the Rein is basically full, so like you might as well get a damage boost out here, you know what I'm saying? Oh, that sucks. Your Echo should be dead. Unlucky. Hamong, the hamster. Now you guys are just baiting me. You're just trolling. You typoed? I don't know. Like, no credit. Okay. Yeah! Oh, you got him. Oh. There you go. Goofy Guardian Angel, though. You see this? This is something that we see sometimes in Mercies. They mash that shift like potatoes, man. Right there. Why the flip are you shifting? What? You have the beam connection. You don't want to be closer to this. Good job. By the way, brilliant job pocketing this. Brilliant job. You look at your team. Nobody in your team really right now needs a pocket. I mean, maybe you're Ana, but like, if you get this kill here, you win this fight. Like, almost guaranteed. Almost guaranteed. If you don't, you know, my bad, GG's go next. But like, this is so important. You win the angle, and this hunt is hyper aggressive. This is so good. Just brilliant. Now, right now, what should you be doing? Chat, what should you be permanently doing whenever possible as Mercy? Here. Wow, rude Zanzibar. I don't mind Mercy VODs. Let me give you guys a hint. Ah! Sorry, chat. Hit my mic. Yeah. Yeah, 360. Yeah, exactly. Well, scout for not just scout for flanks. Just be aware. Be aware. Because remember, you are the best healer in the game at helping anything across the map. You're in a way almost even better than Zenyatta. It's close between you and Zenyatta in terms of like helping stuff over here and helping stuff over here. Like you could just individually win a bunch of duels for your team, right? This guy needs help. You help him win this duel. Like this is not a fair fight. And then you go over here, you damage boost or heal your ball. The Rein doesn't get the kill. Not a fair fight. You can help your Ana. The Zarya has zero chance of like killing her. So just keep your head in a swivel here. There you go, there you go. But have a reason or a purpose of where you're going. Right now, you just kind of like plop off. But why? If you turn around here and you don't see anything that needs your pocket, then don't do anything. Like right now, you could turn around and be like, okay, I need to be over here or I need to be over here, right? If it's this Ana, maybe I can not drop off of high ground, etc., etc. But you just kind of like, you just throw yourself. And then you cancel your Guardian Angel, and then you're here. I think maybe you're worried about stopping Current, but either way, they ate the play. But either way, you did your work. This fight could not have been lost because of your earlier pocket.
60 seconds remaining.
How do you coach for a rank, Widows? Can't coach for rank, Widows? What do you mean toxic? How do I coach Widowmakers? Like Widowmaker reviews? VODs? Yeah, so like awareness is a big thing with Mercy. Like I'm telling you guys, chat, like the APM of Mercy is like unbelievable. Lower rank Widows? Oh, I coach lower rank Widows like I do anything else. Positioning, timing, like how to take duels. You can absolutely take more aggressive positions. Because like the thing with Widow is it's not just about the shots that you hit, it's the pressure that you put out. If the enemy team ignores you, you land more shots. Even if you're bad, like you can hit people that are standing still. right? Body shots, whatever. If they respect you, then you're creating space for your team, and then you win fights off of the space. So it's very similar. The only thing I would say with lower rank players is generally I coach duel, like you generally don't see Widow duels as much in lower ranks. Okay, nice. Valk, brilliant, brilliant. We are 3 out of 3 in our Valks. The second one wasn't amazing, but it wasn't a throw. Like, I'm just so happy to see you hit good Valks. Don't do it. You know what? Screw it. Do it. Oh, don't do it. Honestly, it may have been worth considering this. Yeah. So like, oh, that sucks. You guys couldn't touch. I'm not even mad here. Like, you guys are down too, so there's no way that you win this fight. You guys have to like pop off here. Resing your Rein is probably okay. Do it. Just die. Just die. Whip out your pistol and make him go down with you. You know what I'm saying? All right. So what we've seen so far is we still, like, we want to be a little faster with finding our DPS pocket, and our positioning is a big problem. So a lot of times we're overguarding and angeling, or we're playing in the middle of the fight. So that's kind of something that we're going to continue to look at. Yeah. Oh, that sucks. Nothing to worry about. Don't worry about that. Nice. Nice res. Nice res. So this is a situation here where you can think positioning, okay? So, like optimally you'd want to be like here, you know what I'm saying? If you can get there in time. Yeah. Ah! My boy Kree, let's go. All right, so again here, if you can simultaneously pocket the person you need to be pocketing, which is your Hanzo right now, and you can get off of main by being Hyun. Hyun! You see what I'm saying? You see the problem here? Your positioning is on main, and that's directly leading. So I don't know if it's chicken or the egg. You know what I'm saying? Is it your positioning? You're thinking that you need to heal your Rein, which is making your positioning bad, or you're forgetting to pocket, which is making your positioning bad. Like, I'm not sure which. So like either way, there's a mistake in your mentals, like, and it's not good. There's a little alarm going off right now, and this is no good because you died to Shatter here, you died to Grav, you died to Nanoblade, all sorts of juice. And your Hanzo, like, I don't know if he had to leave this here. Like, let me look at this. Why does your Hanzo leave? Yeah, so your Hanzo just kind of goes in, like, but still, like, position yourself here, and then if he goes in, hey, you can still pocket him on here from main. But you're off the smash and bash of the main. You know? There you go. Oh, no. Like, again, if you have to walk into the middle of the enemy team to pocket somebody, it's generally not going to be worth. If your Hanzo lunges in here like a complete nincompoop, then just stay here and pocket people you can pocket. Very, very rarely is it worth it. Hanzo's an alpha Chad. Yeah, well. This is good, though. I like that you're pocketing your Rein. Your Rein is in. Your Rein is, you know, seeing sayonara. You know what I'm saying? To like his sweet, sweet life. But you're keeping him on the edge with this pocket. This is really good. Nobody in your team right now besides Rein is aggressing as much. Genji, maybe a little bit, right? Your Hanzo's just sitting here. Anzu's sitting there. You can't pocket your ball, right? So this is good. Holy cow, that was high. That was a new record. Be very careful about that. Nah. Probably would not have res that. Just like keep the people that you have alive because you guys had mostly won. There's very little chance of you dying there. Okay, so you can check the bottom left of the screen, Q Jason Stu, and you will find the answer to your questions.
All the armor in the world.
Okay, so the TLDR for you, I think the simplest thing, like greatest return on investment for you, Gerb, is work. And honestly, you can do it as you want. You know your mentality or your knowledge better than I do. I would either prioritize pocketing your angles and DPS off of main more often and watch your positioning improve as a result, or work on positioning off of main and watch your pocketing improve as a result. So I'm not really sure which one is a priority for you or which one needs to be worked on more, like, because I don't know your mental mindset, but I know that both of those need to kind of simultaneously be improved, and both of them will lend themselves to improvement if you focus on one or the other. Okay, well then there you go. So there you go. So now you fix the problem. You fix two problems by fixing one. Okay, get ready. 1 minute of Moira coaching. Okay, here's how you do with the Moira coaching. First, I'm going to be prioritizing on damage orb to farm by ultimate, and then heal orb in mid-fight to be able to prioritize on keeping your teammates alive. Now, the big thing about Moira is that you're playing as a heal bot. Right now, the utility of Moira is very, very low. The only thing that you have is opportunities of surviving against enemy dive comp or anything like that. Now, you can also provide the value of building up a coalescence really fast, because usually coalescence is the first ultimate on the team fight, which means the first ultimate in the team fight, but it means that you win the team fight and you start the snowball from there. Now, you have to prioritize on keeping your tanks alive. Now, you might have, you ironically went from Mercy, who was able to heal a lot of off-angle pressure, a lot of flank pressure, a lot of aggression pressure from a hero that only is able to prioritize healing stuff that are directly in front of you. So you need to be positioning yourself right up in your tanks, but you also don't want to be directly on top of your tanks. So you have to notice the distinction between those two things. Now, for you, you're going to have to be able to realize the tempo of when we're about to be going into a fight and versus we're in a poking in the fight. If you're poking in the fight, the damage orb for the first for the ult charge, and then if you're doing immediately about to go into a fight, you can be able to save your heal orb so that you can build up ult charge early on without sacrificing your tank's survivability. So good luck. You're running a really weird comp to run Moira in, because you're running two like your Ryan Zarya are going to do fine with the Moira, but you're running Genji Widow. So I look at your comp and I'm like, do you really need more healing? So you play Moira, just play Moira, just smacking the giblets, you know what I'm saying? But it's going to be very difficult for you to, like, this would be where Brig would be better. Mercy would have been better. Like, lots of things. But Moira's fine. We're just going to go Moira. So, like, this is a situation, as we talked about. Like, yeah, like, I mean, I guess heal orbing here is fine. But, like, optimally, you would have already chucked a damage orb. Why? Because you know the fight's not going to be starting. You're not going to need heal orb for 10 seconds. If you should be actively, like, fading here. Chuck your damage orb done here. And then by the time you guys turn the corner and you're going to like start the brawls, you'll have your heal orb available. Well done, Rapka. Thank you. Like, thank you for the 10 cents, idiot. Would Zen work here as well? Yes, Zen would work very well here. Zen would be very good here. Ana Zen is not normally like an elite backline, but it would work much better than Ana Moira. So you're saving your orb here. And ultimately your Genji does end up needing it. He might die anyway. But he dies anyway. But like, you're down timing. Any time that you can use your damage orb, do it ASAP before a fight starts, or like, because right before a fight starts, like let's say right now you don't really want a damage orb. You see what I'm saying? Because at any point in time now, your tanks might start to aggress, and you're gonna want to have heal orb for that. So chat, a lot of people like rip on Moiras for damage orbing, and a lot of people rip on Moiras for not damage orbing. The key is to do save heal orbs if you're right about to fight, where you know you're gonna need a lot of healing. And then damage orb spam at any other time. And then even then, there's sometimes mid-fight where you damage orb, right? You see a squishy and an off angle, they're really low. You're really close to coalescence, and you want the guaranteed ult charge right there. There's lots of times when you might damage orb, but yeah. Okay. But like right here, this is again kind of similar to the Mercy min-maxing thing. What you do with Moira is you go, I spray my tanks, and then I look for a squishy or an off angle to right click. So right now, there's not really anybody you can right click, but I'm looking here, and I'm going to be looking to right click Genji, right click BAP if he gets too aggressive, or right click Kree, because it's the regeneration on the healing which is necessary, but it's also a little bit of pressure. That Genji drops to 150 HP, that BAP's going to turn around and launch a couple of shots in him, etc., etc. And right now, your tanks are going to be benefiting from cart heal, from your heal over time off of your spray, and just the fact that they're basically full HP. So it's like min-max. Think of Moira's right-click as your damage boost. Whenever you're not healing, you need to be damage boosting. It's with Moira, it's also important because you run on healing otherwise. I really only have Ana Mercy Moira. No, that's fine, Gerb. That's totally fine. Totally fine. You'll make Moira work. You're like, honestly, dude, it's fine. It really is fine. So this is fine. Give a puff. Yep, puff. Oh, unlucky. This is a situation here where like you're prioritizing the wrong things. So getting a little right click in there, fine, puff. But you can kind of see how like right in front of you, your Widow needs healing and she doesn't get healing. That's unfortunate. Your Widow's misposition. That's the biggest issue here. But you need to puff on your Widow here. So you miss the puff on your Widow. You kind of panic heal orb. And right now, what should we be doing? You've just launched a heal orb. Nobody in your team is critical or even close to being low. What should you be doing right now? Zanzibar, probably give him a call. Yeah, right click, exactly. Like you're full HP, your tanks are fine. Immediately min-max, right click. Prioritize right click. You get the kill here, maybe not, whatever. You get rid of him, same thing. And again, like look at your healing resource right now. You could get full healing resources from right-clicking your team. Yeah, heal orb is enough, exactly. Now if your team was like critical, different story. Like right now, you need to stop right-clicking and full puff on your Rein, right? But now it's like you're like earlier you were too distracted on healing nothing, and then you're like, oh, I gotta right-click, so now you're right-clicking, but now your Rein needs healing, and you're not healing your Rein. Like right now, your hard tunnel, and your Rein's gonna die as a result. So it's about speed. Speed. You know? Quickly, APM with Moira and Mercy is very important because that's how you min-max your value. We talked about this in our Anubis review. Mercy and Moira are not heroes that you can clutch and pop off with at the last second. It requires good decision-making, layer upon layer upon layer upon layer upon layer. That's why when we do our Mercy and Moira VOD reviews, they actually take longer than our other reviews in terms of like a team fight to team fight basis, because we have to go over every single one of those little individual errors. Yes, good. Should have been faster though. As long as you know you can get out safely without heal orb, you should have damage orb faster. Here, probably save your heal orb. Okay. If you're going to damage orb this, like there's two schools of thought here. The first is that I'm going to sacrifice some of my healing because I know we already have an Ana, so we probably don't need that much healing. And in which case, you want to be spamming your damage orbs. In which case, now is the time of damage orb. Spike! Thank you so much for the sub, mate. 8 months. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. In this instance here, why are you not damage orbing? Quickly, you've got a good angle here. You can get it on the Rein. Gonna bounce it this way. Gonna catch the Zarya, and you know the enemy team. The rest of the enemy team doesn't matter. But you're gonna wait. You're gonna wait. Let's see how many seconds we wait. Deserved. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Right now. So we're at I mean, I don't even do this. I can check this clock up here. 3:03, right? And right as you guys actually start to make melee trades where heal orb is a little more valuable, you damage boost now. It's 5 seconds. That's half of your cooldown. You would be halfway to another orb now, and you'd be higher up on the charge rate. Now, hydrate. Thank you so much. I will get some. Chat. I want to point out one thing. To be fair, to our Moira friend, what is the one benefit of waiting to damage orb mid-fight? Think carefully, because this may or may not be relevant as you get higher in ranks and you see more weird situations. What is the one benefit of damage orbing mid-fight? Because it's actual pressure. It's not a lot of pressure. But it's a little bit of pressure. Now, what I mean by damage orb mid-fight, I'm saying not damage orbing now, but then damage orbing here, right? It's the pressure mid-fight. Because you also might get more people, right? But it's right now, this damage orb might come down and tickle this McCree down to like 180 or 175, right? And that the Ana mid-fight has to turn and heal her McCree. Now, the way I look at damage orb and heal orb is I look at heal orb as it's more resource than damage orb, and it's more in line with your job. Like damage orb, ultimately, very rarely does it actually get good pressure. Damage orb pressure is very low. Heal orb pressure is a lot of pressure relieved on your tank. So I'm like, return on investment, heal orb probably is a little better, which is why I like damage orb spam before fights, where your team isn't losing healing because you don't need healing. But I can see against maybe certain comps here, maybe like a Zenyatta and Ana, somebody who doesn't have a lot of healing resources, right? Maybe that damage orb does a lot better. Maybe there's a Widowmaker up here, and let's say your Rein is full HP and you're like, I want to use damage orb with a Widowmaker up here, and maybe their supports are down here. Like that's going to be what, 80, 90, 100 damage on a Widowmaker? Like that's going to be pretty tough. That's going to be pretty rough. So we're very much overanalyzing this a little bit, but I think it's just an interesting conversation. Because I don't want to say damage orbing mid-fight is always bad. There might be a situation where it might be the same. Ult charge is always the same. Yeah, so if you do 200 damage with ult charge, that's 200 ult for you and 200 ult for them. The difference, though, is that first off, that ult charge is split between them, right? So it's split between them. You know, we assume like, you know, maybe the Zarya will regen some of it from her shields. Like maybe McCree grabs a health pack. Bap and Honor are both going to steal some of the healing, right? But the other factor you have to consider as well is if we look at on Overwatch, let me get this pulled up. I'm actually curious about this. Yeah, so it's gonna be split. That's the big one. I'm just curious to see. It's about the same. Okay. But yeah, it's mostly just because the ult, it's not uniform, right? It's not like, oh, I damage orb and BAP is going to get full to do the full 100 200 healing, right? It's going to be split. And remember, you're willing to you're willing to feed them some ult charge, but you want to get your ult first, because if you get your ult first, yeah, they might get their ults next fight, but you already have the good position. So building first ult is really important. And honestly, like maybe they already have ults too. You know, you look at this here, it's like maybe they might already have ultimates, in which case you don't even need to worry about feeding ult charge. Okay, we are way over analyzing this. Let's just focus on this here. I don't think this is a good damage orb. I would much rather prefer you to heal orb like now, conserve some resource, allow your tanks to continue to aggress, and then look for opportunities to like right click a squishy and an Optima. Because like you're right clicking the Rein, which is fine if you need to regenerate ult charge, but as soon as you can, look for a squishy. Because you're right here, yeah, sure. Again, yeah. A little too much spray there. And again, heal orb, probably not really necessary. I would much rather prefer you damage orb now for that extra little bit of ult charge, or wait till your Zarya starts to take some serious damage and then heal orb. Like if they had pushed your Zarya there, maybe like right then, or maybe even like right now. Spray. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, that was close. Nice fade. Heal orb here. Heal orb. Heal orb. Just for you. Okay, prioritize Genji. So we're going very in depth just because we haven't reviewed like in full a Moira bot in a long old time. Weird heal orb. Weird heal orb. You're not low in resource. You guys aren't committing to a fight. You could honestly just hold on to your orb here and then damage orb plus Cole. But that's fine. You're looking to Cole this pretty soon here. And I like combining, so I like combining Cole with damage orb, right? Or heal orb, depending on your teams. But usually Cole is enough healing on its own. You need to go aggressive with this Cole. You need to be hitting more than your teammates. Cole is not a healing ultimate. It is a healing plus pressure ultimate. It's a tempo ultimate like Valkyrie. If you're only healing with Cole, it better be because your teammates are critical and they need only the healing. If you're not hitting enemies, you lose a lot of pressure off of Cole. It is this, like right now, yes, just damage, yes. But you see how you go back to your Rein, even though he's nanoed and like full HP? You've got people on their back. You've got squishies on their back. Like, Coalescence, let me pull up the numbers again here. It is 70 damage per second. 70 damage per second. That is almost, that is 20 more than your right click with perfect accuracy. That's significant. That's significant. Okay, we need to work on our Cole. That was honestly, it's only happened once, but it was bad enough that we need to. That cannot happen, not even once. Weird heal orb. Well, not a weird heal orb, but understandable. Probably would get off the card if I were you. Maybe you could play like up here. Maybe, I'm unsure. Posture check. Oh hey Aztac. Aztac, you're so bad. Such a bad player. Worst flex support, Korean. Oh, sorry. So bad.
I cast this forth.
I bet Aztac, when he plays Moira, when Aztec plays Moira, it's like bronze Moira. Bronze Moira. Okay, let me look at this again. Again, just a weird orb, like just so weird. It's just like you completely miss the Rein, and ultimately you don't love damage orbing a solo target anyway, unless it's a squishy. So it's just a weird orb. It's just a weird orb. Oh, good. Honestly, besides that, it was okay. Hope you're doing well, Aztec. Hope Toronto's treating you good. Hope you guys do really good this season. Sometimes I come on your stream and I watch you play. Your Zen's really good.
This is my will.
Okay. Again, just weird damage orb. Like, don't be scared here to, like, the team's dead. Enemy team's dead. Don't be scared to push up here. You've got your fade. Go look for a damage orb. Chuck it down this way and fade out, you know? Like, you've got your butt super glued to the cart here. It's not necessary between fights. It's just not necessary. Like, right now, again, are we going to damage orb now, or are we going to hold on and save heal orb? Like, that's the real question, you know? Like, are you going to min-max your ult charge here? And you're going to heal orb now. Yeah, not great. Fade. Because it's just weird to me, because it's just weird. You heal orb at a Nanoblade Genji, you fade away, but now you don't have heal orb to sustain your tanks through the Nanoblade. Probably wouldn't have changed the fight, but we need to work on our orbing. Got your Toronto jersey? Nice, Sue. Okay. Okay, again, damage orb, please. Damage orb. Damage orb. Damage orb. You're so close to Cole here. You're so close. You'd love to just burst out of this with Cole. And there's the damage orb. So, like, this is going to be a really juicy damage orb. So, like, this is I'm not going to flame you on this because it's going to go through 2 squishies. So that's going to put out some decent pressure. I just want to watch this damage orb really quick. Yeah, so this is, like, good. Like, look at that. There you go. You'll take that, like, right there. But my problem here is that you're so close to Cole. You're so, like, this should have been thrown 10 seconds ago. Like, you could have had another, you could have thrown this now and had another orb by the time the fight actually started. And you could have orb Cold. You could have, like, comboed the two. Right now. You could have orb Cold this grab. And normally Coalescence is not, like, a grab counter, but you got tanks in it, right? So you should be okay. Cole. Okay, now get, yeah. Positioning there was just really unfortunate. Fine. Oh, no. Squishy. Okay. Right click. Nice. Peel. Nice. Prioritize that Genji. Damage orb or heal orb. You're gonna heal orb. But you're gonna, but you look at your heal orb here? Look at your heal orb. Look at when we heal orb. Look at when we heal orb. Look at our HP. Look at our HP. Full HP. Ryan is going in, but he's not taking any damage at all. And now we heal orb. Damage orb more proactively between fights. You're like, if you need your ult, like, your job, yeah, you're gonna be feeding support ult charge. Yes, absolutely. But you will trade that because you will always have an ultimate going into the fight. Right, there's like but the thing is with heal orb is you can be a little bit reactive with it. You don't have to always be proactive. Oh, I anticipate damage, I'm gonna start. It's like BAP shift, right? You don't want to wait until your tanks are critical before you BAP shift. But you also, if you, for example, if a Baptiste you shift here, it would be a feed. I would say nade is more reactive, right? If you have to nade your tanks, you try and do it more reactively. But heal orb and shift need to be used somewhere in between. This is nothing but proactive, and you can see how much value this orb gets. Sayonara, right? Right? Like, you're very lucky to get value out of that at all, and that's probably just stealing ult charge away from you that you didn't even need. Like, spray could have handled the amount of healing that your Ryan took. Good job right-clicking. Puff, right-click. Ooh, bless, there's a flank. There's a flank. There's a flank. Just die. Don't try and get out. You're way too slow. More like Sayonorba. Please escort yourself out from the building. Okay, is that it? Is that it for us?
Pick up the pace.
Yeah.
We can
Do we win? Big shatter. Hey, all right, nice job. Okay, so we talked about what you want to do with your Mercy. For Moira, I don't know. Like, I with your Moira, I did a much worse job of, like, synchronizing and slimming down your feedback. Partially because your Moira gameplay was, like, a lot shorter, so there's, like, at least 3 or 4 minutes less. So I want you to help me out here. Posture check. Thank you. What do you think would be an easy fix for you, or what do you think would be a very important fix for you? Group. Because like I said, we've been all over the place. Don't worry about processing everything. Your job as Moira is to pocket your tanks as much as you can, pocket your core as much as you can, build coal, and then pressure off angles with your right click whenever your team doesn't need healing. Look for orbs between fights more? Sure. If that alone is like a good, that'll be a little boost to your ult charge for sure. You would have generated probably another 1 or 2 coals, well, probably not 2, but you would have generated at least another coalescence on your attack with that. And hey, you know what? Coal is a great fight winning ultimate, especially in mid to lower ranks where people are clumped up more. That coal splits through, it hits 3 of your teammates, 2 of the enemies. That's a lot of pressure on the enemy team. And if you build 1 more coal per attack or 1 more coal per defense, or every 3 or 4 fights, we take it. Like that has significant impact. Heal orb less proactively. Let's not say that. Let's say that. I want to treat things positively with our verbiage because I think that's important. And I would say don't say heal orb less. I would say think about your heal orbs. So between fights, think about your damage orb spam. Mid fight, think about your heal orbs. Your spray, your positioning might kind of go down the crapper, and you might forget to right click sometimes. But I want you to really think about your heal orbs. Really think about it. Go and self review some occasionally. Go over your heal orbs. Could you have waited? Should you have done it earlier? Was it aimed properly? I want you to think about your heal orbs more. Because I think we've given you enough knowledge here. And I think you are smart enough yourself to be able to go back and figure out if it was a good heal or not. You don't need me. So I think I just want you to think about it more. Because you're smart enough. You'll figure it out. 99% of the time, what you say is also what I would say in regards to whether heal orb was used properly. I was way too nice. I was way too nice. It's not what you paid for. Like, geez, it's just terrible. One of the people that submitted said was like, please commit war crimes. I'm like, okay, all right. Well, somebody's really pursuing that. Yeah, I'm planning on putting the Moira coaching on YouTube. Anything where I feel like I go over a concept that's unusual or unique, or we do a hero that we haven't done in a long time, it generally goes on YouTube. Hair check. You guys want to see a hair check? Hair check. This is post-football sweat mess. And I got a haircut a couple weeks ago, but I made the mistake of not getting enough off of the sides and the top. So it's like, normally I don't bush. I'll bush, like, it'll be like this kind of a bush, you know what I'm saying? But now, like, not even like this, but now it's like literally like clown mode activated. Like it's intense. The way I thought about where I was trying to get better is trying to get as much value of healer as I can in the upcoming T-Fight. Sure. What do you think is better, the coaching style, nice or toxic? I mean, honestly, both. Like, yeah, I flame people on stream all the time, but even then I try and find a little bit of a balance. But whenever I'm like actually like competitively team coaching, I'm always the meanest, loudest son of a gun, but I am the most supportive. I try to be. Let me just be very clear. I try to be the most supportive, compliment you if you make a great play, compliment your work ethic. Like personally, like there are coaches that have different styles. For me, I've always tried to be try to walk away from teams where they're like, that guy is tough, but he really cares about his players, like really cares. Like that's the goal. I don't either or. I try and do hammer on both ends at the same time. Because like to me, you have to be tough as a coach. You have to be a disciplinarian. You have to hold standards. You have to make hard calls. And you have to, like, if people aren't doing the things they ought to do, and there's laziness, especially a lack of effort, like I'm not going to be patient about that. But at the same time, they have to trust me. They have to respect me. They have to trust me, and they have to believe that I have their best interests in mind. And if they don't believe that, then it doesn't matter how much I yell. Like I had coaches that like yelled a lot, or I knew who yelled a lot, and I had no respect for them at all. In football, in high school, someone like younger, like I just had no respect. Like they were tough, but I had no respect for them at all. There was a coach in my high school, Coach Reed, over in football, over in North Carolina, and he inspired me so much because he was a tough, like 6'4", 320 dude, big voice, tough, like tough dude. But he was like the most supportive, considerate guy ever. Like he had a bunch of like really poor players who didn't have like cars or couldn't have terrible family situations. They couldn't get rides. He would every single day pick them up and drive them to practice and like take them home and like he'd take them and feed them at night as well. And like He was super supportive. And like that is like what I aspire to be like. Like, I mean, obviously stream, funny, coaching, roasting, right? But if I'm actually really working with somebody, with a team, an individual, aside from like some of the entertainment side of things, it's like I'm gonna be like, you're gonna hate my guts sometimes, but like honestly, like try and be as close and as supportive as I possibly can. Yeah. And very rarely do I shout at individuals, by the way. Very, like in a team environment. Very rarely. Very rarely. I do a lot of hollering and slamming, but it's very rarely is it negative, like pointing anybody out. For example, I might, like, a lot of times in the scrims with team, with Share Cold and other teams, they'd be like, guys, come on. We got to be doing better than this. Like, we as a whole, the effort has to be on the next level. Like, we're on the 3rd map of the scrim. And we're acting like this is the first time that we've ever seen the game of Overwatch. We've got to kick the effort up. Like, we want to be the best. We want to be finishing first place. We don't want another crappy 4th place finish. We get there now. Like, not in weeks when we have the actual official match. We get there now. And somebody has to step up. Like, somebody has to step up. This is agony for me to watch. You must step up. Every single one of you guys need to be looking at yourself right now and be thinking, what do I need to do right now to make this work? You owe this not only to your teammates, you owe this to yourself. You guys all met with me before the season started and said that, oh, you want to be Overwatch League, you want to be Overwatch League. Well, that starts right now. It might uncomfortable, you might be tired, but it starts right now. Like, let's go. Come on. I believe in you guys. Let's go. Like that's kind of like the yelling and hollering. And sometimes I might be a little louder, but like I don't single out players and go, what are you doing? Like, what are you crazy? Stop doing this. Like that's nope, no go. I do that on stream for funny giggles, but like it's singling out players is a really quick way to get them on the defensive. The only time I'm gonna like call you out is if there's like a lack of effort, like a serious lack of effort, and very rarely will it be in front of other people. I might pull you in a meeting afterwards and be like, what's going on? Like, this isn't gonna cut it, right? But I mean, you guys even remember, like, as kids, if your mom or dad like hollered at you or called you out in front of your friends, it was like super embarrassing, and you literally just turn your brain off. Like, you're instantly on the defensive. We want to avoid that. Like, negative reinforcement, like actions have consequences. If you're being a jackass, we're gonna talk, and you're gonna have to deal with that. But I don't want to call you out in front of your teammates. I don't want to give you an excuse of, oh, you shouldn't have said that in front of. No, there's no excuse. You kind of see what I'm saying? Yeah, and the insulting, like, I mean, it's just for fun. Like, it's just for fun. Like, part of it is like the tough love thing. I do agree. I do believe works, but it's just for fun. Okay. How are we doing with Ask Spilo? Because I messed up last time. I let Ask Spilo back way up. And it was like, okay, that is a long yeah, we should probably do Ask Spilo. There's a lot of questions. Oh yeah, y'all are already, yeah, I gotta do Espilo. We're gonna do Espilo. What was the last question I did? Let me go back and find it, because I haven't posted the most recent Espilo, so that's to be uploaded, I think, tomorrow or the day after. So I have to go to the one that's not published yet and find out what was the last question I did, because I have the memory of a goldfish. How do you believe your player-run VOD reviews should be run? So it's very easy with player-run VOD reviews to be run like sloppily. So you need to provide some sort of structure. You're like, okay, this is what I'm expecting from this player-led VOD review. Go do it. So basically, like, all right, I need us, and honestly, like, they can prepare it themselves. So the way Packington was describing it, it was like the individual players prepared it. But my take on it is like, that's good. Those are great. That's a type of VOD review. But even if I personally am leading a VOD review, most of the time, I'm going to be asking a lot of questions. I have a concept that I will teach. And then as you saw with Baggins yesterday, the players have to go and take it and run with it. So I'll say, okay, when we play this comp, we need to be taking splits, we need to be taking angles, and we need to be synchronizing our pressure at the same time. There's zero excuse for anything other than that. That's how it's played. Okay, we watch this team fight, something happens, I say stop. Okay, Jeff, Sarah, whatever, what is this what we need? Is this the proper way of we doing things? If not, what do we need to adjust? You kind of see what I'm saying? So it's not a player-led VOD review, but they're getting input. They're giving in and they're solving the problem. Like, you really want to avoid spoon feeding them problems whenever you can. Sometimes they're stuck in it. They're just like, I don't even know what we do here. I'm like, okay, well then try this, right? What do you guys think about this, right? But yeah. Yeah, I mean, Matt DeBrady, it happens. Like, there's just like out of like hundreds of people that have watched my reviews, which is, you know, very, very nice. Like, there's always going to be somebody that, you know, misses the context just a little bit. Okay, but I try and put a disclaimer in the YouTube videos. And honestly, at this point, like, I think most people have figured it out. What are the biggest differences in individual and team reviews that you've done? Honestly, individual reviews generally can be a little longer because it's easier to keep the individual focused because they're working just with me and there's a lot of back and forth feedback. Because like even when I'm asking questions in team review, like it's 1 out of 6 players is talking one at a time. And sometimes we go over stuff that doesn't individually impact every single player, right? We try and, but sometimes it's just not. So it's easy to kind of like, this doesn't even apply to me, right? So with team reviews, try and keep them shorter and sweeter and like more direct. And I have to be like higher energy. With individual reviews, it's kind of like what you've seen on stream. There's a little more relaxed, a little more like less uptight, and just kind of have a like, you know, just like get a monologue going back and forth, or a dialogue rather than a monologue. So that's the biggest difference for sure. It's just kind of like more laid back and more discussional. Like I've had VOD reviews, individual reviews that are like 20 minutes long. I've had them as long as like 2.5, 3 hours, where we just went over a bunch of maps together and we just like chatted. Like Wraithen over in New Kings. We did that sometimes. Yeah. Okay. Let's do this, chat. We got a pretty decent amount of questions, not a ton of questions, so this will be a good Ask Violin. Hey. Take me up to the ball game. Okay. Can't lie, I read the thumbnail. I thought I said ASMR. Yep. Spilo ASMR win. Oh shoot. I gotta fix the keybinds. I've got to fix the flipping keybinds. Son of a gun. I'm sorry. I don't know why it does that. That's not what it's keybound to. It's not the same keybind at all, but there's gotta be something screwed up in the keybinds. Keybinds. I apologize. Dude, I better not get a Pepega answer like last time. Yeah, I was so tired, dude. Okay, Spilo ASMR win right now. How should I position Ana when the enemy team has a good Widow? How should I go about peeking to heal my team? That's ASMR, right? Okay. How should I position Ana when the enemy team has a good Widow? Just a shorter sightline. Like, you need to always be aware of where she is. Like, she's peeking this like long angle here, right? So normally as Ana, like you try and play a little bit longer range, but so basically you're like, okay, this is the sightline here, so I'm going to be looking for a sightline like here. As long of a sightline as you like, not a long as a sightline, but a relatively longer sightline. You don't want to be up your Reinhardt's butt whenever possible, but you just need to respect her sightlines, right? I know it's kind of a cop-out answer. It's just respect your sightlines and make an adjustment off of that. That's the rule. The challenge is obviously applying that on the map. But yeah, you really cannot be peeking Widow. The nice thing about Ana is it's not expected for you to be getting as much damage utility as say like a BAP. So sometimes you can just be the Ana that sits on a corner. You can only see your Rein, and then as your Rein pushes, you quick peek nade, and then you're back to just like healing. That's more acceptable with Ana than it is with BAP. But yeah, shorter sightlines. Do not be in the Widow LS. Okay. And then how should I go about peeking to heal my team? I mean, you really should not be having to peek to heal your team. If you're peeking to heal your team, either your team is feeding or you are feeding. Most likely the latter. So you would want to be looking for a sightline where you don't have to peek the enemy Widow's sightline without healing your team. Like even on Junkertown first, right? Like we think about this, right? There's you push the cart out of spawn, right? And there's that one major choke, right? There's the bridge. You guys remember the bridge, the big choke here? And then there's like the mega in here, and then there's just a big open, you're on attack, and there's the big open Widow sightlines around here. As an Ana here, your team is pushing through here, the enemy team is here. It might be really hard to get some nades, you know, this is part of the reason why we don't love Ana on this point, but you can play here, right? Or you can play here. This is probably the better one here, right? And you can still heal your team. You can like fish for nades quickly without having to peek, you know, the Widow LOS this way. right? That's what you're looking for. You got a sightline, you're not directly in your Rein, you're not standing in main. Honestly, you could even swing wide here, like look for a nade behind, but this is what you're looking for. You should not be able to heal your team because there's a Widow. That means there's something wrong. Hypothetically speaking, if I were to make a Reaper guide, what would the key concepts to include? So, the big one for me would be when TPing is like. So let me think. Give me a second to think, because this is a good question. So first off, playstyle. So frontline versus flanker. And as Reaper, I don't think that you can ever just say, oh, I only play frontline or I only play flanker. I think if you do that, you end up throwing. So you need to be flexible. Obviously, against a composition like a hard dive, you shouldn't be flanking as much. You should be playing and punishing, shooting monkey up, right? Shooting ball up, right? And it's like, but also being more flexible, like looking at the situation, be like, okay, we have to break a choke, right? So for me standing on front line, and while the Junkrat Torbjorn spams my Reinhardt, that's not going to work. That's not going to cut it. I need to TP past, put some pressure on backline, get them to all turn around, force some cooldowns, and then wraith back to my team, right? So you need to be able to look at the situation and say, do I play frontline? Can I just put out spam damage? I don't need to worry about it. Or should I be playing flanker to bait more attention towards me? And there's a misconception with Reaper that if I TP, I need to get a kill. If you TP, you don't need to get a kill. You need to bait attention, force cooldowns, and then get back to your team safely. You do that cycle over and over and over again. You decide, okay, now is a good time to TP. Okay, now I go a TP, I put pressure backline, I get out, and I do it over and over and over again. And obviously, the timing of when you do it is important as well. If you TP by yourself, or not when your team is pushing, then they can all focus you, force your cooldowns without it costing them anything. So frontline versus flanker, and even when you're frontline, you're taking soft off angles. And then with Reaper, it's also like, for your Wraith usage, I would say like making sure that you're in a safe position. Like don't greed your Wraith. Like it's such a easy cooldown to greed, but it's just so rarely is it worth greeding. Like if you greed your Wraith to win a duel, but you're in the middle of the enemy team, then you're trading 1-for-1. Like don't trade 1-for-1. Like always try and do better with that. So don't greed your Wraith. It's almost always a defensive cooldown. Another thing with TP as well is like kind of not TP, but the play style is that you can lurk. So this is something that Jane, I think, defined as lurking is where you are waiting and hiding until the enemy team walks into your space. In other words, flanking with TP can be the enemy team is here, or we're here, the enemy team is here. I'm going to start here and TP here, right? Lurking would be my team is here, the enemy team is here. I was here as the enemy team walked from spawn, and they walked into my flank where I'm already there without even having a TP. And obviously this is higher risk but higher reward because there's no audio cue of TP. They don't even see you TPing, and you can be a little bit more selective about where you flank. You don't have to, my TP can only reach here. You can be waiting there. Obviously, the obvious risk is that if they scout you ahead of time as they're coming back. Hydrate, thank you. So those are the big things here as well. The other thing is target priority. People play Reaper very much so as a tank buster. That kind of archetype has slowly died over time. He's not really a tank buster. The reason you run Reaper is because it's a short to medium range map. There are short sightlines. Let's just say short sightlines. You could do medium range, but generally short sightlines. Short sightlines, you like Reaper because the higher damage, right? And a lot of flanks. So really Reaper is like a short sightline flanker. You look at like something like a King's Row third, right? Not a lot of flanks for a tracer to use, but there is a lot of high ground, and there are flanks, and there are shorter sightlines. So Reaper on King's Row third would be pretty decent compared to a tracer. King's Row second, again, tracer's a little better in King's Row second, but Reaper's also a little better in King's Row second as well. Very short sightlines, like literally a playground. You could be hiding anywhere at any time, and the target priority. So we'll just put TP for toilet paper. Is it doesn't matter. Like you want to be shooting people that you can kill. If you can one tap a BAP, you can two tap a BAP, you can one tap a Zen, And so your job as TP is not to like, oh, I do more damage to tanks. If you can get a kill, that's better than shooting a Rein. just even threatening the kill, because again, you're playing the attention game, right? Just like a Tracer. The only other thing I'd say is like with your ultimate, make like the timing of your ultimate is so incredibly crucial. Like I don't like opening with Reaper ult. I like waiting until things get a little messy and then ulting when your team, when the enemy team, like win an actual engagement. Like Reaper ult is so easy to counter with cooldowns, but is so hard to counter without them. Like you can go down the list: Winston bubble, Matrix, Zarya bubble, I guess ball boop technically, Fortify, Sleep Dart, Discord, Guardian Angel, Fade, Moira Fade, Lucio boop, Brig Bash, McCree, Flash, Reaper Wraith, Widow Grapple, Ashe Coach Gun, Genji Dash and Deflect, Tracer Blink, Sombra Translocate, shoot, what else? Pharah Conk. Like there's every hero like in the game has a cooldown to deal with Reaper ult. Like every single one. But as soon as like mid fight, when those cooldowns are like some of those cooldowns are used, Reaper ult is just oppressive, man. Like how many times have you guys been like, oh, the fight's won, and the Reaper just goes die, and you're like, I guess I die. And that's because it's these mid-fight when an engagement is happening, not ahead of the team, but mid-fight. It is an oppressive ult. But yeah, I would just be with Reaper. Just be like the big thing is like the playstyle stuff. Like unfortunately, I haven't reviewed a Reaper in a long time, so I can't like draw it up for you. But I can tell you the playstyle is really big. Like you play Reaper where you can flank with short sight lines to put out a lot of pressure, and obviously time it really well. It's very similar to Tracer. He's just a little less flexible with how he does it. Very similar to Tracer. The difference is obviously that he's like a lot more less flexible, but he's a little less bad on frontline. Why do so many people claim Reinhardt is a very skill-intensive hero, but then say Brig takes him talent about, so she has way more responsibilities? I mean, that's not really true. Like Brig is just honestly okay. Like I would say Brig and Ryan. Like Ryan is probably a little harder in terms of play style than Brig. Ryan is way more demanding in terms of like solving your play style, but both are relatively difficult. The reason that people say Ryan is a skill-intensive hero and Brig is not is because a lot of people are still like built, like have this internal mental archetype of where they expect Brig is just a brain dead, you swing into the enemy team and you win hero, which was the case for like a year and for even longer to an extent. So people still think that. If you queue up Brig now and try and play Brig like that at any rank, you're just going to feed. But it doesn't change the fact that people still think that. You know what I'm saying? So she's not at all like that anymore. But people still think that. But I do think that Ryan is still more skill intensive than Brig. Slightly, but still more skill intensive. And it's just because the play style adjustments with Ryan are a lot more egregious. But I do sympathize. Like people do tend to like harp on Brig because it's just like people are used to it. You know what I'm saying? I'd prefer to put the questions in Discord, just for like. But if you're not in the Discord, it's not a big deal. Okay. How do you personally avoid tilt? I can avoid tilt, but sometimes just leave the game or toxic against me. I mean, first off, I avoid tilt by honestly like avoiding voice chat. As the second that there's a problem. So like when I play, if there's a voice chat, there's a problem. It's not even a question of like, oh, I'm gonna get tilted. It's just it's a distraction. Like I can't be bothered. Like at that point, the voice communication is no longer beneficial. So why would I be in it? It's literally nothing. We're not synergizing. We're not coordinating. It's just one person yapping his big mouth off, and that's it. So I'm done. So that's one way that it's always helped me. But the other thing is like get up, take a walk. Refocus on your goals. Like you're not in there, you're like refocus on what you're trying to improve on. And then I mean honestly like those are the two big ones. Just like focus on your goals, get up, walk around, like those kind of things are similar, like the mental reset, and then being very quick to just mute somebody, being very quick to just leave voice chat. But there's a lot of videos that you can find on here. I know SVB is a pretty good one. But I would recommend people who've put way more thought into that question than my own opinion. I can direct you to them and give you my little tidbits, but yeah. Alrighty. Is using voice chat solo queue worth? I mean, if you want to improve your communication as a player, whether you just want to do it because fun giggles or you're like looking to join a team someday, then yeah, absolutely go join voice in solo queue, and you can make short, basic, simple calls. Like I'm engaging, or like I'm pushing here, or I want to use this only this way. Don't micro your teammates, but you can like just call what you're planning on doing. Like that's like the first call. And obviously there's different calls for different players. Like for Zen, I might just call my discords, right? For Lucio's, I might just call like what I want to beat. For Ryan's, I might just call when I'm engaging. For Divas, I might call like the angle I'm positioning on, or like if I'm peeling somebody, kind of like what I'm doing. So don't worry about like being super leader, man, like lady, like Amazon, like whatever, just like make a call. But then obviously using it is fine. But as soon as the toxicity and wrong information starts to become a problem, then again, just leave. Just like I said earlier, as soon as it becomes a distraction, it's no longer beneficial, because you're trying to like it's just like trying to like shout into a lawnmower. Just you're done. Just quit. Right? Just quit. But yeah, if you do want to improve as like a shot caller or as a calmer, then yeah, you can practice in solo queue. It's not great practice, but it is practice. Okay, how do you maximize value as a main support? Whoops. When solo queuing with tanks who feed even when they get lots of resources and get span healed? I mean, that's a stupid general question. Not stupid, but as in like very general question. Basically, like just do your job better. Like do your job better. If you're a Lucio, like when your tanks feed, make sure that you're getting like value out of the feeding. Like look to boop and enable them to actually get more value out of it. If you're playing a Brig, make sure that you're pocketing your DPS or pocketing like aggression when you guys go in. If you're playing Mercy, pocket the aggression again. But again, just very, very general like question. This feels like I just had a really bad match, and I have to find an answer to this. I don't know. Like get good. I've never reviewed a VOD where I was like, man, how can this Brig or Moira or Mercy or Lucio get more value when the main tank is feeding? It's always this guy has made a mistake with a nade, or this chick has made a mistake with their positioning. It's like I just like very rarely you guys seen in our VODs where I've ever had a situation where I've looked at a VOD and been like, man, this player or teammate is feeding. There's nothing we can do. That like just never happens. You can always improve your positioning, things like that. Almost always. It's almost always very obvious as well. So this is kind of a weird question, so I have to give it a weird answer. Could you explain the best way to play double bubble versus double bubble? Yeah, the best way to play double bubble versus double bubble is to synchronize your resources. So whether you're jumping backline, whether you're pressuring frontline for space, you need to synchronize your resources at the same time. So like your bubbles, you look fish for a nade immediately after bubbles. You know, you're not going in with your monkey when your tracer is not pressuring. So synchronize your timing, not just your resources when it comes to bubbles, but also your other things, like your echo takes an aggressive position when your monkey goes in, or a more aggressive position. Your tracer is either pressuring their backline, pressuring their front line, or dueling the enemy tracer at the same time as your tanks go in, right? You don't want to be desynced. That's a very fast way to start losing resource wars, because they can, if they pressure your tracer out before your bubbles go in, then your dive is worse, right? So synchronize, like your echo, tracer, everything. And I only specify these people, but obviously the Ana, the Brig, all that kind of crap. Synchronize your pressure. Fight for flanks as well. So like obviously double bubble is not played as flanky crazy like for example ball tracer, because you're a little bit more brawl oriented. You have fewer ranged and flanker heroes. You only really have tracer. It depends on DPS you're on. But you want to control flanks and angles whenever you can. So don't all group up as 6 and run it down mid. You might have to clump your Ana, Brig, Zarya, Winston, but at the very least you want your tracer. You can have your tracer split off. Maybe if you're playing double bubble into like a hard spam comp, you can split your Winston, right? You can split your Winston, you know, and your Echo or whatever, and your Ana maybe can go on a flank. But like you want to, if it's a mirror, you still, even if it's not your Winston Ana splitting off, right? It's still your tracer splitting off, right? Still your tracer splitting off and trying to win that duel, and your Brig can help the tracer win the duel. If your tracer wins the duel, then now you've controlled the flank and angle, right? Which means that your backline can't be dove by their tracer because that tracer's AFK, and your tracer can now access their backline. And then the big one is a proper planning. So ult/planning. So like this is the case in every meta, but this is one of the most important compositions when it comes to actual good planning, because you have a lot of ultimates that are big impact, right? You have Nano, huge ultimate. Rally, huge ultimate. Grav, Pulse, Grafless Pulse, huge ultimate. Primal's okay, not like crazy powerful. And then whatever your other DPS is. But these, like, you need to know like what the game plan is and execute on those. So a little bit more of a compositional, like more of a less compositional specific feedback. But yeah, synchronize your pressure, control flanks and angles, Nano, Rally, Grav, Pulse. That's like the quick TLDR. Heyo. Okay. What do you think is the best design here in the game? Probably Zen or Tracer. Genji in there as well. Genji's kind of fallen out of favor because he's fallen behind, but he fundamentally is still a really, really good design here. Like really well designed. Very fluid, very basic in their designs, but their execution has a lot of complexity and they feel very fluid. I think you could also argue things like Monkey are really good. And here's a really hot take. I actually think heroes like Ball and Brig, or not Brig, excuse me, Ball and Doom are well designed. Now, I don't think they're designed in terms of like they're not balanced exactly. So these heroes are can be annoying to deal with and can feel broken. But playing them, if you're a really good Doom or a really good Ball player, it's a very fluid experience, right? It's a very fluid experience, and that's like a fun hero to play. Even Echo, to an extent, is also a very fluid experience. In terms of balance, not so much maybe, but in terms of like feel, that these guys I say are more along the lines of are more balanced and also still fluid. But like when you play a hero like Ball, you're like, this is a crazy experience. Like, what am I doing? Like, this just feels bizarre in a first-person shooter. But then but when you get good at them, it's a crazy experience. I compare that to heroes like Junkrat or Bastion. It's just not. It's like completely. You just can't compare. Just totally different experiences. We have multiple players from one role in a roster. Do you think it's ever a good idea to try and push the players to compete for the starting role? Best try and search the team to avoid overlap too much. I mean, I wouldn't directly outright say that you guys are competing for the role necessarily, especially like potentially if it was like a professional team, like where people are being paid like salaries and things like that, and like there's like, but in terms of like, I assume that in your instance it's not. So like it would be more of along the lines of like, hey guys, like we're going to try and structure the overlap as much as we possibly can so that you guys are both getting opportunities to play. But obviously, if we do end up in a meta or in a situation where one of you has to play, we're going to have to make the decision which fits the team most. So like, let them know that you're not like playing favorites here, but that you're going to have to occasionally might have to make a decision that fits the team's needs at the time. That being said, though, like I would try and avoid making it like a corporate like competition thing, because ultimately these guys aren't being paid, and you can get into some really messy stuff with unsigned teams if that's how you start to handle things. You also like incorporate team opinion into this as well. That's important as well. Don't ask them, but like you need to get a feel for like what the team thinks. What do you think? Does it really take to be a pro Overwatch or other sports? I see many people who don't have anything to do with it claim a big part is reaction time or hand-eye coordination. It's just not that really. But personally, I don't think that comes even close to being some of the more important things. I mean, it honestly, the most important thing is liking the game. Like by far the most important, because the most important thing is grinding the game. And to grind the game, you have to like it. Like we've all had those, those prodigies at 4 years old that their parents made them play violin 12 hours a week, or 12 hours a day. And, eventually by the time they're 12, they're a prodigy at violin, but they never really enjoyed it. And obviously those are sad stories. And thankfully in Overwatch, that's not really the case, because you generally choose to play Overwatch, right? You choose to grind. Nobody's forcing you. No parental or societal pressure is forcing you to play Overwatch. So if you like the game, you'll grind the game. If you grind the game, you'll get good at the game. You get good at the game, you're a pro at it. And obviously there's things like being efficient with your time, knowing like self-reviewing, not wasting, like being having a good mind for learning, like being a hustler, being disciplined. Those are all like big things. But the most important thing is just liking the game. If you don't like the game, you're not gonna last. Stop making fun of my handwriting. But that's the most important. Like liking the game and then being structured with it, like some form of structure. Because even players that aren't like necessarily regimenting out their like training time, they're training a lot, and they're training a lot, and they're not training a lot of heroes. Like, you look at some of these players, like, there's no way these guys have a schedule or a planner written up, but they're just grinding every single day. And that in of itself is structure. Okay. Why would On's the enemy Widow Star here? Is that basically going main into angles? Let's find here.
Fighting.
Is this On's? Why is it always auto and non-720?
볼인가? 위도 트레인? 볼? 맞아, 그치. 님이 위도 보실? 제가 따라갈게요. 위도 지금 방 안에 들어가는데.
I mean, if he's talking about this positioning here, you guys tell me, why would Ons play there to start? Why would Ons play there to start? This is where Widows, like the unique aspects of Widows start to kind of bleed and affect how you position. Because positioning is context, right? Why would she position here? Like, or like, let's say, I assume this is like this positioning here. Like, this is kind of an angle-ish, but he's playing more along like with his team, like very passive. Like, what's the issue? That's ons? Okay. So why is he here? You guys think about this. Because there's a very important factor you have to consider with Widow positioning. And this is why you'll see Widow positions that are very unorthodox when you compare them to other heroes. So where the fight's happening, sure. Yeah, that's basically it, Alexa. The reason he's positioned here is unpredictability, and really that's it. Now, there also might be the threat that he doesn't know if there's an enemy ball on the enemy team, so he doesn't want to split early until he like realizes like what the status is with tanks, so that's another factor. But honestly, I'd say probably 90% of the reason why he's positioned here is just unpredictability. It's just unpredictable. Like, the Zen's probably going to peek for a right click here. Yeah, there's a ball. So there's the ball. The Zarya might just walk around the corner. Like, they just... And that's where the one-shot mechanic of Widow becomes a factor, where you just do weird things, weird angles, even bad angles. Especially, like, what if there's a Widow on the enemy team? That's another reason, like, to position unpredictably, right? You get that one shot, bang. There's your burst of value in an unorthodox location, and then you change. The reason why other heroes besides Widow are a little more disciplined with their angle control and not playing main. First off, do you notice where they're fighting? They're not. This isn't really even main. This is the fight for the flank, right? They're fighting for this angle here because they know whoever controls this will control point, right? If they control point, they cap the point, you win. So to an extent, this isn't really a flank, but also more DPS heroes are more comfortable living on angles and just kind of putting constant pressure from there. Widow could be like, all right, I'm here. Just kidding, I'm here. Just kidding, I'm here. And every single time they adjust their position, it gives them an opportunity to capture somebody by surprise. Yeah, the enemy was Widow there too. Exactly, because you can't just grapple up to high ground behind me because you're going to get dove by ball, and because every Tom, Dick, and Harry knows that that's where enemy Widows go. It's very predictable. It's like every Widow in gold grapples up to the high ground up there, and everybody knows about it, right? So you have to be unpredictable, especially when you know that they've got a Widow, they've got a ball, etc. So this is just an unpredictable positioning, and it's a safe one too, that where he's not going to get punished for being here. Like you can see right there, that's an opportunity for him to click Sinset. Now, as the fight goes on, they say, okay, Widow's here. Well, now his sightlines are dog. Like his sightlines are terrible. Once they know he's here, there's very little that he can do. So that's when he adjusts his positioning. You kind of see what I'm saying? So he's going to peek out here one more time. Still not working. No value. Now I reposition. I know Ball just used Slam, and he's definitely invested in this fight. So he knows Ball's here. He knows Ball's used Slam. He knows that they know he's over here. So that's when he changes his angle, right? And that's where his pressure like starts to matter. And he has to be really careful because Tracer can climb up here. Oh, he's dead. He's dead. The pain. Okay, but you can. I hope that kind of makes sense. Like, so basically, like, control the angle. That was an angle, first off, even though it wasn't a great sightline. Be unpredictable, and then split off once you know that your threats aren't there. Yeah. Yep. Okay. But that's a great question. I love questions like that, where I get to like actually kind of think about something, kind of solve it. Oh gosh. Eventually, chat. We're gonna fix this. I apologize for the stupid thing that's not supposed to be. Okay. All right. Okay, this is a wall of texture. Holy cow! I gotta finish chewing. That was my hammer time, like cues. It's bugged now, so it just goes off whenever. That's my bad. How do I play into an Ashe in defense as Tracer in offense? Scenarios my team is running Korean dive. Winston, Zarya, Tracer, McCree on a Brig. Enemy team is running Winston, Zarya, Ashe, Tracer on a Mercy. I think it's very hard to get shut down on Tracer. It's very hard to get stuff done on Tracer where I have a Tracer and Ashe constantly contesting your angles. So first off, if you have an Ashe hard contesting your angles, then your angles probably are trash. Like the angles, like maybe I would have to look at the map, so there's a chance that maybe this is a problem. But like really, if you're playing into a Mercy, and it like there's no ball, there's no Sombra, there's only Tracer with a Mercy, not even with a Brig, just with a Mercy, no Harmony Orb, no nothing. Like you should be winning that fight. How much for a ball sack reveal? Boy, you're funny. You should be winning that fight. And if you have an Ashe somehow contesting your flanks, so first off, if the Ashe is contesting your flanks, then the Ashe is not shooting your tanks or your backline. And that's really inefficient of her. So you take that trade first off. If your team is actually taking space or fighting, then you take that. You're like, hey, that's fine. You know, I've got an Ashe, Tracer, and Mercy on me. Sure, poggers. All I have to do is survive and we win, right? But if she's contesting you while you're staging, then you're probably just staging like poorly. So first off, get packs, bully that Tracer out. She should not be able to beat you with packs. His Ana pocket, Mercy pocket, meaningless. It's not going to be enough. Troll attempt failed. Sorry, mate. Good luck, guys. Good try. Good try. But I don't know how an Ashe should be contesting your angles as Tracer. You should like maybe peeking around for dynamite and like aggressively pushing on you. But again, if you're timing your pressure right or on the angles, then the Ashe will not want to be looking for you. She will want to be shooting your tanks as you guys are rotating. No. Because of this, I'm very inconsistent with my gauges when Winston dives in. I also can't duel the Ashe because Mercy exists. Well, I mean, you don't have to duel the Ashe. You just pressure the Ashe, pressure the Mercy. Like, again, if you force pressure when your team is going in or when your team is taking space, then that's your job. That's it. Like, Ashe, Mercy, Ana should not be able to beat you guys consistently enough if you guys are able to rotate and you're able to, like, put pressure on the flanks. Because the problem is that Mercy is so fragile to you that you force them and the Ashe to do really funny and goofy things that you guys can follow up of. How it goes for me is that I push through a choke, blink to an angle on the right or left, and as a setting up position for myself, I get poked a bit, so I grab a health pack. Then I try to drag attention when my Winston engages, but I usually just get scouted by Tracer or Ashley, then I'm forced to back out and no possible way of flying with my Winston. So yeah, if your Winston engages and the Ashe is looking at you, then like, I mean, you just take that. You take that, mate. Like, you take that. Because, again, I'm just shocked to hear that mid-dive and Ashe is focusing you down and not your monkey, or not your Zarya. That's just weird to me. In which case, okay, fine. The Tracer, Ashe are hard bullying you. Whatever. Did you go next? Get an armor. First of all, you should be trying to get armor back. So your team should be rotating. Like, you should be like aiming for that. But like, whatever. If you got Tracer and Ashe and Mercy on you, sure. No possible way of following up with your Winston. Right. Well, the thing is, it's like when you guys are on attack and they're on defense, the odds are that you're probably not going to be able to follow up on your monkey dive anyway. Because like, again, if you guys are pushing through this choke here, the enemy team is like set up like here and here and here and here and here. You have to clear before you get to the back line back here. You have to beat this guy out. You have to get this Tracer, right? You have to get rid of their monkey, right? You have to or on this side, right? So if your monkey is just legit just going in onto their back line, that's your monkey's fault. Your monkey should be rotating. Honestly, your monkey could be rotating with you, right? Or they could be rotating the opposite side and clearing out another angle for you. But like, yeah, you're like the first initial dive is, unless if your monkey's just inting it down main and going for squishies, you're not going to be able to kill anybody, and you're not going to be able to follow up. And that by me doing that, I drag away attention from the Winston, but I can't stay long enough for the kind of attention I pull myself to being meaningful. I mean, yeah, maybe you could play, but like maybe the sightlines you're playing are wrong. Maybe you could be playing more on cover if we're going into micro. I guess just the second hidden question is how much does Korean Day play against Ashe dive in general as well? I mean, generally, like they cannot, their Tracer cannot stop you. Like their Tracer cannot stop you. You literally, all you do is you treat it like you're playing Brawl. The spam dive is set up on angles and flanks. The Winston Zarya on a brig brute force this flank can't stay. They have to run away because they can't like brawl with you. So they go over here. Meanwhile, you're hiding over here, dueling Tracer with brig packs, right? Their Tracer eventually is going to lose if you're playing properly and go back closer to their team. Ashley goes closer to your team. Well, now your team is rotated successfully. Rotated successfully. You have zoned their Tracer successfully, and now you guys can actually pincer dive. But you can't just dive instantaneously. This is a really, really complicated, complex question. But there's something wrong. There's something desperately wrong. You should not be letting an Ashe contest your flanks, and Ashe should not be focusing you mid-dive. And you should not be losing to a Tracer 1v1 if that's happening. Submit a replay. I mean, honestly, if you guys want to submit a replay and ask Spilo a question and have a specific question along with it, I'm not going to go over the replay, but I'll go over one team fight if you guys ever have a question like that. What are the absolute basics as a player you need to know when playing in a team? Not here specific to macro things. Know what you need to call. 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 So like we went over this earlier, but like I'm Zen. I call my trances, I call my discords. That's it, right? Or I can call my positioning, right? But mostly just those things, right? Know what you need to call. I mean, I guess just if we're just talking about only in-game, know what you need to call, know your role in the composition, know your role in the composition. So if you're playing a composition, even a goofy one, like why am I playing this hero? Why am I playing this hero? Like what is the purpose of me playing this hero? Don't just like zone. Oh, I pick Ana and Brawl. Well, why? Why do you pick Ana and Brawl? Why don't you pick Moira and Brawl? Why don't you pick Bap and Brawl and like play to those strengths? And then like outside of scrims, like keep each other accountable, ask for feedback. That's something that a player should always be doing. But that's like absolute basics. When preparing for a Rialto defense, holy cow, you guys are spamming me out. I don't know if I'm trying to keep up. When preparing for a Rialto defense, the new knowledge of hints what the enemy is wrong, where would you default to is Ana? So like Rialto defense would be like, you know, this is their spawn. Here's the bridge here. Here's the next little chunky thing here. It turns down this way, right? And it like goes like that, right? And then there's like this little building here, you know, and you know there's the mini, and then there's courtyard down here, right? So as Ana, I'd probably default to like right here on this corner here. Figure out if your team is going to be taking the fight here. Most don't. Most will kite. If they do, then you just kind of play here, or you know you can play like here-ish. And then if they do kite back to here, which most teams will, then you're probably going to play somewhere along these, like, I like the pillars here. Because you get a little bit of an angle, like your Ryan is going to be, like, playing this corner here. And then, you know, you can kind of split off and get, like, a nade back here, right? Like, on this little angle here, like, nade here. And you're also not, like, the big thing that people lose to is they lose to this crap here. Like, a McCree will flank through here. So you need cover against that as well. Or you'll lose to something goofy coming from this flank here. So that's the general guidelines I'd say here. Why is Moira run over BAP in some comps, some maps, even at the A level? If it's a really, really, really fast tempo composition that doesn't want to slow down and there's no poke at all. Basically, the only thing that Moira has over BAP is that she's faster. She's faster and provides more survivability. So if you're rotating a lot, moving around a lot, and not like poking out anything and not standing still at all, you want a faster hero and a hero that you don't have to slow down for at all. That's Moira's unique value. It's a weak value and why she's not played very much, but that's the one value. I think it's bad utility. Like survivability should not be utility. You know what I'm saying? Because that's just a crutch for lower rank players. It means that at higher ranks when survivability is not as important most of the time, it means she's not picked because, yeah. I play at diamond level in a team. Or coach somebody to use BAP shift ability when you're on a brawl and about to engage. Is this a good idea? It does give him a few seconds of self heals like maybe. I mean, like be respectful to your coach. Like talk it out with your coach, with your concerns with your coach. But what I would adjust is like don't use it when you're when you're about to brawl, about to engage. So okay, let's put it this way. I would not like it about to engage. I don't think the duration is long enough for that to be meaningful. I would use it like Moira Orb as the engage starts. Then that probably makes more sense to me. I still don't think that's a great way of using it, but there's a lot that can work just fine. Because if you're doing it as you're about to engaging, you're losing at least half of the value because it's not going to be because your entire team's not going to be taking damage during that first little bit. Okay, you guys are being toxic. How'd you go about ult checking with something like Widow or Ashe? Most of the time, mostly about what do you do with the info? Like I'm sure they have Shatter. What am I do about that as a Widow? Or Blaze gonna be a big one as well. I mean, if you're a Widow and Ashe and you know that they have Shatter, like okay, doesn't matter to you. You know they have Blade, just play like distance a little more. Like if there's an ultimate and you're like, okay, there's absolutely nothing I can do about that, or there's nothing that there's some ultimates like you might look at like a beat and be like, okay, I can't like, you know, they're gonna be playing hyper aggressive most likely this fight, so I gotta be careful about that. Or like, I don't know, like Nano Blade. Okay, if they have a Nano Blade, like I'm gonna go like crazy flank and try and like clutch because we're going to lose otherwise if we don't have a counter ult. But if it doesn't really directly impact you, then the only other thing I can say is maybe it can dictate how aggressive you should play. But that's about it. That was a good advice, Beeper. Well, yeah, things going off all day long. Can't sleep. I wake up. I think of a great idea that Beeper wakes me up. It's terrible. Do you think that this year is the best year for someone to go pro compared to previous years, considering that pros are leading along with what I thought? I mean, it's a simultaneously issue. It's like there's a lot less competition to go pro right now as a coach or a player. Like, no offense to some of the tier 2 teams I see right now. Like, some of the rosters are kind of sus when you compare them to, like, especially in NA, like what happened like last year. Like, I'm seeing like 4.5k players and contenders, and that just cracks me up. But also the competition's a lot lower, but also the demand's a lot lower as well. It's like it's the supply and demand, right? The reason the competition isn't there as much is because there's fewer opportunities to go pro right now. It's like you got London Spitfire, maybe some Western team. Like there's just fewer opportunities, and so there's fewer people that are interested. So if you love Overwatch and you want to give it a shot, yeah, it can work. But it's not like, oh, this is a great opportunity now because they're all leaving. It's not like, oh, you're the only person in the world that really, like, there's a reason why more people are retiring, right? Yeah, sit down, midget. Honestly, I would RKO again, but I can't. When you play Brawl with versus Dive comp with high ground control, would you rather play Mei instead or pick a Reaper and Kree as a Brawl comp? I mean, I'd pick both. Like, I like Mei and Kree both. And then, yeah. I've talked with a coach from my server, and he said that Reaper Kree would be better against Dive because then Winston would have to get out faster. But I can't accept the two just stun and shoot when somebody comes close. Well, first, the problem with Reaper Kree is the Mei isn't just there for, like, you know, wall and rush. It can be wall and rotate, right? It can be wall and rotate. It can be the monkey dives and you wall him off so that he's completely isolated, right? It can be isolation dive. It can be the other thing with Mei as well, which chat you should be thinking about this, is there's better poke. Like Reaper has much worse poke. So what you can do with Mei is you can be like do like this, like, you know, our core here, our backline here, Diva's split here, Mei's split here, and dive. What do you dive? You dive backline, right? Mei walls you off, and she can either freeze you, which is not really good, or she can poke you out. But the other thing here is, like, when the Mei's split, as you're staging, she's literally like a sniper. It depends on the dive that you're playing, but if you're talking about like Sombra Tracer dive, Genji Tracer, anything like that, anything without a lot of poke, Mei could just split, like split and just play like another sniper. Whereas Reaper, what is Reaper going to do on a split here against a dive comp? Reaper's going to stick with his backline. That's the only value you can get. So Mei gives you the opportunity to poke out the enemy dive and deny them space better than Reaper can. And the wall is still good utility. I think Reaper Kree, if you're going to like clump up, obviously better. But I disagree that Mei is like, Reaper's just fundamentally better. But yeah, it depends. It's not a bad pick. Reaper's fine. You guys are hurting me, like physically hurting me right now. Oh, Ben Shapiro. You already asked me this today. You can't cheat and do two. Darn you. All right, Bastion guide. All right, 2 ways to play Bastion. Brawl Buster, where you have the very traditional, I'm playing with a shield, I just clunk into turret form and just mow them down, right? And timing, well, actually, we'll talk about this. Brawl Buster or Flanker, where you go funny angles, funny flanks, and time it really, really, really well, right? But you need to be unpredictable. So the thing with Bastion is 2 things. You need to be unpredictable, because shields just don't live long enough for you to be able to just kind of turn your brain off and just mow them down. You need to be unpredictable, and your timing needs to be immaculate, because you're talking about a hero that has an immense spike in value when they don't know you're there. But as soon as they know where you are, or they've spotted you, your value just goes down to the pooper. It's garbage, because you're very, very, very static. Very static. So I would be very unpredictable, work on your timing, and then decide like what you're going to be doing here. So I saw your review with Temporal about like the splits with the Sigma, and yeah, it was more about like, you saw how like the Brawl Buster traditional playstyle wasn't going to work there in the Koth, so you needed to flank off with your Sigma. That was good, but the problem obviously was the timing of when you were doing that, and then because you were scuffed up on your timing or in your locations, that you got bullied going back to the Brawl Buster playstyle where you just weren't very effective on that particular map. The other thing with Bastion is, I mean, everybody knows like the little tips about like, you know, right, like you should be healing when you're not shooting, heal when you're not shooting. you know, swapping when you have to reload, you can swap to recon mode because it reloads automatically, and you can min-max your damage output. The other thing with Bastion is like his ult is good on an angle, like really, really good on an angle. His ult is like hot trash on main. Like there's a lot of ultimates that are better on angles, and there's some ultimates that you can make work on main even if they're not optimal. Bastion's ult is just garbage on main. It's just terrible. Like it is so easy for them to just hide behind a corner, and you're very mobile as well. So like there's really no excuse for it. So I always like don't have that like hard flank, but almost always his ultimate gets more value on a slight flank or an angle. I think anything else with Bastion. One other thing is target priority as well. So a lot of times I notice Bastions will hard focus tanks, and that's good at like longer ranges. But once you get to proximity, don't focus tanks as much. Like you want to focus who's going to kill you. Like I see a lot of Bastions. There's like a there's the Zenyatta just walking up to them, discording them, and they're going to keep shooting Rein Shield because Bastion breaks Rein Shield. Yeah. Shoot the flippin' Zen. He's standing out in the open. You do immense damage to all heroes, squishies, and tanks in close ranges. The only time that you really focus tanks is if there's nothing else but tanks to shoot, and or long ranges where your fall off or your spread becomes an issue. But outside of that, like focus on that. Hopefully that helps. But yeah, timing and unpredictability is like the big thing with Bastion, because like I said, he's an unorthodox hero and he's very easy to counter. So you like have to be really heads up. Okay. I feel bad enabling Bastion players now. I feel guilty. It feels like literally, yeah, well, it's strong to other flank DPS as well, but the thing with Bastion is it's like it's literally just his kit. Like with Reaper, we talked about timing and unpredictability a little bit, but not, it was like Bastion, it's literally that's all there is to him. He doesn't have like any cooldown usage. That's it. You have any tips for keeping yourself motivated to play for longer amounts of time? I'm going to stop and do other things even though I know more percent would help me improve. Well, like how badly do you want to improve? How badly do you want to improve? And how can you keep it fresh for yourself? So like there's two ways of looking at this. One, you can make it that you dread less. So you dread the action less, or you're motivated more. So you need to provide like, what are the benefits of training more? Right? What are the benefits of training more? Is it, oh, I'm going to really want to get better at Kree, right? Or I really want to grind through this terrible thing because I really want to get diamond so that I can join a team, right? Or dread it less by being like, hey, I'm going to play a bunch of games, but then if I start to get like tilted or frustrated or tired, I'm going to get up, walk around a little bit, drink some water, and hey, maybe I'm going to be like hard focusing on this topic, but maybe I'm going to change my focus midway through the training block. Maybe I'll focus instead of I'll do some focus on being like flanker and try some flanking positioning stuff. So either make it less dreadful by doing a better job of like breaking it up and keeping yourself motivated, or give yourself better goals so that you're more willing to work through it. It's either like you survive starvation by either making the reward at the end of the starvation better, or by eating a little bit. You either make the trip easier to survive, or you make the end goal more motivating, one or the other. But very, very general tip there for me. What do you think okay, by the way, this is it right here. We have to call here. What do you suggest to do to improve on days that you feel like crap while you're playing? Either your aim is messed up, or you mess up your positioning way too often. Continue playing like pushing through the pain. I mean, honestly, like take a mental reset. Like just get up, be like, I suck today. I suck. I'm played bad. I'm not focused. I'm not doing anything right. But you know what? Nothing I can do about it. Don't worry about it. Happens. Big deal. I just know that even on like the bad days are what make the good days happen. Because that was something I learned a lot when I was grinding to GM. That the days or the weeks where I felt like I was playing like hot trash, and I would self-review, and I would always feel like those days and weeks were like, okay, that's it. I know next week it's gonna like someone's gonna click, right? Because I pushed through it. But don't get down on yourself. Don't lie to yourself. Don't say, oh, I'm playing great. No, you're playing trash. But understand that it doesn't matter that much. Like that you're going to go through days where that's going to happen, where you're either going to be challenged too much or you're going to be playing poorly. Just look at it impartially, be like, I'm playing poorly today. I'm going to train through it, focus on my goals. If everything falls to pieces and I don't even improve my goals, it doesn't matter. At least I went in there and gave it my best effort, and go again next. And you do that again and again and again, and good stuff happens. But like honestly, like you are every single time that you improve at anything, it's never linear. It's never just, I'm not sure if that's the proper term of linear. It's never like this. It's always this at anything in life, right? And you just have to survive these valleys, right? Because you hit a valley and then you hit a peak again, and you hit the peak and you're like, I'm the greatest in the world. No. Valley is coming on. You got to keep yourself motivated. You know, you go into the valley again, you keep going again, and every single time you peak out again, right? That's the goal, right? And when you realize that, you're less concerned about the valleys because you know that, hey, these are just temporary, right? They're temporary if you put in the work, obviously. I mean, like you really just can't, you just don't worry about it. You understand you're playing like trash. Don't lie to yourself. Like that was the thing I always say when I was team coaching is like, you know, I have a player that's frustrated that their aim was bad. I was like, yeah, your aim sucks today. You're playing like trash. Don't worry about it. Happens. Go next. I have days where I coach like trash. Happens. Go next. These days make the better days, right? So don't worry about it. Feel like I do not play gamer for a long time. I played a game where it's like 10%. I mean, if you don't play a game, if you don't play a hero for a while, then that's an issue. No. I mean, if you don't play a hero for a long time, then yes. I was the type of person that, like, if I took a day off from ranked training, I didn't even play a lot of ranked. I played like 2 hours of ranked a day. But if I took a day off, dude, I was trash. But if you're saying that like you took a break and then you're like really good at the hero, and then the more you play, you get bad again, that's just normal. That happens to me all the time. I'll take a break from Overwatch for like a week or 2 weeks. I come back, I feel like my aim is like literally like I'm a mechanical master. But then the next day, I'm playing like trash. I don't know what it is to do with psychologically. I don't know if it's just I'm expecting to do poorly, so I'm just relaxed and just good stuff happens. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. If that's how it goes with you, unlucky, go next. Just stop taking breaks with the hero. Be more consistent with your training. Right? Again, when you expect something to happen and you don't let it bother you, sometimes it won't even happen. Because it's the mental stress that you're putting on yourself that's causing this to happen a lot of times. Any quick song tips for a montage or frag movie? I don't want to get DMCA'd. I'll give you one that I like. Chat. I'll type it in chat. You guys will do it. This one is pretty good. It's a little old school. By old school, I mean like 5 years old. It's not even that old, but like that's apparently old school nowadays.
Not bad.
You can check. That one's pretty fun, but I can't. Oh, I did it again. I'm sorry, chat. Last time. All right, last question. Do you think Kovacs helps with aiming the game? Yeah, it does. Because it does a good job replicating the Overwatch feel. I don't think it's necessary, and I'm still on the fence on whether it's better than like free-for-all or workshop codes. But it definitely helps. Yeah, it's better than doing nothing. If you enjoy Kovacs, then sure, roll with it. All right. Any last questions, chat? Any last questions, chat? Da 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 da. Oh gosh. What does it mean if you don't VOD review, pick a topic and work on it, but don't really see improvement? I mean, VOD reviewing alone isn't good enough. You have to take it and actually like put the focus in there, you know. But you know, could be that you just haven't worked at it long enough. You weren't focused enough on it. Maybe you haven't made it processable, like from taking it. When is Buff Hardtack coming back? I don't know. He has to have a good reason to come back. How was the interview with Packington? It was great. It was great. All right, y'all, we're gonna toss a host over to our gold support player that we reviewed, I think day before yesterday. Tell this person I said hello. I will see you guys day after tomorrow. You're very welcome, Marquise. Thank you so much for the nice comment. All right, chat. I will see you guys day after tomorrow. Much love and kisses. See you guys day after tomorrow. Cheers. Wait, no, host.
I don't want to.